Good evening. I'd like to call this study session to order, a joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board, our 5:30 study session. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming quorum.
Thank you. So our study session today is on citywide plan to reduce homelessness and its impacts. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. I have the pleasure of introducing Christine Jung tonight, our Deputy City Manager, who will kick off our presentation tonight. As the City Council knows, this is a study session on the citywide plan to reduce homelessness and its impacts. As a Deputy City Manager, Christine coordinates our homeless services and helps to coordinate the plan and its implementation across all of our various departments. So here tonight, you have representatives from the City Manager's Office, the Public Works Department, our library, our police department, as well as our Community and Economic Development Department, most notably our Housing Division. So with that, I will introduce Christine Jung.
Thank you. Welcome, Deputy City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So before I start, I want to acknowledge and thank all the key stakeholders that have participated in the development of the response plan, including the Homelessness Task Force, community members, partner agencies, as well as city staff across all the different departments that the City Manager just acknowledged. So with that, we'll get started. So as part of tonight's study session, we'll cover study session goals, as well as the changing landscape for homelessness. We also have staff from the county's Office of Supportive Housing who'll give a quick presentation on the county-wide supportive housing system, as well as city and county data. The majority of the presentation will focus on city services and resources, as well as our draft response plan and key work items, and next steps after the study session. There will be time for council discussion and feedback on the 2-year work plan and key work items. Through the study session, we'd like to provide an overview of federal, state, and regional developments impacting homelessness policies and funding. We'd also like to provide an update on the city's homelessness response efforts, as well as the draft plan, and then receive feedback from council on the 2-year work plan, key work items, and the implementation budget. As you may know, homelessness is a multifaceted issue that is impacted by many things, including housing construction costs, local policies and resources, cost of living, state and federal housing and development policies, state and federal response and funding, as well as healthcare and mental health systems. Most of these factors are beyond our control. What we can control is what Santa Clara does as a community and as a city within our regional framework, which is what we'll focus on through our response plan. Since the last study session, the policy and funding landscape has changed significantly as it relates to homelessness. At the federal level, in June 2024, the Supreme Court ruled that state and local governments have a legal authority to implement and enforce ordinances that prohibit homeless encampments on public property. This ruling removed a legal barrier to encampment clearance when no shelter or interim housing is available. On the state level, Governor Newsom issued an executive order 30 days after the Grants Pass ruling requiring that state agencies address homeless encampments. This executive order also calls on local governments to leverage state and federal resources to address encampments with urgency and humanity. Subsequent to these changes at the regional level, we're now seeing cities increase their enforcement efforts while also increasing supportive services and programs in an effort to balance enforcement and compassionate support. There was also an effort by Valley Water earlier this year to create a county-wide joint power agency to focus on unsheltered homelessness. We recognize the benefit of having a cohesive and collaborative regional response to homelessness, as the federal government indicates that it is moving away from funding homelessness services and other support programs through proposed reductions to HUD's fiscal year 26 budget. We anticipate that there will be an increased focus on local and regional efforts. We know as a city that we cannot address homelessness alone. The city has built partnerships with the county and neighboring cities and will leverage our resources and partnerships to address homelessness in our community within the regional framework. I will now turn it over to Hillary Armstrong from the county's Office of Supportive Housing to share more about the countywide system, the county's homelessness response plan, and to present city and county data that's relevant to our discussion.
Welcome, Hillary.
Good evening, council members, mayor, vice mayor. Thank you for having me this evening. I'm Hillary Armstrong, a deputy director with the County of Santa Clara Office of Supportive Housing. And I'll be providing a brief overview of our countywide supportive housing system, as well as some Santa Clara specific data on homelessness. So, as we look at the overall Santa Clara County supportive housing system, one thing that we wanted to highlight is that the county has the role as the continuum of care lead for our community. And so this goes beyond kind of the services and housing that are directly provided for and funded for by the county. It's a coordinated body that is required by HUD and responsible for a centralized coordination of services across our community. So as the COC lead, the county serves as our collaborative applicant for funding from the federal government and some other sources, the lead for our homeless management information system and all of our system-wide data tracking, developing and maintaining quality assurance standards and policies, and supporting providers with training and technical assistance. And the COC goes beyond kind of county staff and county personnel. It has a board that's made up of a number of different representatives from across our community, from different jurisdictions, people with lived experience of homelessness, nonprofit partners, and other community members. So we wanted to highlight one of the reasons that we have been as successful as we've been able to be in our community in addressing this very complex and challenging issue is our collective impact model, which is that no one entity can do this work alone. And I think we all know that, and we all know how hard this is, but also that we cannot go it alone. And partnerships like the one we have between the county and the city of Santa Clara are critical to this success, as are all of the other entities who are represented in this slide. So neighborhood leaders, folks with lived experience, the community advocates, electeds, corporations, philanthropic organizations, service providers, and housing developers. This slide is really too small to read, even with my readers, but we wanted to include it in your materials to just show you an overview of the many different components of our countywide supportive housing system. And there are two boxes that are kind of outside the dotted lines, and those are our foundational programs for homelessness prevention and housing development. So keeping people housed and getting them housed or rehoused. And what we hope to do through both of those is to keep people out of our system. So the Office of Supportive Housing is mostly kind of that end of the line safety net, but we also invest heavily in prevention and in the development of affordable and supportive housing in the hopes that we can either keep people out of our system or get them back into housing as soon as possible. And everything within the dotted line represents the supportive housing system that an unhoused individual or household might encounter in their journey to resolve their homelessness. We also want to highlight that everything we do collectively in our community to address homelessness is rooted in our community plan, which was developed with the input of over 8,000 community members and is now in its final year. And we are currently undergoing a community-wide process to establish our new community plan over the next kind of summer months into the fall and winter, and we'll be reaching out to all of you with more opportunities for public engagement around that. In this final year of the community plan, this slide outlines the 3 guiding strategies under which all of our collective work falls. So the first strategy is addressing those root causes of homelessness through system and policy change. The second strategy is to expand homelessness prevention and housing programs. And the third is to improve quality of life and create neighborhoods that are healthy for everyone living in them. This slide is really data dense, so again, it's more for your reference, but we did want to highlight that at the end of last year, so the end of December, and our data sometimes lags by about 3 to 6 months because we spend time validating it, we were at 85% of our community-wide goal to house 20,000 folks. We served more than 23,000 through temporary shelter programs and more than 33,000 through homelessness prevention. We've built new affordable housing, we've increased shelter options, and we've grown our capacity. And we also wanted to share our current and projected capacity for our countywide supportive housing system. So you can see this is kind of at any given moment in time, how many households can our homelessness prevention program serve, which is we try to keep it at 2,500 households. We would love to expand it even more with more sustainable funding. Permanent housing programs, which include permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing. We are adding about 600 more units this year that are opening up through the Measure A supportive housing, affordable housing bond, and other sources. So we're at almost 7,000 households that we can serve through those programs, and those are all folks who were unhoused before they entered those programs. And then our temporary shelter system countywide is increasing over the next year as well to about 4,000 units. So at the end of my portion, we wanted to dive in a little more specifically to provide you with some information about folks from and affiliated with the city of Santa Clara. So the way that we measure what we call inflow into homelessness is by the number of folks who take our assessment for housing for the first time. And so that measurement you can see in this chart over time. The city inflow has hovered somewhere between 250 to 300 folks each year. And it's about 6% of our countywide total inflow. The red columns to the right are the number of households who were permanently housed during that same time. And so you can see, although we did kind of get closer to narrowing that gap in 2021 and 2022, we still have an inflow problem, which is how we refer to it, where just more folks are falling into homelessness than we're able to house. And that's a community-wide problem, that's a statewide problem, but it is certainly, something that we are keeping top of mind as we think about the best strategies and kind of the multifaceted ways to address this crisis. This is another data-rich slide, but I think the highlights that I'd like to pull out for you are that we see that folks affiliated with Santa Clara tend to have a higher level of need. So folks go through our assessment, about 60% need what we call permanent supportive housing. So this means they probably have some sort of disability, and they need a housing subsidy that is longer term and comes with supportive services. Another 1/3 or so need rapid rehousing, and that's a program that also includes supportive services, but the rental assistance subsidy will taper or end after about 2 years, and folks will then be renting an apartment on their own. So the goal for that program is to get folks stabilized. We also wanted to highlight information about where folks are staying. And Santa Clara has a lot of folks who are outdoors and living in cars. And I'm sure you probably are well aware of this as community members here. But more than half, almost 60% of the folks who took the assessment, whether it was for the first time or an additional repeat time, were outdoors or sleeping in a car. And you'll also see that more than half of those folks had been unhoused for more than 2 years. So again, we're kind of looking at folks who have some chronic homelessness. We also wanted to share information about the race and ethnicity, the age, and the gender and household composition. So we see a lot of single adults, around 70%, and then about 20% are families with children. The race and ethnicity of folks who are experiencing homelessness in Santa Clara really mirror our countywide data and reflect the disparities that we see as a system and really as a nation, where folks, you can see the Black, African American, African ancestry community, which makes up only about 2.5% to 3% of our countywide population is really overrepresented in our unhoused population at about 17%. Similarly, the American Indian, Alaska Native, Indigenous population is only about 1% of our countywide population, but around 7%. And then we see a large number of Hispanic, Latinx communities as well. We also see a fairly even split between men and women gender-wise. Our final information that we wanted to share with all of you is our countywide point-in-time data. So every 2 years, HUD requires all jurisdictions to do a count of unhoused people at the end of January. We report on sheltered folks every year, but every other year we also count unsheltered folks out in the community. So this January, the county partnered with cities, including our great partners here at Santa Clara, and hundreds of volunteers to undertake the pit count. You probably heard about it in the news that it was happening. And we did submit the preliminary countywide report to HUD a few weeks ago. So that data will be finalized and submitted and approved by HUD in the next month or two. And then the city level data and deeper level report with survey findings will come out toward the end of the summer or early fall. So we'll have even more to talk about then. But we did want to share with you that our preliminary data shows, again, these are some of the kind of timelines that we're looking at, but our preliminary data does show about an 8% increase in our unhoused population countywide. Our number continues to hover around 10,000 since about 2019. So we were right at 10,000 in 2023, and we're about 700 people over 10,000. This year. We're not surprised by this. Of course, we don't like it. We would love to have more people housed. But as I said, we see that we have an inflow problem with all of the reasons that you all know well, which is a lack of affordable housing, this wage gap, structural inequities, and just challenges that folks are facing right now living in this valley where it is very expensive and hard, and economic pressures that we've seen that have increased even since the pandemic. We did want to highlight the unsheltered population is basically flat. It was a 1% increase between the two pit counts, but we had a 30% increase in sheltered folks, which we think has to do with the fact that we have more shelter capacity and we're doing a better job as a system of using that capacity. So we have a countywide shelter hotline that has really helped centralize access to shelter throughout the county, no matter kind of the source or location of the shelter, and really matching folks. So we see a lot higher utilization of those shelter beds. For subpopulations, we did want to highlight there's some kind of big numbers here in terms of increases or decreases. Some of them are more meaningful than others in terms of this particular study. So we see veterans population decreasing by 20%. Veterans in general have more access to subsidized vouchers for housing through the HUD VASH program. And we've had a concerted effort as a community through our All the Way Home campaign that started in 2015. And really, we work closely and have what we call a by name list with the Veterans Administration, where we actually go through on a regular basis all of the known kind of unhoused veterans and have individualized plans for them. So when there's kind of a smaller subpopulation that has some resources, we're able to do that. We are not reading anything into the youth number because we think that is almost certainly an undercount. We have spoken with youth providers, and a couple of things about the pit count just don't work well in terms of counting youth homelessness. A lot of youth are couch surfing, so they may spend a couple of nights with a family or friend, or just not be kind of visibly homeless or unhoused. And then we held the count later in the day this year. We started like around 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. instead of like 4 or 5 a.m. And so folks were already off to work and school in some cases. So it's just some factors, like to be able to interview more folks during the count, we started later, but then the trade-off is that some folks were already on their way to what they were doing that day. And then I think with families, we would say it's a pretty steady increase that we see countywide with increasing numbers of families experiencing homelessness. 85% of those families were sheltered, so we have a higher rate of sheltering for families and more resources there. And then again, we are seeing more folks who are chronically unhoused. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to the team. Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Adam Marcus, Housing Manager with the city. So now that we've seen sort of the countywide view, we'd like to move to from the regional to the local. We wanted to take a few moments to celebrate the work that's already underway here in Santa Clara. Over the last several years, city staff in various departments have been working to reduce homelessness and its impacts. Let's start with the first category, which is housing. When we think about the root causes of homelessness and solutions, housing is still number one. And nowadays, there are different types of housing to talk about. So we wanted to spend a moment to go through those and to talk about which ones we have and which ones we don't have in Santa Clara. Starting at the top, affordable housing production. This is sort of regular affordable housing. So you might think of Mainline North in Tasman East. That's a great example of affordable housing that's recently leasing up in Santa Clara. In terms of affordable housing preservation, the Bella Vita project, which is just down the street from City Hall, is currently under renovation and being repositioned to ensure affordability and long-term affordability for the seniors who live there. Rapid rehousing programs. Those are programs that are intended to help people move quickly out of homelessness with a rent subsidy that's temporary so that they can get onto their feet and then eventually transition back to increasing their incomes and being able to pay market rents. The city has a tenant-based rental assistance program that's very similar. Again, we provide deposit and rental assistance. I should mention that the items you see that are in bold are the things that we're already doing in Santa Clara. The ones that are not bolded are the kind of the gaps, if you will. So emergency shelter is really kind of the emergency room of housing. It's where you go for just basic needs services and for connections to assessments. And it's people would usually find that through the hotline that Hillary mentioned. Interim housing is a little bit different. It's a little bit more long-term. It's got more services. It's kind of medium-term. And again, interim housing, we do have interim housing at the Bella Vista Inn currently. That's not a forever interim housing site. It's just temporary until that site becomes permanent supportive housing. So while that's there now, it will not be there for much longer as interim housing. But the idea, again, is a place to go for the 3 to 6 to possibly more months while you're waiting for your permanent housing solution to come forward. Transitional housing. These all sort of sound the same, and sometimes they are used interchangeably, so I understand it's a little confusing. Transitional housing is a little bit more structured, so it might be focused on veterans or youth, and it's really focused on people who are interested in sort of have a vision and have a pathway, and it's more structured, say, than interim housing would be in terms of who's there. So you might think of some of the tiny home communities that are in San Jose, and in other places, those would be considered transitional housing. And lastly, permanent supportive housing. So we have a picture here of Kiefer Senior, and next door to that is Calabasas Apartments. What are some other things we're doing in Santa Clara? Homelessness prevention. As I mentioned, we do rental assistance. We do support the region-wide homelessness prevention system, which helps people with small items that just, when you're paycheck to paycheck, sometimes you just need to repair your car, and then you can get to work, and then you'll be okay. So those are some of the things that the homelessness prevention system does, and these are things that the city supports and has been supporting for several years. Landlord-tenant mediation. Sometimes if you can just resolve an issue with your landlord, that's the difference between eviction and not eviction, between losing housing and having to go find housing and perhaps being homeless for a spell. We continue to work with Project Sentinel on that program. We also support domestic violence survivors through a partnership with Next Door Solutions. We mentioned the hotline. Another category that the city is already involved in is crisis response. We support the county's intensive case management services, which is project-based. We have a mobile shower laundry service at Marsali Park once a week. They provide showers, laundry, as well as connections to services. Our police department, who's here tonight, and we'll speak a little bit later, Santa Clara Police Department Community Response Team is out in the streets every day doing crisis response, working with clinicians through the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, otherwise known as PERT, which is a great partnership. And so they're out every day responding to a variety of needs in the community. We do have mental health service connections. We have a new service that's coming out this month called Care Solace, and if you haven't heard about that, you will be hearing about that soon. There's also encampment cleanups and towing that is already has occurred. Simultaneously to working on all these things, we've also been working on strategies. And so we're here tonight to talk a little bit about the plan. And so in a way, we've been kind of flying the plane while we've been building it, because there's urgency here. There's urgency to do something, and there's a lot of shifting policy and funding changes that are happening that Christine mentioned. So shifting landscape, we're trying to sort of make impact and also keep our focus on a strategic North Star. Our strategic planning process began in 2022 with the formation of a homelessness task force. They held 6 meetings. They received input from various community agencies that are very focused on homelessness here in the Valley. Interviews with 12 people with lived experience. There was an online community meeting with 70 people in attendance, a survey of business owners and how they're affected by homelessness, 270 responses to that. There was a study session with the City Council in January of 2023. And of course, this year we did a point-in-time count. But it wasn't just any point-in-time count. This was much different than previous years in that the city, numerous city staff were involved in basically canvassing the city for 2 days. So we organized volunteers, about 60 volunteers over 2 days, and we went out and we spoke directly with people who are unhoused in pretty much every census tract in the city. Not everyone wanted to talk, but we talked with a lot of people. So that was a really important exercise, not just because we need the data and we're going to get a better report this year than we've ever gotten, but it's also because we handed out resources, but it was a great opportunity for employees from many different departments, volunteers to all get engaged together. And I'll tell you, one of the things that struck me is at the end of the second day, the volunteers asked, what else can we do? They really wanted a way to get engaged, and at the moment, we didn't have anything. So one of the things in our plan that we hope to think about is how do we utilize that resource? How do we utilize volunteers to do some of the things that they can do? We got a lot of feedback, lots of really quality feedback, and I won't read every one of these words in the word cloud, so I'll spare you on that one. But needless to say, we really did, I think, a good job getting input. Some of the key themes that we picked up from this outreach was the need for deeply affordable housing, as well as interim and transitional housing, safe parking, better outreach and connection, and clear metrics to measure our impact. And so the consultant helped boil this down into 6 strategic areas. And I'll quickly go through those. The first one is really focused on prevention. The second is on increasing deeply affordable housing, shelter, interim housing. The third, conducting proactive street outreach and case management, in a more robust way. The fourth one is addressing basic needs, health, hygiene. The fifth is reducing the impacts of homelessness on the broader community. And the sixth is fostering volunteerism, community conversation that's positive. And with this, I'll pass it back to Christine.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam.
So the rest of the presentation will focus on the 2-year implementation work plan that is included in the response plan as Appendix A. with the goal of guiding and monitoring the city's response efforts. The work plan includes 34 items that are organized into 3 categories based on their implementation and resource status. Each work item ties back to one of the 6 strategy areas that Adam just covered and identifies involved departments and resource needs for implementation. It's important to note that these work items not only add resources, they focus on adding resources that fit together. And as a whole, the work plan is aiming to balance both compassionate support and public safety. So at a glance, the work plan with the 34 items are then categorized into 3 different categories. There are ongoing work items, which are those that are currently being implemented with existing resources. 50% of the work plan falls under this category. There are planned work items that staff can reasonably initiate within the next 2 years based on projected funding and staff capacity. 10 out of the 34 work items fall under this category. This means that 80% of the work plan is either currently underway or can be reasonably anticipated to begin within the next 2 years. The last category is made up of pending and resource contingent work items that require additional funding and/or staffing capacity to implement. Staff is tracking these 7 items and aim to complete them based on capacity or funding changes. This slide covers a quick snapshot of the 17 work items that staff has been working on, which includes different items. We'll focus on 5 of these work items, which are bolded on this slide. We're doing a lot, and we're looking forward to doing more to address the existing gaps. The city is leveraging existing general funds, grants, and partnerships to implement the work plan. So our ability to implement these work items do depend on funding, which fluctuates and is contingent on state and federal resources. With that, I'll let Adam and the police department share more about the key work items that we'll like to discuss in more detail with council tonight.
So the first item we want to talk about was increasing shelter and housing and the inclement weather program. So these are items 2.1 and 2.2 in the plan. In item 2.1, the idea is to add new emergency shelter or interim housing or shared housing. This is a goal in our housing element. So it's something that we've already committed to as a city. So 136 new units or beds is the goal. But again, we have some time to do it. It's 2031. I guess some of the good news is that we do have an opportunity, a new opportunity. The Home Key Award was announced late last week, so it's over $25 million for the potential creation of a family interim housing project at Benton and Lawrence, which would be 30 suites or 90 beds, which would get us pretty far along on the goal of 136 by 2031. So that is an item that will be coming back to the City Council likely in August after the recess for your vote. So that is in progress, and there is an update. I wanted to share that update tonight. The other item is related to 2.2, which is selecting a site for inclement weather shelter. So what happens when it's really cold out? What happens when it's really hot out? Where do people go when the library closes at 6 or 7? What do they do overnight in those situations? And that's what inclement weather shelter is. And so really, we've been working to procure an operator to help look at that. Staff has researched different models. We've talked to Palo Alto. We've learned what not to do. It's very difficult to do it, to stand up. It's really hard to create a shelter where it's not there. So to convert a library into a shelter is challenging. But we did keep looking, and we talked with San Jose, we talked with Palo Alto, we talked with Sunnyvale, and we did find a model that seemed to be working well in Sunnyvale, which is hotel-based. It's much easier to convert a hotel into a shelter or temporary housing than it is a general purpose room. And so they've been doing it in Sunnyvale. They've sort of renewed their efforts in Sunnyvale. And thanks to funding that was supported by Senator Aisha Wahab and former Assemblymember Evan Lowe, the city does have some funding for a pilot project here. We are looking at a contract with We Hope and intend to bring that contract forward next week to City Council. Alicia Garcia from We Hope is here today in the audience if you have questions about that item. The next item is related to street outreach and case management. This is a council priority. And the way that it works is the service providers team will engage and connect individuals to housing, healthcare, and supportive services. It's high-touch case management, 7 days a week. We'll talk more a little bit later about what that involves. But that item, again, along with the other items, is coming to council next week, similarly funded by the same state earmark. So in summary, those 3 items would be housed under the We Hope agreement. It would be a 2-year pilot. It would make 5 hotel rooms available every day of the year for 2 years. And it would include case management for those people who are staying in those hotels. It would make 10 additional hotel rooms available per year for up to 45 nights during extreme weather conditions, whether it's really cold or really hot. There would also be food and support staff to support the people in those hotels. It would make outreach and case management available 7 days a week. It would build trust. The team would build trust, administer assessments, link clients to coordinated entry, make referrals to medical and behavioral health services, distribute hygiene kits, provide transportation. That's a big one. Providing transportation to medical appointments, to appointments to get your benefits in order. That's really a big help. Helping people enroll in benefits, helping with interventions such as coaching, crisis de-escalation, self-sufficiency skills, goal setting, and helping to place people in the hotel rooms if they qualify for that. Together, these 3 programs will strengthen the city's ability to offer temporary shelter and individualized support and motivation in connecting people to housing and services. Moving on to safe parking. Here we have a photo of Palo Alto. This is the Palo Alto Safe Park. It's the former site of it's a former fire station that the city donated for this use. It's operated by Move Mountain View, a nonprofit that was created specifically for this purpose because there weren't enough agencies out there that were doing safe parking. So what is safe parking? The idea originated, we think, in Santa Barbara County, actually, a while ago, where more and more people were living in oversized vehicles. In many areas, it's illegal to sleep in your vehicle. And so one of the solutions they came up with was to allow people to park in commercial parking lots overnight. You had to come in after 7 and you had to leave early in the morning because it was a parking lot for a hardware store or commercial uses. Over time, that model has evolved. And since that time, additional services have been added, such as case management, basic needs services like hygiene, bathrooms, garbage, food. In some cases, food is also distributed depending on the place. In some cases, running water. And these places are not lawless. There's rules. You have to be in the program. You have to have your vehicle has to be registered, has to be running. It's not just kind of show up and just park. There's a process. You have to enter into the process, and then once you're in the process, they make sure that people who aren't in the program aren't coming into the lot. So there are rules, and they're enforced. There's really 2 models right now in the Bay Area that we've been seeing. The first model was what we call the overnight model, and that's what I just described. You come in the evening and you have to leave in the morning because they need the lot for something else, whether it's commercial or whether it's a church or another place of worship. They need the space for other things. It's not ideal for oversized vehicles for that reason. Sometimes there may be a church that has a small parking lot and they just can't fit very many oversized vehicles, but maybe some smaller vans or cars could fit there. Sometimes they rotate them as well. The other model is a 24/7 model, and that's what we are seeing in Mountain View, that's what we're seeing in Palo Alto, that's what Sunnyvale is looking at, and that's what we're looking at as well. The 24/7 model is ideal for oversized vehicles. It allows you to leave your vehicle there and to maybe commute to work in a smaller car. Many clients do that. The optimal size that, in talking with operators, is somewhere between 20 and 40 vehicles. Less than 20 is not really economically efficient, and more than 40 is hard to manage. And generally, what we found is it requires at least a 1 acre site. 1.5 acres is actually ideal. So work plan item 2.3 directs staff to develop an inventory of potential sites for safe parking in Santa Clara. Staff visited various sites. We went to Mountain View, went to Palo Alto. We researched best practices and operations and site requirements. We developed some very basic criteria in searching for sites. So the site needs to be level. It needs to be at least 1 acre. It needs to have access to potable water, no major environmental concerns, and it needs to be vacant for the next several years because it's going to take some resources to put this together, and to take it down so soon after would be inefficient. So staff from the Community Development Department and Planning and Housing worked hard to vet 155 city-owned sites. They developed a cost estimate based on talking with the county and the other operators in the area. You know, this can change, again, depending on a lot of things, but about $1.6 million to operate a site for about 2 years. Again, that's assuming no land costs, no lease, just to operate the site. That's why we're looking for city-owned sites, because places like San Jose have had to actually pay a lot of money to lease land for this, and it's expensive. The staff also submitted a funding request this year to the state. We have not received anything, and we don't know if that's going to happen this year, but there would definitely need to be renewed efforts in terms of locating another source, because frankly, most affordable housing money cannot be used for safe parking. It's not considered housing in that sense. It's a relatively new product. And so there is that challenge. And so with that, we have a map. This is a map of the 155 sites in the city. Again, all these sites had different issues and constraints. There's really no ideal location. We are planning to come back with a study session just on this topic later this year, and we will be able to talk more in depth at that time. With that, I believe I'm going to pass it to the Police Department, Chief Morgan, to talk about our next
Thank you.
slide.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address this critical issue of the homeless in our community. As Chief of Police, I want to share the Santa Clara Police Department's philosophy rooted in our commitment to public safety, compassion, and constitutional responsibility. For too long, reluctance to enforce state and municipal laws has allowed the homeless to live in inhumane conditions, conditions that compromise their dignity and the safety of our neighborhoods. Our approach is simple. We will enforce the law respectfully and constitutionally. Community feedback strongly supports increased enforcement alongside services to work towards healthy and safe spaces for all. Our community response team, CRT, plays a vital role in this balanced approach, responding to crises and connecting the homeless to resources throughout the county. While enforcement is necessary, we simultaneously offer access to the various resources that support this effort. We are aligned with the city's strategy to improve quality of life for both residents and the homeless. I am proud to introduce Sergeant RJ Otico, who leads our CRT with dedication and expertise. Sergeant Otico will provide deeper context on his team's work, including their efforts to engage the homeless, facilitate assessments, and coordinate with partners. His team's proactive outreach is a cornerstone of our commitment to both compassion and accountability. His team, I might add, currently includes a PERT clinician, which you heard about earlier, a position that the county is currently seeking to eliminate. This decision potentially eliminates our co-response model and will hurt our collective efforts. Thank you for your support as we create a safer, more humane Santa Clara, and I will now turn it over to Sergeant Otico.
Thank you. Welcome, Sergeant.
Thank you, Chief Morgan, for the warm introduction. Good evening. My name is RJ Otico, and I oversee the Police Department's Community Response Team, better known as CRT. Just for perspective and insight, CRT is comprised of myself, 4 officers, and a mental health clinician or PERT clinician. And on our day-to-day operations, CRT's function within the police department is quite broad and varied. I want to give you a little bit of understanding of how broad CRT's responsibility is. Some of the things that fall within CRT's purview include criminal nuisance abatements, public safety liaison to Santa Clara University, including the NERC, which is a Neighborhood University Relations Committee. CRT is charged with enforcing vice, crimes such as prostitution, illegal gaming, alcohol, and tobacco laws. Within CRT, we also are responsible for responding to acute crisis and cases involving mental health and subjects living with mental illness. We are also responsible for licensing and permitting of vendors. This includes the food trucks as well as sidewalk vendors throughout the city. And in general, we are responsible for addressing chronic, long-term quality of life issues such as homelessness. Now, since assuming my role in August of 2024, the most frequent complaint that I receive has to do with concerns surrounding homelessness and the health and safety aspects of it. These complaints vary from homeless people setting up encampments just outside a homeowner's backyard to homeless people living in squalor within RVs along our roadways. Residents, business owners, and community members consistently complain about health and safety concerns related to these illegal encampments. They are demanding action. As Chief Morgan mentioned, our approach is simple. It is to enforce the law respectfully and constitutionally. Enforcing the law respectfully starts with leading with compassion. CRT makes every effort to engage with homeless individuals to learn about their unique situation and needs. CRT then serves as the conduit to connect these individuals to a resource that meets their needs. Then we educate. We educate the unhoused community and homeless individuals that we come across about the relevant laws, and we explain the violations. This could be anything from an unpermitted campsite, which is required per our ordinance, open campfires, septic waste being dumped or stored in buckets or dumped in the storm drains. We explained all the violations. After that education, we explain all these violations and allow for an opportunity to comply. Enforcement is spared against those who refuse resources and choose not to comply with our laws. I want to give you some insight of some efforts on a day-to-day operation that CRT has engaged in to address homelessness throughout the city. So since August of 2024, we successfully abated long-term RV encampments from various locations throughout the city. These are locations historically where unhoused people had been camping for years, upwards of 5 years. These locations were littered with trash and debris, and a lot of health and safety concerns were generated a lot of complaints for us. CRT regularly supports Santa Clara Valley Water District to remove and clean up illegal encampments along our protected waterways. There are several waterways that run throughout the city, namely the Santa Mosaquino Creek, the Saratoga Creek, and the Calabasas Creek, all of which our residents have been negatively impacted, especially those that live along and homes that back up to these waterways. So on a monthly basis, we collaborate with Valley Water to abate these illegal encampments. CRT also partners with the Department of Public Works and Tucker Construction to do monthly cleanups throughout the city. Lastly, CRT has partnered and collaborated with various service providers and outreach teams to connect people to services, to resources, to housing. And our PERC clinician has connected several homeless individuals living with mental illness to behavioral health services, as well as conducted mental health assessments for those that are severely mentally ill and homeless. Some of the challenges that we as a police department have faced and have seen trying to address homelessness is that, as you can imagine, with the RVs and abandoned vehicles that are throughout the city, towing the RVs, some of them rather large, is a substantial cost, operational cost for the tow companies, as well as storing them and dismantling them. And during that process, they come across a lot of hazardous waste, bio waste, propane tanks, et cetera, and those costs are substantial for our third-party vendors. That in turn makes towing RVs less desirable for them. Secondly, the capacity to tow. Many of these RVs take up large spaces within their yards, and we simply have reached a limit on the capacity of the number of abandoned vehicles and RVs used for illegal camping to be towed. Another challenge that we face, as the chief mentioned, the County Behavioral Health Services Department is moving to eliminate our PERC clinician, and ultimately this will reduce our capability to provide a direct connection to county mental health resources. And if homelessness persists, CRT is pulled further and further away from the other tasks that I previously mentioned that fall within CRT's roles and responsibilities. Nonetheless, despite these challenges, CRT will remain steadfast in our approach to addressing homelessness. We will do so with dignity, respect, and accountability. Thank you. Pass it to you, Christine. So these are some before and after photos of an example of the area where encampments had been there for more than 5 years, and a lot of trash was left behind. We have septic waste being collected in buckets, as you can see in that before photo, the third photo from the left. And the after photos kind of depict what it looks like after we've completed our cleanup and abatements of these areas. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
We understand the importance of having a transparent and cost-effective budget to implement the work plan. The next two slides provide an implementation budget for the 2-year work plan with line items that are pending additional funding highlighted in blue. For the first year, which is covered in this slide, you'll see that we have budgeted a little more than $3 million to cover the city's homelessness prevention and crisis response services. There is an unfunded need of over $1.6 million. For year 2, we budgeted close to $2.5 million to cover the city's services, and there's an unfunded need of $65,000 in an additional cost estimate for increasing towing capacity. In response to Council's previous request for metrics to measure impact, staff incorporated new performance measures in the city budget to track homelessness numbers related to inflow and outflow and funds invested in our city response. There are also performance measures in the proposed service agreement with We Hope that will track additional metrics like the number of clients that complete housing plans, secure increased benefits, and obtain shelter or housing. In terms of next steps, we are presenting the council a agreement with We Hope for services that Adam had discussed regarding street outreach, the temporary hotel, and the inclement weather program. In August, we hope to initiate We Hope services, as well as having an agenda item on the home key revenue agreement. And in the fall, there will be a potential safe parking study session, as well as a final response plan for council consideration and adoption. And there was also a recently approved CDD management analyst that will be assigned to complete a lot of the work plan items that are new, and as well as supporting existing work plan items as well. With that, we'll like to open it up for council discussion with a focus in 4 areas. Does the council have feedback on the specific work items that staff covered tonight? Are there any key work items that are missing from the work plan that is attached to the response plan as Appendix A? Do you agree with how the work plan is prioritized and structured? And are there any general questions for staff? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, for everyone that made this presentation. It was very informative. We appreciate all the work that went into this. We're going to start with council questions. And we'll start with Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I have some specific questions. I was wondering, is there any possibility in a safe parking situation to have drug sniffing dogs? Now, I know marijuana is legal, but, you know, other type, I just don't want something to become a magnet for problems. I was curious, trying to follow all the different numbers and everything. It looked like we have a chronic problem of approximately 21%. And there were a lot of people that were over 2 years outside, without housing. I was just wondering specifically if there was any reality to how that can change, because that concerns me. I was wondering, the Benton Lawrence situation, I did write down, I wasn't clear if it was interim or transitional. I thought it was, and you did write that it was transitional. On the motel shelter, I was wondering about, there were 5 rooms and then 10 hotel rooms, 5 that were always, and then the 10 that were for when we have inclement weather. I was wondering about the capacity of those rooms, how many people, and what happens if there's damage to those rooms. We all know if we stay in a hotel, if you do anything, your credit card gets charged. So I was just concerned about that. I was wondering about the enforcement and access to creeks. It was mentioned Calabasas, Saratoga, and San Tomas, because that has been a concern in the past of enforcement, and that officers were only able to go down there if there was a violent situation. So it sounds to me like that may have changed. And I was also wondering about the cost of towing RVs versus the safe parking, if that could be shown, because I understand the extra cost there. I do know that my church looked at having a safe parking in the back parking lot, but then so many requirements were put on them that they said, we can't do this. So I found the overnight safe parking an interesting possibility if it didn't require a whole bunch of requirements. I guess we'll hear later more about the oversized vehicle possibilities and our city-owned sites. And I think that's most of the questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Jane, your questions?
Yeah, I know we had the homelessness task force, so I just wanted to understand, a lot of people say that a lot of our unhoused people are from outside because we have generous benefits, and I believe that's not true. I believe that most people are from here. I don't know if you have any numbers from that. In terms of outreach, I thought we funded 2 people from Abode a couple of years ago. Did that ever happen? And now we're moving to We Hope. I had heard that the problem was we couldn't actually hire people. It was difficult to find people to do the outreach, and I think the outreach is very important. And then on slide 21, we talk about chronically homeless, and I wanted to get a definition for what chronically homeless is. Are those like people with disabilities, or are those people that are housing resistant, people that just don't abide by rules and you can't house them? And then I heard that our mobile shower program and laundry program only delivers 34 showers a month at Marsali Park, and that's actually up from 7. So it doesn't seem to me to be a very effective program, and I'm wondering if you could explain why Marsali Park is better than, say, putting it at St. Justin's or somewhere where people receive food. And then laundry, it's difficult to transport your laundry to a mobile laundry facility. I wanted to understand how that works. I like in the presentation, in the packet, they talked about a concept of safe storage, something that I really like. Often unhoused people, they lose their documents. Their documents get stolen, and they have to go replace all their documents. To have some place to be able to safely store their documents seems like a great idea. And then finally, well, I have 2, did we consider tiny homes? I know San Jose has successfully done a number of tiny homes, and I think they seem to be relatively cost effective, and is more permanent. Finally, for the RV safe parking, are there support services provided there? Are there any barriers to the people that get to park there? Are there time limits? Can you only stay there for 6 months? Are there pump outs? What do they do with the waste from their RVs? And then I heard this program in San Jose where they have prohibited rentals of RVs. And is that something that we might consider? Because I think some people take advantage of unhoused people by renting RVs to them. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for presentation. A few questions. My first question is, keeping in view the federal cuts to some of these challenges we are facing for financial purposes, what is the forecast? Like, what are the challenges and what are the way outs for that? And a question regarding changing the location for mobile hygiene, looking at the numbers we have, like Councilmember Search said, 7 and 34 right now in a month. Can we make it on a rotation basis if we see different locations have more influx of homelessness? So can we move that to different location? How easy or difficult that is? Next question is, for future RV parking, we are trying to look into, are we trying to provide all these facilities like mobile hygiene and laundry services over there? One question to County Representative Hillary. CRT just mentioned that they are losing the coordinator for the mental health, behavioral coordinator, basically. Why is that? Because homelessness, one of the biggest challenges is mental health and behavior issues, and why county is doing that, which everybody knows that that's the biggest challenge, why we are doing that. Conducting proactive street outreach, yeah, that's very important. And I know we did conduct a survey like one time, how effective that survey was, and are there ways, if that is a very effective survey, to get the information back, and can we have multiple of those focus surveys, like outreach surveys, once a quarter or something like that, so that we can reduce homelessness and find out the real reasons why we have a specific homelessness issues within Santa Clara? Because every city or every county can have a different reason. So what is the outcome of that data-driven approach, basically? What we can learn from that? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox?
Thank you. I think I'll start with, in response to the feedback, what I would consider missing from this for clarification. So when I look at gaps in this, strategy 1 that talks about preventative measures is largely unaddressed in the ongoing work or the possible work to head. And I think when we look at preventing homelessness for city residents who are at risk, I don't see that pending right now. What I want to know specifically about that sentence is that limiting that effort to current city residents only, and then how are we defining at risk right now? Again, we talk a lot about visible homelessness, but it's the prevention that's going to change our future. And so I think that certainly I don't want to say encampments, all of this is absolutely necessary, but when we look at what's happening for the next generation and 30% of this demographic in Santa Clara being youth or families with young people, what are we doing to prevent this going forward? The other piece I didn't see, it was recognized in the presentation, structural inequity is a huge part of homelessness right now. And as we notice, the disparity between people of color and unhoused situations is huge. So, however, I don't think that was addressed in terms of the specificity of how we are responding to that. I think it would lend itself to a question about, do we have any racial equity metrics when we talk about our interventions right now? Are we able to say, did we serve people, not equitably, but in the same ratio to which we see the disparities occur? And then I think general questions, you know, as we talk about the dignity of people and these efforts that we're making, as we've seen in some of our housing, when problems arise, I'd like to better understand the county and the developer relationship and what formal agreements exist right now in order to hold parties accountable and make sure that what we're offering as a space for dignity and stabilization truly becomes that. I'd also like to know more about who's ultimately accountable for implementing and evaluating the strategy items that we have listed. And finally, when the public meeting occurs for the safe RV parking, I wonder if this is an effort to solicit or pitch a place, or if it will still be open to the public for consideration of multiple areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to say thank you for our staff and partners for the report. I definitely learned a lot from looking at that. And I would say I definitely agree with the priorities. Having lived on both sides of Hope Drive, I think Hope Drive looks wonderful this year. And one of the things that as there's less RVs and things of that sort, there hasn't been any this calendar year, and usually you see less dumping as well. So whatever we're doing there, I don't know if we can make sure that we do this throughout the city, and hopefully the amounts of funding that we have here are kind of are there to address some of the things that we're seeing that are working and what's not. I guess the questions I would have is, I mean, as far as maybe like federal money, is there any things that we're looking at that might impact that? We heard that we may be losing our PRT, and are there things that we can do to help the county continue to fund that position? And just the last thing I would say is as far as kind of maybe in line with Councilmember Vice Mayor Cox, as far as having supports that address maybe multi-language, documentation, these kinds of things that can definitely help folks understand the expectations and maybe some of the requirements that we need them to comply with.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. The first was in the We Hope service agreement, you talked about the hotel rooms. I'm wondering if we had a hotel or hotels in mind for those rooms? And will there be services available on site for the occupants of the hotels? And I know it was mentioned earlier, I can't remember who mentioned it, but the showers, the shower program. I know that we tried to get them to be relocated near Mission College during the food distribution days, and I don't think that ever happened. But I agree that you have to put the showers and laundry services where there's food being distributed, and whether it's St. Justin's or Salvation Army or somewhere else, there should be a combination of services there. So it's sort of a one-stop shop, and I think we might get more, I think we would get more utilization of those services if it's combined with other resources. The big question, I don't know if you're going to be able to answer this, but the county traditionally has been the lead agency involved with social services for the entire county, funding all of the things that they should. But as the county reduces their budget for these types of services, they're going to rely more on cities to fund these ourselves, although they get funded for these type of services. So what are we looking at, and what do we expect for the future in Santa Clara? And, how do we need to look at our budget in the future to see where the gaps are going to be, like we just heard about in our police department and others? So those are my questions. Councilmember Park? And then I'm going to go to the public, and because of time, the city management can bring this back at our next study session, these 50 or more questions. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, the county would be the appropriate place because I think that we're not going to solve these issues on a citywide basis. I think we have to solve these regionally. At the same time, if the cities were able to do everything themselves, the counties wouldn't have a role. They wouldn't necessarily be in the role. I think counties take over. They fill in the gaps where cities do not have services or cannot handle the work that's there. I mean, library, shelters, or senior center for showers, I think those make sense. I mean, places where people actually congregate. But at the same time, I would want somebody like a health worker assigned to these places permanently. I mean, even if they have to rotate, maybe the mobile facility rotates as well, which is it goes through the different shelters, the libraries, the different libraries. But it would be nice to have a worker there as well so that the library staff does not have to be the first point of contact with people who are coming looking for help. When we look at the at-risk demographic, I'm thinking on page, I don't know where it is, I think it's the unhoused residents. I think it's 17 or 18. Most of the new unhoused numbers are sheltered. I mean, that was the claim. And looking at the percentages, it makes it hard to see the changes in the counts. But when you look at the numbers, the unsheltered increased by 71, which is 1% approximately. Sheltered increased by 737, which is about 29.5%, which sounds like a big increase. But, I mean, and it is, but when you compare it to the number of total unhoused, the total increased by about 808. And if I look at the rental and housing vacancy rates in our city, I'm told that in Santa Clara it's 7.71%, and the increase is about 1.5% higher than it was in Q1 of 2024. And when I do the numbers, I would think that vacancy rate increase could actually house all of the 808 new unsheltered people that come to the city. I mean, are we looking at how the vacancy rates are increasing as the number of people who are unsheltered increases? I think that, as the Vice Mayor said, that if we look at how we prevent people who are at risk from becoming unsheltered, that is the biggest bang for the buck. In those cases, we don't even have to provide a room. They stay in the room that they're in. Safe parking. I do want laundry and shower services in the safe parking place. That would be very good. Councilmember Jane also talked about pumping, I guess, the dumping of wastewater, of gray water. I think that's important. I want to know that what, besides the RVs, I mean, in terms of policy or enforcement, if we have a safe parking place, can we set up policies that, limit the parking of RVs on the street? I mean, can we issue permits that say, hey, you are not at this place, but we're going to issue a permit to be on the street because we don't have a spot at a safe parking place? I would think that safe parking is never going to be big enough. But I want to know what we can do if we have a safe parking place, meaning if we have a safe parking location, can we actively move people or tell people to move from the residence, from the neighborhoods to the safe parking place? And then once it gets full, we have the same situation again. And I'd like to know if the number of RVs has decreased or increased or stayed the same after safe parking gets put in. Outside of food and clothing, it's funny, but I talk to a lot of unhoused people. And when I ask them, do you need food? Because I can tell you where to get food. Many people tell me, I don't need food, I don't need clothing. I know where I can get food, I know where I can get clothing. And when I ask what they really need, they'd say, we would like children's books, children's toys. Sometimes they have very young children. I've seen, it was 2 years ago, so maybe he's 3 years old now, but we had somebody who was 17 months. And the question is, how do people get basic needs outside of food and clothing, like soap, like laundry detergent, like chargers? Because the first thing that goes missing or broken are electronics. There are things they would like to go to a place, rather than simply be given clothing, they would like to go to a place and choose the clothing that they get because they may have different tastes and it gives them a little bit of agency. I know that we've got programs, we've got a Salvation Army, and it would be really nice if we could give vouchers that say, hey, you can get, I don't know, $25 voucher at Salvation Army or at a Goodwill or some partner site, and people could get whatever they wanted from there because we don't know what their needs are. But their needs are certainly more than just a place to stay, food, and clothing, especially when we've got people on the street with children. I looked at, well, I guess I'll wait for the RV safe parking, but I think a lot of things need to be thought out. And, I've been talking a lot to people who are unhoused. I've been talking to also the library, meaning I would like to see something permanently at the library where we have a person. We've got people that, like navigation centers, they can direct the people who come to the library, the most popular public space around. They can direct them to the services that are there or nearby. But right now, we don't have people to do that. We've got programs. I think Councilmember Jane was talking about our partnership with other programs, but in other cities, for example, in Millbrae, I believe that they have a service that does navigation. It's an end of line for BART, and they actively look for people who may be coming off the BART or looking for a place, something, and they will be told where to go. And I think that having something like that at places like the library, and in the future, when we also become a BART terminus, this would be a good thing to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's it for the council questions. We're going to go now to members of the public. If any member of the public would like to speak, please come up to the podium here. We'll start with those that are in the council chambers. Anyone? All right, we have one member online, Diane. Go ahead, Diane.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
First of all, I just want to say I think a lot of what's in that plan is fabulous. I thought the council members' comments also were very positive. My biggest concern is the emphasis on the cleanups and the towing. What the officer described as dignified and respectful sounds frankly terrifying. If somebody came to my tent, if I had a tent, and with a gun, and said, here's all these rules, you're violating all these rules, and if you don't, we're going to take away your car, we're going to take away your RV, we're going to take away all your stuff or a lot of your stuff. That would be really traumatic, and I think that should be a completely last ditch effort. There shouldn't be 24 a year. I was absolutely shocked that they were thinking of doing it like twice a month. It should be just on a very, just once in a while when somebody is just a total problem. But for the most part, people need more respect. And these other solutions with the housing, all the different things are a much better solution than any kind of sweeps or cleanup. And then one other thing I thought I'd suggest, I've been trying to mention this to people, is I have this idea of a plan where you can tie in the minimum wage to the price of rents. We shouldn't be having people who are working full time who are homeless. I mean, it's just unconscionable that somebody who's spending all their time working or 40 hours a week working would still be homeless because they don't make enough. And if you tie in the minimum wage to the rental rates, and I can get into more detail if you wish, but it would give people who work here to the opportunity to live here. And I'd like to see it could be done. Okay, I guess I'm done. Statewide or countywide. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Diane. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak? So please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening all. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Sihat Iqbal Erdogan. I am both your neighbor and I'm here as someone who really cares the well-being of both unhoused and housed communities. As I'm a volunteer from Pacifica Institute that we provide community service, food distribution, hygiene kit, toys to shelters and foster care services facilities. And personally, I am also working for a general contractor, Core Builders, that we provide affordable housing solutions. And I would like to provide feedback that I think we also need to focus on balanced approach because regardless of being housed or unhoused, it must be everyone's responsibility to be a good citizen, a good resident to their community. And for that reason, law enforcement and accountability must apply everyone. And as Council Member Albert Gonzalez stated, Hope Drive, Bassett Street, I have brought several times these issues. Right now looks a lot different, feels like real streets, although there are things to improve. But if we can't maintain it, it can go back to the original issues easily. And it feels so sorry to hear that our police department, which they really helped on these issues, they showed commitment, I really appreciate. But they have a pretty tight budget. So what happens? The outcome is, if they have a tight budget, if illegal encampments cannot be cleaned up or street cleanup cannot be kept up with the illegal dumping, so it becomes hotspot. These locations become hotspot, and it turns out to another chronic issues. So I really support that we can have the required necessary budget allocations to the law enforcement. And another chronic issues is fragmented communication channels between the jurisdictions. We report one issue alongside the railroads to the city. City says it's out of our jurisdiction. County says it is not our jurisdiction. Caltrans says it is not our jurisdiction. We find Union Pacific, and you cannot reach out anyone over there. So I think that needs to be focused as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. I know I saw the debris next to the train tracks, and yeah, everybody says, it's them. So we have to work on that of, how we can help be the bridge to get all that cleaned up. Thank you so much. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? I don't have anybody else online. All right, City Manager, you have a lot of questions for our next meeting, and closing comments, please.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. A number of comments, we've recorded them. We will look at your business calendar and find an appropriate time to have a second study session.
Thank you very much. So we are now going to adjourn our study session, and we will start our council meeting at 7:10. So give the staff a chance to pivot into the regular meeting. So we'll be back at 7:10. Thank you. Nora? Could everyone take their seats, please?
Don't throw it into the crowd. When you could.
Good evening, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call.
Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present?
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor, Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. But before we begin our meeting today, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the heartbreaking devastation caused by the recent floods in Texas. Lives have been lost, families displaced, and entire communities have been left reeling. Although we are a few states away, we stand in solidarity with the people of Texas during this unimaginable time. I ask that we pause now for a moment of silence to honor the lives lost and to send strength to the survivors and first responders who are working tirelessly in the aftermath of this tragedy. Thank you very much for that. We're going to move on with the agenda. Reports of action taken in closed session. We didn't have one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do you want to say that, City Attorney?
I do have a report out
Oh.
from our
Oh,
special
from last
session.
time. It's
on
been
the-
2 weeks. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
actually the one on June, that's right, about 2 weeks ago, June 27th, at a special meeting, council did meet in closed session with respect to one item, conference with labor negotiators. Under discussion were two labor groups, Unit 4, the engineer group, and Unit 10, public safety non-sworn employees. Both matters were discussed, however, there was no reportable action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Continuances, exceptions, reconsideration. I'm going to ask that we move up item number 7 to the first public hearing, general business. I know there's members of the public that are following this and want to participate and at a reasonable hour. So we're going to move that up. Are there any other comments, continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations? I don't see any. So we are now going to move to our first and only order of special business this evening. Today, the City of Santa Clara proclaims July as Parks and Recreation Month. Our Parks and Recreation professionals are instrumental in creating communities in Santa Clara that are welcoming and inclusive through recreation, community events, and providing open space. Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities promoting health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who visit our city parks. Now, I'd like to invite Damon Sparacino, our Director of Parks and Recreation, to the podium to say a few words. And it looks like you brought a crew with you this evening. I see a lot of props back there. Welcome.
Yep, we do have a crew here. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. So every July, National Recreation Park Association declares Park and Recreation Month and sets an annual theme. This year's theme is Build Together, Play Together. Proclaiming July as Parks and Recreation Month provides City Council an opportunity to recognize and acknowledge the importance of parks and recreation and the benefits it provides to the community we serve. The Santa Clara Parks and Recreation Department is responsible for development, operation, and maintenance of over 350 acres of parks, athletic fields, open space, community centers, and aquatic facilities. Additionally, the Parks and Recreation Department provides and promotes integral physical, social, emotional, and cognitive wellness programs and services for the residents of Santa Clara. And in fiscal year 24-25, our Recreation Services Division provided programs for 23,900 participants, which translated to approximately 38,000 service delivery hours. To also cover a couple of highlights for the Parks and Recreation team in service delivery, the Recreation Division delivered 2,500 unique programs, served 133,000 drop-in participants and lap swimmers, served 20,000 senior nutrition meals, processed 450 picnic and facility reservation, and achieved $3.7 million in net revenue, service revenue. The Parks Division completed 1,350 facility work orders, 3,500 park operation work orders, inspected and certified over 20 playgrounds, completed 60 internments at the Mission City Memorial Park, and completed the Magical Bridge Playground, as well as rehabilitated and reopened Montague and Westwood Oak Parks. And as a team, we, as council knows, started phase 1 of the International Swim Center project and provided special event opportunities, just like we had last Friday, to more than 200,000 people. In closing, this year's Parks and Recreation Month theme, Build Together, Play Together, reinforces our city's commitment to developing and delivering industry-leading sustainable parks and programs for current and future generations of Santa Clarans. And of course, we kicked off Parks and Recreation Month with an amazing 4th of July community celebration in partnership with Mission College and Great America. And I want to thank council, the city manager, and our incredibly dedicated staff, both in Parks and Recreation and across the entire organization, for their support and efforts in delivering an excellent event. I literally got goosebumps when the crowd roared at the end of the fireworks show, the finale. It was truly electric. It was like we just won the Super Bowl together. It was kind of cool. So that was our little Super Bowl, putting on an event of that magnitude for the community. And then finally, residents are encouraged to celebrate the rest of Parks and Recreation Month in July by participating in the Parks Master Plan Survey. The survey is open and available on our website all the way through August 4th. By sharing your garden harvest at the second Sunday Garden Share on July 13th at Eddie Souza Park and Garden, grabbing tickets to see Roberta Jones Jr. Theater's rendition of Alice in Wonderland July 15th through 17th, visiting the Magical Playground to enjoy live entertainment and fun at the To the Bridge Music Hour on July 16th, or joining us for a Sunset Cinema on July 18th for a viewing of The Wild Robot, and, of course, dancing at a summer concert series in the park, Central Park, on either July 18th or July 25th. With all sincerity, thank you again, and happy Park and Recreation Month.
Don't we have one this Friday? Yeah.
Oh, yep, we do. We got ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, that's so exciting.
I'd like to also invite, we have a lot of staff here tonight from both
I see all
Parks and
them. They're all going to
Recreation.
come forward and ask the council to stay back here with their Parks and Recreation.
Yeah, so I'd like to also recognize the staff that are here in
Can
the
we have
council
them come
chambers.
forward too,
Absolutely.
to be in the
Could you guys all
photos? Or
please-
would you like to mention their names?
Yeah, we've got Mary Lou, Robin, Jennifer, Kim, Dale, Gail, Kristen, and Carolyn. Am I missing
Did
anyone?
you get it right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, come on down. You're the next contestant on Park and Recreation Month.
All right, very good. Let's do this. Nobody's going to wear that.
You're not wearing that?
You don't get it.
Somebody got a day for Lane. This is kind of a conservation. Dual purposes. I know. Look at you.
That looks like something my daughter would have killed to have worn 4 years ago, but she will never touch it.
Broom hockey. Like rake soccer, maybe.
I want to stand
Can we throw the balls at cheese?
You want to stand next
So I can catch them? Is that a skill set people have? Throw it just up in the air. No, that's a dare. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to do a couple. Here's one. I'll do one a little bit close, a little wider, I guess. 1, 2, 3. And then let me do just one more, just guys. 1, 2, 3. And then I got a phone here. I'm gonna All right, here we go. Let's bring it in a little bit. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And I'll do one more, or just a little wider. Up here, and there we go. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, sorry, it's on live.
Kim, do we get to keep our dodgeballs?
It's a live picture. We don't want a live picture. Thank you for the props. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 5. Final picture. 1, 2, 3. Throw them in the air. All right. Hey, very nice. Oh man, that's great. Great stuff. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Go long.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
This is the fun month, July, the fun months. Okay. All right, back to serious business. Here we go. All right. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item's pulled for discussion. Do I have any member of the council or the audience, anyone that would like to pull a consent calendar item? If not,
Mayor, I didn't want to pull anything. I just had a comment on an item.
would you like to put your light on? I'm reading our new policies here. All right. Councilmember Jane.
I just wanted to comment on item 3J, action authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute amendments to the agreement with N. Harris Computer Corporation for the North Star CSI utility billing system. I was very pleased to see that there's support for Green Button Connect in here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move
Would
to
someone
approve.
like to put their light on to get acknowledged to make the motion? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy to approve the consent calendar, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. City Clerk, would you like to read the motion?
The motion is to approve the consent calendar.
Very good. Thank you. Please register your vote. Please register your vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Next, we have public presentations. And is there any member of the public that would like to make a public presentation? And these are items that are not on the agenda. Anyone here in the audience, please come forward. Is your name Krish? Very good. Welcome. If you speak in the microphone. There you go.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, so dear council members, thank you for giving me the time to speak. And I wanted to talk about climate anxiety, especially with our youth, and ways to address it. So about myself, I'm a rising high school senior, and I've been doing environmentally related research for the past 5 years since the California 2020 August wildfires. And when my cousins had to evacuate because of the LA fires recently, that prompted me to do research for climate anxiety. And I found a lot of studies that show that over 50% of our youth are anxious about the climate, and even one study that suggested 80%. And this is a huge issue because it leads to a variety of symptoms, including depression and stress. In California specifically, wildfires are the big contributor to climate anxiety. And what's interesting is that we, especially California, has made a lot of progress towards a zero-emission future. If you look at these 3 Google search trends, you can see that climate anxiety and climate disaster have spiked in usage since 2010 in interest, but climate progress really hasn't. So there's a weird thing where we have a lot more concern about climate rather than appreciating the progress we've made. And so I did a research on a lot of solutions, and you can see all of them here, but I wanted to focus on number 3, which is to balance our negative news with climate progress updates. And so I looked at the California Air Emissions Board detailed vehicle emissions for all California counties since 2000, and I kind of made some insights with some interactive maps and charts, and I wanted to share a couple of the insights to kind of reinforce my point, which is that 43 out of the 58 California counties have reduced their GHG emissions since 2000, and if you factor in population increases, then 54 out of 58 have reduced their per capita GHG vehicle emissions during that time span. And like I said, Santa Clara County especially has made a lot of strides, reducing their per capita GHG emissions by 33%. So clearly there's an issue where even though we made a lot of progress, the youth in our communities haven't really been seeing that. And part of that is because of news sources really embellishing climate disasters and not really highlighting climate progress. And part of that is just we haven't done a great job of showing our youth the progress we have made. So I have 3 main proposals that I've been working on and I would love the city to help with. Number 1 would be to include more green sections about climate progress in our city green newsletters, such as, for example, highlighting some of those insights I shared, which I've been working on an op-ed for that. Number 2, I would love to see if the city's climate action plan, which currently just focuses on ways to reduce climate change, would also highlight specific goals for reducing climate anxiety, especially within our youth, using some of the solutions I talked about above. And finally, maybe a website sponsored by the city or on the city website where people can easily see climate progress, because that would be more accessible by the youth who tend to use the internet a lot. So thank you for listening. I love your feedback.
Thank you. It's a public presentation, so we don't really give feedback or take action, but we appreciate your well-put-together presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, next, anyone else here in the council chambers for a public presentation? Okay, seeing none, we have Betsy. Go ahead, Betsy. You're online.
Thank you. Good evening. Betsy Magus. I am a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, speaking for myself. Several weeks, if not months ago, you all approved the Stevens Creek Boulevard Vision Study. I believe you approved it on a consent agenda after seeing it in a study session and liking it well enough. It's coming to Cupertino in 1 week from tonight on July 15th. And the Cupertino Council has had some turnover in the past election and seems to be reluctant about it, where none of the other agencies are. If you have I don't know what the requirements are for you communicating with your counterparts in Cupertino, but if you have the ability to, either as individuals or as a council, I would urge you all to tell Cupertino to get on board with this effort. We need more multi-agency actions like this one, not fewer. And we need for the agencies to stay engaged and to really move towards the future. Since I have another couple of minutes to speak, I have a second topic here. We have been working on the Vision Zero plan for some time. That's in a draft stage. I hope everybody listening will get involved and give feedback on it. There are a couple of things that I have noticed and suggested that I think are not really traffic controls as such, and maybe won't end up in the Vision Zero plan, but I think they could save lives. I sent a note to a couple of you about this already, and I can copy it to the rest. That is, we had an incident a couple of years ago now where a driver confused forward and reversed, crashed into the side of Sprouts and pinned a family with young children between the car and the building. The family, as I understand it, survived in this case, but that kind of crash happens something like 100 times per day across the US. So the suggestion that I would make is bollards or other barriers, could be planters, could be decorative, any place that parking or car circulation is directly adjacent to walkways and buildings like that. The other suggestion that I have in that respect is loading zones in new developments. This one is because as a bicycle rider, I find people parked in the bike lane all the time. And one of the sources for that is, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Betsy. Next, we have Luis. Go ahead, Luis. Luis, you're muted. Unmute yourself. Luis, unmute yourself. Okay, one more time. Luis, if you can unmute yourself, please. All right. Well, if he comes back at some point, we can always hear from him. All right, we're going to move on then. I don't see any other, do you have no other hands up, correct? Okay. We're going to move on then to our first order hearing of public business. Public hearing, official business is item number 7. Public hearing, consideration of various actions to amend the City Place Santa Clara project located at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive to provide a new Scheme C land use scenario to add light industrial as a permitted land use on parcels 1 and 2, replace the originally planned office uses, and transferring unused development intensity to parcel 4, and to implement other project changes. City Manager, you're there already.
Yes.
Hi.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of council and the public, both here and at home. You may recall on May 6th of this year, the City Council had a study session on the related Santa Clara project. At that study session, we provided a comprehensive overview of the project's history, the entitlement structure, development agreements, as well as the progress made to date. Tonight, staff is presenting formal recommendations for the City Council to consider regarding Scheme C, a proposed amendment to the 2016 Master Community Plan, the General Plan, Zoning Ordinance, and the associated development agreement that we commonly refer to as the DA, as well as the Disposition and Development Agreement, DDA, for the related Santa Clara project. And an EIR addendum, Environmental Impact Report addendum, is also proposed for Scheme C for the light industrial uses. Previously known as City Place Santa Clara, related Santa Clara, as it's now known, is one of the city's largest and most complex development initiatives, really proposing to transform 240 acres in a phased mixed-use project on city-owned land across from Levi Stadium. The project is envisioned as a regional hub for innovation, business, housing, and open space. Since its original entitlements, which were approved in 2016, the developer has advanced 2 development area plans and importantly submitted over 60 permit applications. While substantial progress has been made, it is important to note that the project has also faced a range of external challenges that have contributed to delays, including various items. One of those, as we all know, was a CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act lawsuit, most importantly noting that we won at trial. Regulatory requirements related to the former landfill site. Also, challenges with the disruption of office and retail markets due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and escalating construction costs that impacted the project's overall feasibility. Important also to note that Scheme C reflects a strategic recalibration of land uses in response to economic shifts, particularly the softening of the office and retail sectors across the entire Bay Area. Under this proposal, light industrial uses such as advanced manufacturing data centers would be introduced on an eastern portion of the site. At the same time, the city's vision for a dynamic, mixed-use urban core remains preserved on parcels 4 and 5. This also allows for 15% affordable housing and a net positive impact to the city's general fund. In tonight's presentation, you will see a fiscal analysis, and what you'll see is at full build-out, the project is estimated to provide over $28 million annually to the city and several billion dollars over the life of the project. In addition to the proposed adjustments, the proposed actions include targeted amendments to the development agreement as well as the DDA. These revisions are designed to preserve the city's long-term oversight and public commitments, provide flexibility to advance early phases of the development, adjust rent obligations specific to data center uses, and update the performance schedule to align to the current economic conditions. With that, I want to go through our agenda for this presentation. You will have an introductory presentation that will be provided by our Community and Economic Development Director. She will go over the site, the Master Community Plan from 2016, the proposed entitlements, what we're referring to as Scheme C, as well as the land use development comparison. We will then pause for a presentation from Related Santa Clara, and that will be provided by Steve Eimer as well as Nick Vanderbloom from Related. Staff will then come back to continue the presentation, and we will present on the proposed changes to the development agreement as well as the disposition and development agreement, the DDA. You will also then receive a presentation of market and fiscal analysis that has been conducted by the city, and we hired an independent consultant to provide that analysis. We will then have council questions, public comment, council deliberation, and then a scheduled council action. I won't introduce everybody on this slide, but this slide just really wants to introduce and highlight the full complement of individuals that have supported this request from Related. So a number of individuals from the city manager's office, myself, Elizabeth Klotz, a assistant city manager, as well as Elysia Knight, a project manager for the city that was hired by the city to specifically help advance this project. We have our economic and fiscal consultant, David Dozema, here to present to you. Our city attorney's office has been instrumental in supporting us tonight. You will hear from Anna Shimko, outside counsel that has been supporting this project. And you will also hear from the Community Development Department, our director, Afsha Hamid. Also of note, we have representatives from the Public Works Departments as well as the Fire Department, Park and Recreation Department, Silicon Valley Power, and our Water and Sewer Department here to support you, as well as our environmental consultant online if you have any questions about the environmental impact. So my last slide really presents our recommendations, and you will see these later on tonight. But really, after significant review, negotiation, and adjustments from what was originally proposed by Related for Scheme C, staff stands here recommending approval of a number of actions tonight. An addendum to the environmental impact report, a general plan amendment, zoning code amendments, an amendment to the development agreement, and lastly, an amendment to the disposition and development agreement. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to our Community and Economic Development Director.
Thank you, City Manager. Welcome.
So good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. Welcome. And over the next few slides, I will walk you through the current project and the proposed new Scheme C. The overall site is 240 acres. The general plan designation is Urban Center Entertainment District. The zoning is Planned Development Master Community. The existing use is mostly vacant city-owned parcels. This was all approved through a council action in 2016. In 2016, as the city manager referenced, there was an EIR with a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, as well as a DDA and a DA between the city and the developer Related Santa Clara LLC. The current site was previously occupied with a golf and tennis club, restaurant banquet facilities, Fire Station 10, and a parks maintenance facility. The northern portion of the site includes an existing 13-acre retention basin. Let's see if I can pull this up. So right here, and a BMX track. Lafayette Street divides the project site right here, and parcels 1 and parcels 2 are to the east, and parcels 3, 4, and 5 are to the west. The Union Pacific Railroad borders parcels 3 and 4 on the west side of Lafayette Street. There are a total of 5 parcels. Parcels 1, 2, 3, and 4 are former landfill, and parcel 5 is not underlain by the landfill. The city envisions this site to be a regional destination, and that was what was planned in 2016, with a 24/7 walkable mixed-use project called the City Center. I just want to clarify, the City Center was supposed to be on parcels 4 and 5. So it would contain retail, hotel, office, residential, and restaurants. So this is a challenging site to build on, and it requires significant investment, long-term commitments, and a partner with proven expertise. So as stated previously, in 2016, through a council action, this site plan was adopted. There are 5 development phases and with 5 development parcels and 7 development phases. So see, even I need to think about this. So the project has a former municipal landfill, which was closed in the 1980s, and the golf course the golf course operation stopped in 2020. So developing a former landfill comes with a unique set of challenges, and despite these complexities, the site presents a unique opportunity for major infill development next to key regional assets, and also to bring the city's own vision forward. There's 9.16 million gross square feet of development area for a vibrant urban mixed-use district, and it would allow up to 1,680 residential units. The 1,680 residential units were always planned on parcels 4 and parcels 5. So this chart describes the approvals to date and the entitlements. So as stated, there's over like 60 permits, but what this chart is describing is really the entitlements that were granted by the city only. So it doesn't include, for example, water quality, air district, fish and wildlife. So in June 2016, a general plan amendment, EIR, rezoning, master community plan were approved through a council action. Subsequent development area plans were approved, and as these were refined, EIR amendments were further proposed and prepared. However, those addendums still fell within the council approvals. So DAP 1, or Development Area 1 plan, was approved, and it was for Parcel 5, which does not have a landfill underneath it, and that occurred in March 2020. DAP 2, which is Parcel 4, was a second addendum, and that occurred in July of 2020. So existing parcels versus phases, and I will walk through the differences and an explanation of the parcels versus the phases. The parcels is how the entire site is organized and gives an overall sense of the overall framework. The phases is how the site will be prioritized for development. So for example, Parcel 5, which is here, is actually Phase 1. And Parcel 5 is approximately 14.3 acres. And each parcel may have multiple phases. So for example, what you're seeing here, this is all Parcel 4, and within Parcel 4, there are 3 phases. And that Parcel 4 is about 88 acres. So it's important to have that phasing along with the parcels. The master community plan anticipates that the project will be implemented through phases, through multiple phases over several years. Development area plans provide the detailed planning and entitlements for each phase, and they translate that into buildable, permit-ready projects. Since approval, 2 DAPs have been approved, DAP 1 for Parcel 5, and then DAP 2 for a portion of Parcel 4. So Scheme C, this is the new proposed Scheme C, and this is the request tonight. So in January 2024, the related developer submitted an application to amend the approved master community plan, or the MCP, to introduce a new Scheme C. And this is only for Parcels 1 and for Parcels 2. And what they are proposing is that this become light industrial versus offices, which were previously approved in 2016. And as the city manager stated, a lot has changed since 2016 in the development environment, the pandemic, and a number of elements have occurred since that period. So the applicant related, Santa Clara, is requesting modifications with land use change from office to light industrial. So this adjustment would introduce a greater amount of flexibility within the plan, creating new opportunities for economic development and position the city to a wider range of technology and innovation-based companies. And it also enhances the city's ability to remain adaptive and competitive in a dynamic and regional economy. Importantly, the updated plan also includes 15% affordable housing with deeper levels of affordability and reinforces the city's commitment to housing, access, and equity. It retains parcels 4 and parcels 5 as the city center development for the mixed use, and it also importantly retains parcel 3 for parks and open space and the community's vision to have a park development in the future. So the proposed entitlements for the new Scheme C, parcels 1 and 2 were previously proposed as 1.6 million gross square feet of offices, and now they're being proposed as light industrial, so both these parcels. The proposed light industrials would reduce the density on parcels 1 and 2 and increase the allowable intensity. Instead, it will transfer that to parcels 4 and parcels 5. So by starting the project with light industrial uses on parcels 1 and 2, it allows Related to generate revenue for later developments such as housing, retail, restaurants, and offices on the other parcels. So why is this relevant? It allows the preservation of the city center vision and the city's vision for to keep the heart of the project as a mixed-use, walkable, regional destination, and really retain it as a focal point within the plan. So this is a long-term phased vision for Santa Clara's continued growth. I'd like to talk about the change from offices to permitted light industrial uses next. And the light industrial category is broad and includes a range of potential job generating and community beneficial uses, such as advanced manufacturing, R&D, delivery centers, maker spaces, craft production, food distribution, and those would all fall in within the categories that you're seeing here. It would also allow for incidental uses such as retail, restaurant, personal services, and also for public or parks and open space. So staff is presenting this for council's consideration to streamline the approval process and to allow for certainty of review, as this is an important aspect so that we can continue to adapt as the market changes. With the changes in the development market, it's important to have that adaptability. With Scheme C, office can be switched to retail on a square foot by square foot basis. We keep the opportunity for retail, and the developer's obligation remains to provide 800,000 square feet of retail, and they still have to provide that if the market changes. If the office market comes back, the developer can still move forward with the earlier schemes that were proposed back in 2016, which are called Scheme A and Scheme B. So just want to make clear, there are no projects submitted at this time. And also, in reference to the data centers, staff is requesting a staff level approval of a minor use permit for the data centers. So this is a comparison of the original approved site plan from 2016 to what is being proposed today. And as you can see, Scheme C indicates the larger warehouse and industrial footprints over here versus the smaller office footprints that were previously proposed. There's also a jug handle that is proposed, which links Scheme C to the city center. There's a lick mill extension, and this is also modified. So previously, this lick mill extension was vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle. It is now just, pedestrian and bicycle only. There is a Second Street Bridge, and under Scheme C, the previously proposed Second Street Bridge has been removed, as now there is less traffic that is expected to go from those northeast parcels to city center. Okay, so in terms of numbers and square footages and what we're really looking at, the total overall development remains the same, and I just want to bring your attention to the total project. These are the columns for Scheme A, Scheme B, Scheme C, and let me walk you through those. Parcels 1 and parcels 2 were to build office as 4 million and 3.8 million, and that is right here in this row. So 4 million and then 3.8 million. And now Scheme C proposes 1.6 million of industrial instead. The balance, which is a negative 2.4 million square feet, will be used and transferred to the city center as office uses. In row 1 under Scheme C, you see that office is now 4.5 million right here. And that has increased, but the overall balance still remains the same. So that office is actually transferred now to parcels 4 and parcels 5. This indicates that Scheme C is also programmed for 800,000 square foot of retail. However, more retail could also be added. So the 800,000 square feet is here for Scheme C. And this allows for flexibility to go from office to retail. And another important point, the numerical reduction in retail, food, beverage, entertainment of 700,000 is taken against the potential gross, not the 800,000 of which is required. And so that has not changed for Scheme C. So what is 800,000 square feet and what does that look like? Is that enough retail? What are we really talking? So we just did a little comparison of what's in the region, and we looked at 3 regional destinations in the Bay Area. So the first is Broadway Plaza, and Broadway Plaza has 990,000 square feet of retail, but it is set within Walnut Creek's downtown, so this is just the retail only. There's no office or hotel within this Mace Ridge complex. And then there's the Stanford Shopping Center, which is 62 acres, and it's 1.3 million square feet of retail, and offices are throughout Palo Alto, and the hotels are also throughout downtown Palo Alto. And then we have Santana Row, which is in San Jose, and this is 42 acres, and it's 540,000 square feet of built retail space with mixed use, 800 plus residential units, and 215 luxury room hotels. So as staff looked at the comparison, 800,000 square feet of retail seems like quite a bit of retail. And in addition to that 800,000 square feet of retail, they could always do even more retail on top of that. So Broadway and Stanford centers include in the square footage of department stores, which of course are no longer viable as even department stores are changing. So that's another nuanced point we wanted to make. So for the light industrial design guidelines, this is something that we developed through the modifications. Scheme C includes a comprehensive list of design guidelines for light industrial to streamline the process and make sure that there's a buffer between the Tasman East residential to the south and to Lafayette Street as well. So it ensures high quality architecture and aesthetically pleasing buildings and design guidelines, and they're required to provide offsets and to reduce visual bulk. Any proposed substation, for example, if there's a data center or if there is a substation that is proposed, has to be at least 500 feet away from residential development, and it shall not be located along Lafayette Street. And now I will introduce the developer related Santa Clara LLC to make their presentation.
Thank you, Community Development Director. Welcome, Mr. Eimer.
Thank you, Afsha. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council. For the record, my name is Steve Eimer. I'm an Executive Vice President with Related. Been involved with the project from day one, a long time ago. I would first like to thank city staff and its consultants, advisors, for working so diligently with us for the last year and a half on these plan changes. It's been a great relationship.
Can you speak right in the microphone? Thank you.
Need to make this microphone taller.
I know, it is, yeah, we need to extend it. I agree.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
First and foremost, this project was born as a partnership with the city, and both parties have continued to conduct themselves on that basis. In our view, it is only on the basis of a partnership like ours that a project as ambitious and complicated as this one could be developed. I would dare say that almost everyone in this room would love to be able to see buildings out of the ground, and a lot of activity from visitors on the project site, particularly with the Super Bowl coming up and World Cup next year. However, reality is somewhat different. I'd like to provide some context briefly about the significant obstacles that we have jointly faced since the original entitlements, and also briefly summarize the many activities we've been engaged in while fighting to overcome those obstacles and advance the project. Some of the significant obstacles would include, and as mentioned by the city manager, shortly after entitlements, the city was sued by the city of San Jose to slow down and stop the project. At court, Santa Clara won on every count. Nonetheless, San Jose appealed the court's decision. We, Related, aggressively pursued a settlement. That process cost us 2.5 years and the imposition of some substantial financial payments. This was a force majeure event, obviously, under the terms of our project agreements. Then, just as we were advancing, planning, design, permitting for the first phases of the project, a worldwide pandemic hit us in the face, which of course shut down development activity really across the world for several years. This too was a force majeure event. But as your staff, I think, can attest, even through that period, we continued to plan, design, and permit activities through all of this and beyond. The aftermath of the pandemic has been equally challenging for our project and for real estate development generally even up to this day, I think, as you all know. Interest rates skyrocketed to levels unseen in many decades. Inflation and construction costs escalated at historic rates for several years. Several banks collapsed during this time, most notably First Republic Bank, with whom we had a fully executed lease for 160,000 square feet to go in the office building in our first phase, which fundamentally disappeared overnight. The demand for office space during that time collapsed due to the advent of remote work and other issues, and continues to suffer here in the Bay Area, with vacancy rates staying well above 20%, historically high vacancy factors. This was a materially adverse economic condition under the terms of our project agreements. It is impossible to start a new office building today without a significant commitment from a major user, which we continue to pursue. Business hotel market has also suffered a significant downturn during this time, as you know, and also the negative effects of the very poor office and hotel markets have significantly impacted the value of existing properties and has greatly diminished the value of land in this market, as mentioned by City Manager, and also as you heard in the very detailed presentation provided to you a couple of months ago by the ULI, excuse me. Okay, in the face of all that, what has been our continued activities? Related has continued to invest in and diligently advance development of the project, a fact to which I believe your staff will readily attest, since in many respects they have been actively involved with us every step of the way in true partnership fashion. In terms of advancing project planning, design and permitting, as City Manager mentioned, we do have an approved DAP for phase one, also phase two, with design approvals as part of that. And we have a building permit ready to be pulled for the Tasman parking garage and first phase office building. In terms of critical overall project approvals, which are also often not well understood or not often talked about, we've been working on these for many years. We've made significant progress, but some items are still being worked on due to the extreme complexity of the project and the very difficult regulatory environment. Building on the landfill, critical aspect of this, requires multifaceted approvals from numerous regulatory agencies, principally including the State Water Resources Control Board, Cal Recycle, the County LEA, BAQMD, just to name a few, and in addition to the various departments within the City of Santa Clara. These agencies must approve various aspects of the building foundation system design and construction methods, and the design of the methane gas and leachate collection systems, as well as all aspects of ongoing landfill maintenance and operations to be associated with project development. Since immediately following initial entitlements, we and our engineers have been heavily engaged with these agencies in seeking the approvals necessary to begin construction on the landfill. As a matter of fact, to which I think your staff readily attest, after many years of intense engineering analysis, evaluation, deliberation, we just received approvals from the Water Board and the LEA last December. Just received last December approvals for the systems to be utilized in conjunction with the construction of phase one of the project, a small portion of which happens to be on the landfill. We could not have begun construction on Phase 1 without those approvals. Similarly, because of state regulations prohibiting potable water lines on landfills, we, along with your water department, have been working for several years to gain an approval from the State Department of Drinking Water for the design of the project's water distribution system. We just received that approval 2 months ago. Again, that approval is necessary for development of this project. I'll mention one last critical approval, not yet obtained, but hopefully we're close. Development of the site requires approval from the State Water Resources Control Board and the U.S. Corps of Engineers, due to portions of the site being classified as waters of the state and waters of the U.S., believe it or not. Their approvals require the completion and acceptance of a wetlands mitigation plan and maintenance program. Your staff has been very involved with us in the preparation of that. After many years of effort, I believe we're very close to having these approvals in hand. But again, this project cannot go under construction except for Phase 1, where we got a very specific exemption, without those approvals. In addition, I will note importantly that electric service to be provided to our project will come from a yet-to-be-constructed SVP substation, the Esperanza. Its design and construction, as I'm sure you know, have been delayed several times over the years, and the substation is now scheduled to come online in late 2028. Until then, only 9 MVA of power is available to the project, which is just enough to service Phase 1 and no more. We continue to work very closely with SVP. We have a great relationship to proactively address the power needs of the project as things emerge. With all of this said, I would like to assure you that Related is still committed to moving forward with this project within the framework of our strong and enduring partnership with the City of Santa Clara. We are here tonight to seek approvals for a revised plan, Scheme C, that we believe will allow us to advance construction on the site in the near term, even within the context of these continuing challenging times. I'd like to now bring my colleague Nick Vanderboom up to share a little bit more information with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Mayor and council members. We appreciate your time and appreciate all the time that you've invested and that the city staff and team has invested over all these years. That was a lot of challenges that Steve listed. It's been a long road. We've invested a lot of time, a lot of money, but we remain optimistic about moving forward. And that's why we're here, is we want to find a way to move forward. And I think Related, as we talked about at the study session, has the experience of doing that. Here in California on several projects with this team that's in front of you, but also across the country. And I think that's something that I just wanted to briefly touch on. And just give a couple examples. The Grand in downtown LA is a project we started working on in 2005. It took 14 years until we were able to start construction and deliver this project in 2022 after 17 years of working on it. Not a schedule we like to brag about, but I think it's an example of the company's ability to persevere through recessions, through changing market conditions, to stay committed and to delivering something, and it's a project we continue to manage and work very closely on. Another example, which I think you're familiar with, is Hudson Yards. This project was a decade in the making when we opened, most of it in 2019. But there's still another half of this project that remains, and it's gone through several iterations. We've continued to react to changing market conditions and look at new program opportunities with the city, with state and federal authorities to find a way forward, and we're continuing to make that progress and stay the course there. And an example closer to home, which you're all aware of, is in the Clara district. We bought this land in 2014, and we certainly thought at the time we'd have a building open within 4 to 5 years. But longer approvals, pandemic, all the challenges we've talked about, a lot of them applied here, but we stayed the course, and 11 years after acquiring the land, we kind of turned this vision into reality. Delivered over 700 housing units, a new half-acre park, and I think we look forward to building on this start and continuing to deliver on this long-term vision in North Santa Clara. So we appreciate the partnership, we appreciate the patience, and really being able to continue to roll with us as we try to find a way to reach a next groundbreaking and ribbon cutting in the future for Related Santa Clara. And that's why we're here tonight, is to talk about the refinement of our entitlements. Just very briefly, as you know, the vision of this project was a 5 million square foot mixed-use city center across from Levi's and a 4 million square foot office campus. Our new master plan, still maintains that vision of the mixed-use city center, but it adapts to today's market environment by making the Northeast campus industrial R&D uses while densifying the city center with more office. And the last point I wanted to land on is, we really believe in the new program and allocation of density has 3 key benefits. The first is it creates a program and a use in the Northeast that we can move forward with in today's market environment. The vacancy is very low for brand new advanced manufacturing industrial. There continues to be demand and new construction of this product type in Silicon Valley. And we think this is a great site for it. We also think that consolidating the office into the city center will ultimately help us with the feasibility, because that's the type of office that really is in demand. It's not the office campus environment today, it's the downtown walkable mixed-use environments where office space is leasing, whether that's Santana Row or downtown Sunnyvale. So that again, we think is a positive evolution of the plan. And then finally, I think the combination of these 2 uses, the advanced manufacturing, industrial, and office within one shared master planning campus, really doesn't exist anywhere in Silicon Valley. And there are increasingly more users that have demands for both product types. And so we think this puts us and the city as our partner in a unique position to be able to serve those users, to bring jobs and to make this development into reality. So with that, I'll just thank you again for your consideration of this proposed modification. And thank you and the staff again for your partnership. Thank you.
Thanks. I see Anna Shimko coming forward. Welcome.
Can't get rid of me. Good evening. I'm Anna Shimko from the law firm of Burke, Williams, and Sorensen, and I have the pleasure of working with your excellent, excellent staff on this project. So I am going to try and advance the slide. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Not too surprisingly, however, yes, we're going to discuss the development agreement and the disposition and development agreement. Briefly, what each of those are, and then specifically for each of those agreements in this case, what the terms already were, and then the proposed terms that are before you this evening for amendment. I think most of you know pretty well what a development agreement is and what a disposition and development agreement is. But a development agreement is a statutory animal, a contract between a developer and a city, voluntarily negotiated, that ultimately provides the developer with vested rights to proceed with a development under the rules that exist at that particular time. And in return, often cities negotiate for and obtain community benefits, infrastructure improvements, and other commitments to benefit the city. A development agreement has to be consistent with the general plan, and it offers both parties stability, usually flexibility, and long-term predictability. A disposition and development agreement is more of a real estate transactional document. It's kind of a purchase agreement or a lease on steroids, because it is usually a purchase agreement or a lease of public land. So it is a public-private partnership, such as the one that we have here between the city and Related. And it outlines the terms of a property transfer, whether that is a lease or a sale, and specifies the developer's obligations, often, as in the case here, with a specific schedule of performance that contains milestones for securing the property, getting approvals, constructing the project, implementing the public improvements, et cetera. And it's generally used, as here, for complex phased developments on publicly owned land. Quickly, as to key definitions, we have often here spoken of, and you've already heard this evening, about force majeure. So the disposition and development agreement that is in place for this project does include a description, a definition of force majeure, which refers to events that are beyond the reasonable control of a party. And usually it's the developer, but it could be the city. That force majeure does go both ways. And examples of force majeure causes that would prevent a party from performing as they expected to under an agreement would be natural disasters, floods, earthquakes, tsunamis, war, delays by the government that would most particularly come up, government never delays, but in delays in securing approvals to move forward, and I believe Mr. Eimer described some of those that this project has been beleaguered by. Pandemics or health emergencies, which we have clearly suffered here, and labor strikes or shortages of materials, so long as none of the causes of force majeure are caused by the developer. The agreements specify what types of performance can be excused and delayed by force majeure. There are also, there's a subset of what we call excusable delay that under certain events can delay performance per our agreements. And that is known as a material adverse economic condition that consists of office vacancy in excess of 15% and retail vacancy, I believe it's in excess of 10%, and it's linked to two of the largest shopping centers in the area. And as you know, we have been in the circumstance of materially adverse economic conditions, in particular now with respect to office, for quite some time. And there are a limited number of milestones under our agreements that are paused by economic conditions, but those do include the takedown of phase 1 and the takedown of phase 2. So our development agreement, as everything else, was approved in 2016 for a 30-year term for the large phased development. As most development agreements do, the agreement vests the density and intensity of uses under the existing master community plan, which specifies heights, floor area, land uses, et cetera, and it locks into place with a number of particular provisions for certain fees. It locks into place development fees such as traffic fees and also administrative fees. At the time that the development agreement was approved, the city did not have any regulation with respect to affordability requirements for rental housing. Nonetheless, we did negotiate, and the development agreement does include that there would be a minimum of 200 housing units. And the reason for that is we did not know at the time whether we were going to be allowed to develop housing units on the landfill parcels. We now know that that is possible. So the ultimate amount of units allowable now is 1,680. But we negotiated in the DA that 10% of all units built would be affordable at a 120% median area income. So in the development agreement amendment that is before you this evening associated with Scheme C, we have negotiated and included a greater level of commitment to affordability on the housing units, such that 15% of the units, instead of 10%, would be affordable, and they would be at a 100% AMI level instead of 120%, so a deeper level of affordability. In addition, the industrial uses, assuming Scheme C gets developed on parcels 1 and 2, the industrial development will pay development impact fees and administrative fees at the levels that would otherwise be due and payable when they are due and payable under the city's rules. So those are not vested, and those are no caps. Included in the development agreement that we already have is a regional traffic fee, which is not really a statutorily imposed or legislatively imposed fee. It's just by agreement. And we have that for office uses already at $1 a square foot, and we have included that in order not to lose $1 at $1 a square foot for industrial uses. Moving on to the disposition and development agreement, which of course is far longer and a bit more complex. The DDA that was approved, as the Community Development Director mentioned, allows for development over 7 phases. There's a minimum development program to foster the city center vibrancy, and that program includes both minimum development levels and part of that is minimum retail levels. It also includes best efforts obligations for a greater level of development than the minimum and a greater level of retail than the minimum. The DDA includes the annual rent obligations for each of the 7 phases, and they go up over time. You will be hearing shortly from David Dozema, the city's independent expert from Kaiser Marston Associates, and he's going to go a little bit more into detail on the rent calculations. But under the DDA, the developer is responsible for paying a number of city services. That includes any enhanced police services that we require for the city center, all of park maintenance, whether the developer maintains the parks themselves, not the city park, but the 3 other parks that are built in the project. Maintenance of those parks, either paying the city's cost or undertaking the maintenance by related. And any enhanced street costs due to enhanced lighting standards or settlement because of or settlement of the landfill that makes the streets have to be resurfaced more frequently, that type of thing. And of course, replacement of Fire Station 10. That burden is unrelated. And as we negotiated in 2016, as you know, Parcel 3 was set aside, most of Parcel 3, set aside for a city park, and there are developer funds up to $5 million to be dedicated to that city park construction and design. So overall, under the DDA, there was projected in 2016 to be an annual rent, project-wide, once everything was taken down, of between $9 million and $14 million annually, with annual tax benefits accruing to the general fund in excess of $16 million a year at project build-out. This is a very brief overview, and then we'll go into greater details of the amendments to the DDA that are before you this evening. The amendments allow early activation of parcels 1 and 2 under Scheme C, which is not currently allowed because we had provided previously that the developer would have to do phases 1 and 2 before anything else could occur. And as you have heard, this reflects current market conditions and allows the development to proceed more quickly and with the concomitant benefits therefrom. The DDA introduces new phasing requirements that attach to Scheme C, parcels 1 and 2, new rent provisions, and there is a bike and pedestrian infrastructure study that we will discuss in a couple of minutes. In addition, the DDA clarifies some of the subdivision requirements just to mirror what we have been doing in real practice, and clarifies responsibilities concerning the shares of landfill costs between the developer and the city. So as to the schedule of performance, we have a new Scheme C overlay schedule of performance attached to the Second Amendment to the DDA. And under that schedule of performance, as you may recall, the parcels 1 and 2 are really phases 5, 6, and 7. And so there are 3 phases. Under the new schedule of performance, Related would have 3 years from finality of today's approvals to ground lease the first phase of parcels 1 and 2 for industrial development. And in order to do that, they have to secure all of the landfill approvals. They have to provide a phase option notice 8 months before they could take down the land, and at least 4 months before they could take down the land. They have to provide the development area plan for what they intend to develop, and that goes to the Planning Commission and comes to the City Council. After takedown, they would have just 1 year to start construction of infrastructure for that phase. In addition, the other 2 Scheme C phases would have to be ground leased similarly in 3-year intervals after the first phase, after the first industrial takedown and after the second industrial land use takedown. However, really what we're trying to do here is jumpstart the development. So in order to marry what we already have with the Scheme C schedule of performance, we have drafted the agreements such that if at any point phase 2 is taken down, then we will revert back to the original schedule of performance and follow that instead of the Scheme C schedule of performance. And there are a number of very good, clear examples that are attached to the DDA that explain how that would happen so that none of us forget in the future. And then what's really key with the DDA is that it does permit what is called an early takedown of any of the 3 Scheme C phases in parcels 1 and 2 before phase 2 on parcel 4 is ground leased, because as you know, that has been stayed due to the adverse economic conditions that continue to be in place. So if the developer fails to meet one or more of the deadlines when the Scheme C schedule of performance applies, then a phase of Scheme C would be removed entirely from the DDA. The developer would lose the rights to that phase, and the city would have the opportunity to offer that parcel to another developer or to pursue some other alternative. We've discussed the potential that there could be a data center, one or more data centers on parcels 1 and 2. Of course, nothing is proposed at this point. There's no data center proposal on the table. But if a data center is ultimately built within parcels 1 or 2, then any parcel on which a building permit is secured for a data center will thereafter be subject to 2 times the base ground rent. And that is intended to reflect the high land use value of data centers and provide the warranted fiscal return for the city based on that particular use. Here we have an illustration of what that would mean if all of parcel 2 were rented to the developer for industrial land use. The base rent would be $1.75 million per year. If only 10% of that land area were used for a data center, then the annual increase in the base rent would be $175,000 per year. You saw the plan for the Scheme C plan under the MCP. Just so you know, as the Community Development Director noted, there is a pedestrian and bicycle path that would connect Tasman East through the industrial parcels to the jug handle once that is constructed in Phase 2, that would enable connectivity between the city park and the city center and Tasman East. However, there is currently, as we all know, the golf cart bridge that crosses Lafayette. It is not in shape, and we have examined it. It is not in the type of shape that it can be retained and used to connect the east and the west. But the developer, when it comes forward with a development area plan relying on Scheme C, is obligated to prepare for the city a feasibility study that looks at 2 conceptual designs and prepares schematic designs for 2 pedestrian bicycle bridge options that would go over Lafayette to connect parcel 2, the industrial use on the south that's closest to Tasman East, to parcel 4 in the city center. And then for a certain period of time, the developer would be obligated to reserve the land on either side, both on the parcel 4 side and the parcel 2 side, for the landings for the bridge and also for a path from the landing of the bridge in parcel 2, the industrial development, connecting to Tasman East. The city has a certain amount of time to decide whether it would wish to pursue construction of one of those 2 options and then to move forward with construction of the bridge. And the DDA outlines all of that. We're almost done. So we have unfortunately experienced some challenges with the landfill cost provisions that were in the original DDA. There were some ambiguities, and we have learned by doing that the formula really needed more specificity. So the city and Related, with a lot of help from your staff that works day in and day out on the landfill, have considered and baked into the revised DDA a revision to the formula for reimbursing the city's landfill-related costs. First of all, we specify what costs would not be included in reimbursable costs, which actually reflects the practices that the city already was implementing. It simply wasn't written down. And then we have agreed that the landfill costs eligible for reimbursement as that occur on any land where Related has not either ground leased the land or undertaken any work on the land, that the costs for the landfill on those parcels would be split 50-50 between the city and Related under the formula. And that is only parcels 1 and 2. So even though Related has only ground leased parcel 5, there has been work on the project done on the other parcels. So it's only parcels 1 and 2 where we would be splitting the cost. And then due to the previous billing ambiguities and challenges that we have faced for past costs that have yet to be paid, we have agreed, or it's reflected and proposed in the DDA, that the developer would pay 75% of the eligible past costs. And that's based on a delta between a landfill baseline and a cap. And we had a landfill baseline and a cap in the DDA originally. We are now proposing to change those, which really just kind of bring those up to current levels and reset the table in that respect. Finally, a couple of issues on ground lease flexibility and subdivision and CC&R practices. With phase 1, although it's one phase and the ground leases were all done on the same day, we found that in order for the developer to be able to finance the development and move forward, which at that point they fully intended to do on an immediate basis, the phase 1 really needed to be split into 3 separate ground leases, one for the office, one for the hotel, and one for residential. And so to reflect that particular practice that we've already embarked upon, the DDA before you this evening does allow the developer to divide the phases into multiple ground leases with certain limits and subject to city approval and criteria that are specified in the DDA. Lastly, the DDA amendment, aside from a number of other things like typos that we found that we made in 2016, the DDA formalizes the existing practices that we have been employing of having a tentative subdivision map approved by the City Council after Planning Commission recommendation before ground lease takedown, and then a final map approved before the first certificate of occupancy in each phase, where then we can very precisely match the buildings that have been constructed and the parcel lines that will forever be embedded in the recordation. And then the CC&Rs, the master CC&Rs, which we are all working on and are going to be long and painful to read, the master CC&Rs need to be recorded in concert with the first phase that's developed, and then CC&Rs that apply to each of the phases have to be recorded before the first certificate of occupancy in each phase to bring each phase into the CC&Rs. So that is what we have brought before you with respect to the DDA and development agreement. Of course, we'll be happy at the appropriate time to answer more questions. And now I will let David Dozema speak with you about the market and fiscal conditions.
Thank you so much, Anna. Welcome.
Good evening. Again, I'm David Dozema, Senior Principal with Kaiser Marston, independent land use economics consulting firm hired by the city. No relationship with Related. I'm going to discuss market conditions, ground rent, and fiscal impacts. So as has been alluded to, several times already tonight, feasibility is quite challenging for many of the existing uses in the project. That includes office, retail, multifamily, and hotel. Office vacancy is near a historic high. The value of office space today is less than the cost to construct in many cases, so you're just not seeing development of office space by and large. Retail has been impacted by online shopping and contraction in tenant demand. Multifamily had been going strong until a couple years ago when construction costs and rising cost of finance have started to outpace what could be supported. And hotels, with the decline in business travel following the pandemic, really have never fully recovered. Business travel really heavily drives the hotel market in Silicon Valley, and if you look back, you have to look back to 2015 to find room revenues as low as they still are today. One bright spot, though, in the market is industrial and data centers. Demand for data centers is driven by the rise of AI and cloud computing, and that relies on these data centers to function, and has really created a lot of demand for them. And manufacturing and warehouse and logistics also has relatively low logistics vacancy rates, and is also an opportunity. So broadly speaking, a lot of challenges in the uses in the project that exist and are approved today, but an opportunity in industrial and data center uses. Ground rent. This chart identifies the ground rent by parcel in the initial year. So $7.5 million in the initial year. I guess the asterisk to that is with respect to parcel 5, you reach that $1.5 million for parcel 5 in the 4th operating year. The other parcels, it's immediately upon commencement of the ground lease. That ground rent increases over time, annually, 10% periodic increases, and then there are fair market adjustments that occur twice over the life of the leases for 3 of the parcels and 3 times over the life of parcel 5. With this proposed change to the project, the ground rent would not be reduced, but as been mentioned before, would double with respect to any land use for a data center. A key consideration for the ground rent is the condition of the property, which of course is a former landfill, and the costs that are inherent in developing over a former landfill. So $900 million was the estimate of those costs at the time of the DDA. Inflating that to today, it's over $1.3 billion. Some of those special costs include a structural slab on which all the improvements need to be constructed, supported by piles driven below the level of waste. Even streets and utilities have to be over this structural slab in many cases. So there's really an extraordinary cost of building over this former landfill that really needs to be considered alongside sort of the as-is land value to understand where we are with regard to market rate. So this is a chart that evaluates, it's a way of evaluating whether the ground rent is market rate. So as of the 2016 DDA, it was estimated that between the value of reflected in the ground rent, the land value reflected in the ground rent, and those extraordinary costs to get to a place where you can build over the landfill, total $1 billion or $122 per square foot of land. Now comparing that effective land cost that the project is bearing to what you can purchase another site for that doesn't have similar issues, it's substantially above in the case of most uses. Hotel was an exception at the time where it was more in the middle of the range of values for hotels. Currently in 2025, if you look at higher costs today, we now have an effective land cost of approximately $167 a square foot for the project as a whole. We don't see many sales to compare to for office, retail, or hotel, because not many of those projects are happening given the market constraints we've discussed. But you do see some multifamily sales. The most relevant we found was at about $80 a square foot, so about half the effective land cost for this project. And industrial and data center, we see values ranging from roughly $60 to roughly $130 a square foot. So we're still above that. And so from this, we can conclude that the effective land cost the project is bearing is really at or above market, and ground rent is really a component of that overall equation, and we can, and therefore conclude that we are at least fair market ground rent, probably above. This breaks it out by parcel. That was a request to the council at the study session, is that we look at it by parcel. So parcels 1 and 2, the effective land cost for those specific parcels, $129 per square foot. So compared, that's where the industrial uses are proposed. So compared to industrial data center values, we're at the high end of that range, but within that range. So you'd say we're at market, but at the high end of what market is. Parcel 4, this, where the city center is, $239 a square foot effective land cost there, clearly above where the market is today for that parcel. Moving on to fiscal impacts. So this little chart here is about Scheme C. So 28.1 million net general fund surplus for Scheme C, inclusive of ground rent. If you don't include ground rent, it's 20.6 million. That surplus is driven by a couple things. The hotels in the project, the retail in the project, big revenue drivers for transient occupancy tax and sales tax, of course, as well as the ground rent. So on the revenue side, you have some big generators as part of the project. But on the expense side, it's also important to recognize some of the terms that the city has secured here that help control the expense side. An example of that is parks. The developer through the DDA has agreed to either maintain the parks or to create a funding mechanism for park maintenance so that it doesn't become an expense of the city. So that's part of the reason why there's this much of a surplus with the project, is because of that control over expenses through the DDA. This compares some development alternatives. So focusing first on Scheme A versus Scheme C, in both cases at the minimum retail of 800,000 square feet. You look at both those cases, they're both at about 28 million a year general fund surplus. If you look at Scheme A with what we refer to as the full retail, which means the 1.5 million best efforts that's included in the DDA, we add $4.5 million a year to the surplus, bringing it up to 32.5 million. It's important to acknowledge that Scheme C, you could also get that full best efforts retail of 1.5 by substituting office space. We don't show it on the chart here, but it would be a similar outcome if we were to evaluate that. Now looking at fiscal impacts for parcels 1 and 2 specifically. So taking just what appears to be the near-term opportunity here with industrial. Scheme A, which was the office campus on those parcels, projected surplus there of $5.5 million. Scheme C, the industrial scenario, $3.3 million, so a drop of $2.2 million per year with Scheme C. If you look at it, the inclusion of a data center as part of Scheme C, and for purposes of that third column that you see in the chart, we assumed roughly half the building area in total was a data center. You would get to a net general fund surpluses of about $5.6 million. Data center has the advantage of very high assessed value, low service costs, and the boost in ground rent that helps you bring you back to parity with that Scheme A. Parcel 4, city center parcel. So with Scheme A, full retail, we were at 17.6 million net surplus. Scheme A, the 800,000 square foot minimum retail, 13.3 million net surplus. And then with Scheme C, 15.7 million net surplus, so between those two Scheme A scenarios. We didn't do a similar chart for Parcel 5 because the development doesn't vary by the scenarios. It's just the same, but it's a positive net 9 million for that parcel. So if you look at these figures on a cumulative basis over the entire term of the ground lease, we're projecting ground rent to range between $6 and $9 billion nominally. And that range is reflective of the floors and caps that are built into the ground rent. So $6 billion is if the floors apply, $9 billion if the caps apply. $8 billion is taking that $20.6 million Scheme C net general fund surplus, not including the ground rent, and phasing that out as the project develops, and that totals $8 billion. And then on a cumulative basis, including both, we're at $14 to $17 billion. So I think sort of the bottom line of this last few slides is that both Scheme A and Scheme C are quite positive results for the city general fund. The market conditions we're in now make it a challenge to move forward immediately without that flexibility to do industrial on some of the parcels. And so the Scheme C is an opportunity to realize some of that revenue a little bit earlier. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the Community Development Director.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to wrap it up. Just a few more remaining slides. So there was a community meeting held on September 12, 2024 at Northside Library. The related companies hosted a project update meeting to share information about the proposed amendment to the master community plan and the anticipated timeline. In attendance were over 40 community members, and we received 5 public comment letters at that time. The project did go to the Planning Commission on June 11, 2025, and overall, the Planning Commission approved the project. They voted 7-0 to recommend adoption of the addendum. They voted 5-2 to recommend adoption of the general plan amendment, 7-0 to recommend adoption of the zoning text amendment and the MCP Scheme C supplement. And here, I just want to point out, they propose that with the changes so that all data center uses are conditionally permitted subject to conditional use permits by the Planning Commission. And then 7-0 to recommend introduction and adoption of the ordinance amending the development agreement. The DDA did not go to the Planning Commission. That's a council action. So in terms of CEQA, an addendum to the City Place environmental impact report was prepared, and the firm ESA, in accordance to the California Environmental Quality Act, and this was posted on the city's website. The addendum concluded that any potential environmental impacts associated with the development under proposed Scheme C were adequately analyzed and covered by the analysis of the 2016 EIR. The Scheme C total project trips are reduced because it's industrial by 20% for the AM peak hour and 24% for the PM peak hour and 30% for daily trips compared to the trips generated by Scheme B in the 2016 EIR, which were office uses. The MMRP will continue to apply, and therefore no further review or analysis is required under CEQA. So the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution for an addendum to the City Place Environmental Impact Report 2016 EIR, adopt a resolution approving the general plan amendment to the permitted uses for Urban Center Entertainment District to include light industrial uses on parcels 1 and 2 for the related Santa Clara project, adopt a resolution approving a rezone to amend the Planned Development Master Community Plan and to add a new Scheme C for the project with modified condition E2, and waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to approve amending the development agreement to implement aspects of Scheme C, and adopt a resolution amending the disposition and development agreement for the project. All of these are attached. The resolutions, the ordinances, and the agreements are attached for approval. And then finally, staff is here, and we are available to take any questions.
Okay, is that it for the staff report? Thank you for all of your inputs here. It's amazing, amazing project. Thank you to Related for that. I've lived with this project since, I don't know, 2010, 2012. It's just gone on and on. It's great to be here today now, to be at this point. So we're going to start with council questions. And council, I know we have I can see a lot of public members that want to speak. So if we can limit your comments to questions only. Let's start there. Councilmember Jane, questions.
So I understand that a lot of things change. There's force majeure claimed here because of basically online retail, Amazon killing stores, brick and mortar, and COVID, and all of that. But, you know, the problem is we're always facing uncertainty. We never know where the interest rates are going to go. We never know what the tariffs are going to do. And we've been waiting for this project for a long time. The main selling point of this project was Parcel 4, the City Place. And now I'm seeing, so I'm trying to understand, I know and I want to ask staff, can you explain the takedown schedules and what is required under takedowns, the timeframes required for takedowns? Because in the original agreement, it seemed to me that they could just reorder any of the phases at will. And it seems like now they're going to early activate parcels 1 and 2, delaying Parcel 4, which is what the residents of the city always wanted. We wanted City Place. We wanted Santana Row on steroids. We're not getting that. We haven't gotten that for a long time. We're going to get data centers first. Maybe we'll get City Place. I don't know when. It's really troubling to me, and I don't understand why we haven't been paid any money for any of the other parcels. Parcel 5 was taken down, so we got, whatever, $750,000 for that. But that's not even on landfill. That should have been built by now. I don't understand. I know part of it's on landfill, but that could have been carved out. But my biggest problem is I don't know when City Place is going to happen. So I'd like to understand the takedowns, and I'd like to understand also from the developer, the developer's saying, well, we bought the Clara in 2014. So you guys bought that land. You had the carrying cost of all that capital on that land. You haven't paid us anything for all these parcels for all this time, right?
Could we ask questions only,
I'm
Councilmember
asking
Jane?
questions. I want to understand.
I didn't hear any questions.
Did Related buy the land under the Grand and hold it for 14 years? Did Related buy or lease the land under Hudson Yard for 10 years and hold on to that until they could develop. We haven't been paid anything for all those other parcels for all this time. I want to know, when are we going to get our parkland? You know, the city park could be way down the road. You guys have to build some roads to get in there. I may never get a BMX track for 10, 20 years. I'm really trying to understand. And the fire station, what is the schedule for the fire station? SVP tells me that they have allocated 27 MVA for this. Related is saying they only have 9 MVA. Was that other 18 MVA sold to other data centers? Where is, if Related takes down parcels 1 and 2 first and puts data centers there, what is the commitment for power for those data centers? Have we committed anything for power? Because we have a lot of other data centers that are waiting for power. So I'm confused. And then if the land values decreased, can the city buy back some of that land and build affordable housing sites? Or why do we have to give all that land to Related if they don't need the land, if they can't use the land? You know, they said that if they don't take down parcels 1 and 2 within 3 years, then the developer, I think the city gets the opportunity to bid that out to somebody else. But, you know, I'm waiting for City Place. I'm waiting for that park complex, the sports complex on the parkland. So then the last question that I have, well, I'm going to cut it short, but the question is, does this DA lock in all of the city codes for development? Like, does the climate action plan, if we update it, will that apply before takedown of other parcels, or is everything locked in now? All of the, you know, the codes that we have for impact fees, for affordable housing, for traffic mitigation, like right now we have a VMT reduction rule. Are those still going to apply to these projects? And then the last thing is, according to KMA, they're saying that the landfill-related costs are $167 a square foot versus a market price of $63 to $133 a square foot. And on parcels 1 and 2, it's $129 a square foot. Parcel 4, it's $329 per square foot versus $80. Like, why doesn't Related just walk away from this? Because it's so expensive compared to buying land somewhere else. It doesn't actually make economic sense for Related to be involved in this if land is triple what it is elsewhere. I don't understand the marketing for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. My biggest question was about parcel 1 and 2 and understanding. I heard very clearly the frustration over getting the permits from the state boards. I was wondering if, because they would like to do parcel under Scheme C, they'd like to do parcels 1 and 2. Do they have those permits now that would allow them to do that? I wanted to understand that. And I read very carefully the notes from Planning Commission trying to understand the conditions they wanted to put on there, which they did pass, but then I did not see those in staff's recommendation. So I wanted to understand. I will admit, once I read through everything, I didn't have time to go back and listen to Planning Commission as well. So I just wanted to understand that disconnect there and staff's thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for the presentation. I have some questions like the total takedown time initially was 30 years, and now I want to ask staff, will we still be fulfilling this thing within 30 years from 2016? And are we still under force majeure clause, or that is waived with the new terms and conditions for other parcels? Like I know we put some reversion rights only for parcel 1 and 2. Are we trying to do any reversion rights for other parcels if things don't happen in next 5 years, 10 years or something? I want to put that condition because we cannot keep it pending. In our forecast for the budgets, we show, oh, we'll get $20 million every year, we'll get $25 million every year. If those revision rights are not there, that's like virtual money, which we may not come to our coffers unless we make the DDA and disposition agreements in a solid form, basically. My next question is ground rent for parcel 1 and 2 versus parcel 4. If you look at the slides 37, effective land cost for parcel 1 and 2 is only $129 per square feet, whereas for parcel 4, it's $239 per square feet, which is almost double the cost of land for parcel 1 and 2. But if you compare the ground rent they are paying is for 110 acres is $2.5 million, whereas for other 80 acres, I don't know how much is parcel 4 basically, they're paying almost the same amount, give and take, where is it? I think $3 million or something. Why isn't the ground rent higher for parcel 1 and 2? That's my question. Ground rent, if the cost of land for that particular parcel is half the cost of land of the other parcel, our ground rent should be double the cost of that, basically. So explain me where I'm wrong on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
The question is just, and thank you, staff and Relator, for your presentation. Definitely really comprehensive, and thank you for the work that you've put into this. Just kind of similar to Councilmember Hardy, as far as I think the Planning Commission wanted to limit and add or delete the small power plant exemption. So just want to make sure hear the staff recommendation and around that. I think limiting it would not be useful, but just want to hear the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Any other council members have questions? Yes. Councilmember Park?
Again, thank you for the presentations. I think that a lot of people went into this, and we had a lot of different presentations all put together, so I'll try to unweave them. Question, I mean, we are talking about the Planning Commission. I've been looking at these notes, trying to see what's being missed as well. Do all the recommendations have to be approved for Scheme C to work? I mean, does the PDMC rezone require the general plan amendment? That's the first question. On slide 24 of the city's presentation, I mean, I think people have alluded to it, but early activation of parcels 1 and 2 under Scheme C based on market conditions, and developer may ground lease any of the 3 Scheme C phases, parcels 1 and 2, before phase 2, parcel 4. And I want to be sure when parcel 1 and parcel 2, phases 1 and phases 2 start. I mean, it looks like we're pushing off phase 2 after we do, as Councilmember Jane said, after we do the data centers, the light industrial, but that's the piece that people want. I actually want phase 1 to start and be completed first. I mean, this is something, I mean, the question that I've always asked is what's going to be available for Super Bowl and FIFA World Cup games? And the short answer is not much. There's a funny mechanism to maintain parks, which I kind of want a little bit more detail on. I would like to know, I guess from the lawyer perspective, what constitutes a material adverse economic condition which creates an excusable delay? I mean, how much of financing, acquisition, investment, et cetera, needs to be done prior to approval? And the short answer is maybe none. Maybe you get the approvals first and you do everything afterwards, but that puts every project at risk. And something like this, I mean, we've been facing lots of delays, and it seems like delays are not uncommon for related. How does the public square design in parcels 4 and 5 change? I mean, slide 12 or slides 9 and 10 from Related's presentation show a marked difference. And slide 12 of their presentation shows that we used to have this big open area. Now I'm seeing a little bit more squares. I'm seeing some, squarish, looks like tent areas, but I don't really know how that's changed. But it looks like we went from a pretty open public area to something that looks like just buildings in between buildings. When we look at AMI, slide 13, I think that's of the city presentation. Schemes A and C have the same number of units, but slide 21 says that previously we had 10% of housing, minimum of 200 units at 120% area median income. And I think I want people to understand that area median income, 120% of area median income for Santa Clara County is $215,000. And at some point, that doesn't sound, I mean, it's for a family of 4, but that doesn't sound like affordable to me. But previously, you had 10% of housing, minimum of 200 units at 120%. Now we have 15% of units up to 222 AH units, at 100% AMI instead of 120%. But I'm saying that shouldn't that be 300 minimum if we're doing by percentage? I don't know how we go from 10% 200 minimum 200 units to 15% up to 222 units. That doesn't make any sense to me. Slide 40, the numbers seem to require that the data center use occupies 25% of the site area, 50% of the building area for parcels 1 and 2, to get Scheme C in parity on a net fiscal impact with Scheme A. That's a really large use for data centers. I mean, it kind of goes against the smaller data center, the smaller projects that we were told about in the presentation and the presentation in the study session. And then I also noted that SVP was not included in this thinking, but realistically, where would the power come from? I mean, I think you can read it. SVP does not provide power to the data center. Revenues would be higher if SVP supplies power. But we only get to parity if we have this large 25% of site area, 50% of building area for parcels 1 and 2 for data centers. And the land bridge, I heard that reusing the golf cart bridge would have been nice. Doesn't look like it's that feasible, but if we have to redo that, can we make a better bridge at a better location? I mean, it seems to be very far north of where people are going to cross or where people are going to want to go. It doesn't even take you into the retail areas, the restaurants that are in where the Clara is now. I mean, I'd like to see where that goes. And the bigger question for me is there was a lot of public parking that was, noted with this project. And again, this area needs parking. I'd like to know the traffic impacts as well. We didn't talk about those. But how much does the amount of parking change from A to B to C? This area, we have terrible parking here. And if we're reducing the parking even more while we're keeping the number of units the same, I was hoping that we would have something to show for Super Bowl and World Cup so that we can vet some of the thinking and adjust what we needed to do, but we're not going to have that test. And I want to know how the parking changes, because the parking is a huge problem, and I think that with the changes that have been suggested, the parking would go down, and I want to know by how much. Thank you.
Thank you. And I only had one question, and that was about, I may have missed it, but I didn't hear about the transportation and the traffic studies from taking parcels with office campuses to industrial uses. What would be the difference in the traffic, especially on Lafayette Street, with that change of use? Okay, any other council questions? All right, seeing none, staff, should I go to the public while you're working on all those questions? All right, that'll give us a chance. I know we have quite a few public members that are here to speak and online. So we're going to start with public comment. We're going to start with Larry come forward, followed by May, followed by David. And if you wouldn't mind queuing up, it would save us a little bit of time. Thank you. Welcome, Larry.
Evening. I'm here as a Northside resident. I've been there almost 40 years. One of the most positive things that happened to us was the River Mart development. It brought in a very nice community and offered a lot of options to our neighborhood. The city center proposed for Related is just really positive and looks to do even more than River Mart did. And I want to support Related in driving to that goal. My questions are like, how soon can it exist? The data centers have no negative impact for me. I haven't heard any of my neighbors complain about them. We would complain if there was traffic issues, but it seems like we survived a FedEx depot there for many years without traffic problems. So the industrial data center would seem to be positive.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. We have May, if you want to come up, and if you wouldn't mind queuing up, followed by David, followed by Mike. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is May.
May, would you speak in the mic, just close to the microphone? Very, very good. Thank you. We want to hear everything you have to say. Thank you.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Mei Ling. I'm the founder of A Blocks Real Estate, one of the top real estate companies in Santa Clara. So I work very closely with families in Rivermar community and other neighborhoods in Santa Clara. I see firsthand how much we need more restaurants, parks, and shopping centers, that especially in north side of Santa Clara. I think this Related Santa Clara project will definitely deliver that, and more place for people to eat, work, and shop, and gather as a community. I think this will also increase the property value, which benefit all the homeowners. And it will also deliver more revenue to our city, our schools. So I hope you will continue supporting Related project for our residents, our city, and our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, May. David, followed by Mike, followed by Howard.
Good evening, staff, council, and Mayor Gilmore. My name is David Curtis. I'm a longtime Santa Clara resident. I support the Related project because we need more retail and housing in our community. There's growing concern that in 2026, Santa Clara will miss out on lucrative World Cup and Super Bowl tourism revenue when neighboring cities poised to benefit more. There's nothing we can do about 2026, but we can accelerate the development for future World Cup and Super Bowls. Even without tourist revenue, the development is projected to generate over 126 million. Actually, I saw closer to 176 million annual revenues for local agencies. Our city alone will receive 40 million annually at project completion. Related Santa Clara is critical to our general fund and city services. This amendment fundamentally preserves the planned retail and housing. It just transfers development capacity from northeastern parcels to the city center, adjusting to market realities and conditions. We retain the full 9 million square feet of development as originally planned. Even though I don't live in Northside, I know how important this is to District 1. I learned this from former City Council member Kathy Watanabe, who helped advance this project. She knew her district well, and she served it well. I believe our newest council members, Albert and Kelly, also understand how important this project is for our quality of life, as well as the fiscal health of our city and the Santa Clara Unified School District. Please support this amendment. It's good for Santa Clara residents, and it's good for the school children. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, followed by Howard, followed by Tori. Welcome, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Fully support this project. This project, myself and some other nonprofit folks have had lunch and met with Steve of Related. They work with us very well. This project is very good for Santa Clara. It really is. One thing I would like to ask related about, and yes, I did watch the Planning Commission meeting. This is where I found this out. There used to be, my wife and I do that. There used to be an 18-month window for notification about closure of the BMX track. With this new amendment, that's reduced to 12 months. I'd like to see that back to 18 months. Okay, and that's the only ask of related. All right, Steve? But secondly, the housing, and I know you guys are gonna get tired of me saying this over and over on every project. The housing is sorely needed in this city, okay? The development of the retail for theaters, restaurants, all of that, we need it. This city needs it. That's why everybody's going to San Francisco and San Jose for FIFA and the Super Bowl. They have that stuff already. We don't. We need this, okay? I've talked to every one of you council members. I've talked to the city manager, city attorney, and I've talked to Parks and Rec since 2017 when this started. BMX track's moving. We know that. Okay, this was phase 5. It has now moved up to phase 1. We're okay with that. I have some ideas. I've been talking with Karen. We met early 2021 about moving the BMX track to the water treatment plant. That's kind of the second one because I have a better idea, in my opinion. Talked to Jovan about this. We got a 35-acre park. I don't know what the time frame is.
Thank you, Mike. I have to cut you off. I'm sorry, but you made your point. BMX track, park, got it.
35 acres, 1 acre, 1.5 is all we need. We could move over there tomorrow. All we need is a little help.
Howard might finish your sentence. All right, thank you. Howard,
Good evening.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Howard, followed by Tori, followed by James. Hello, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor
You
and
want to
Council.
finish this sentence? Go ahead.
Yeah, so,
Let's give them, start them again. Thanks.
I just want to, first I want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to run the track, continue running it myself as a volunteer with the rest of my volunteers. And we just want to tell you guys how much this have put an impact on a lot of new kids coming out there to the BMX track. We've created a lot of champions going to national events all over the world, just creating families coming out knowing about that didn't know about the sport and now loving it. I've had the opportunity to run a lot of summer camps there and bring out numerous riders. We on Tuesdays and Fridays we've been getting anywhere from 35 to 36 kids a night, and it's bringing in a lot of good revenue for the city as well. And I just want to. I'm here to just see if we can get the track, like Mike said, if we can have a little bit longer time to be able to, before we can move on. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have Tori, followed by James P., followed by Debbie, who I think's online. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us talk. As Mike and Howard said, we support making sure that the track has the opportunity to move. If it's 12 months, then we need a lot of help because that's a short time frame to get a lot of things done. So the 18-month period that was originally in the deal, I think we would support and hope you guys would push for that as well. And then, of course, we want to make sure that the BMX track is relocated, not just shut down. It does provide a great service. Like Howard said, on average, it's probably between 30 and 50 riders per session on average, because some of them are a lot bigger. Sometimes it's slow, but for the most part, it's 30 to 40 riders per session. And BMX, the sport itself, I can tell you from my experience with myself when I was a kid, but also my daughter who races, this sport provides a transformation in some kids, and it's an amazing thing to watch. Families can participate in the sport together, which is amazing. And it's a collegiate sport, it's an Olympic sport, and like Howard said, we've had kids come out to this track that have never ridden a BMX bike before, and now they're riding on the National and the World Series, out representing the USA, Team USA. That's a pretty amazing thing coming from a track that's not even sanctioned to race, but we're still providing that opportunity, and we push through clinics, practice, and camps. So anything you guys can do to help make sure that we get the support we need to make sure this track is relocated and rebuilt, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have James.
Yes, good evening, Councilmember Jane. Thank you. I just really wanted to reemphasize what we said. The track was really the #1 track 3 years ago in the country, which really was unexpected, but it was a product of a lot of hard work and really put Santa Clara on the map in terms of what BMX does. You know, we brought in the national, we were getting television time. So again, we just want to make sure that the park or that the track facility is not just swept away, or that the costs are somehow tried to, or everybody tries to abandon the responsibility of moving the track when that's been sort of promised. So really, I just want to emphasize to City Council, we're appreciative of all the work you guys have done for us and allowing us to exist where we lived so far. And we just want to please again reiterate the fact that we would like to be moved, and we can move very quickly, but we don't want to be lost or or fall into some sort of gap that it results in the track never being moved. So beyond that, everyone have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Anyone else here in the audience in the council chambers that wants to speak that hasn't spoken? Please come forward if you haven't. Anybody else before I go online? I'll check back again. Debbie, online. Go ahead, Debbie.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I had kind of something written up that I was going to say, but after hearing all these presentations and the City Council people's comments, first of all, I do want to support this amendment. I think it's best for us. We don't need more office space. If you drive around, all these new buildings so many of them are still empty. We do need housing. We need retail. It's so hard to think of a good restaurant or place in Santa Clara. We need more of this. We need housing. Listening to the homeless presentation earlier, we need more housing. I understand the concern about the cost of that housing and the rent, but we have to have open minds and work through this. We can't keep throwing up roadblocks, things about, bridges and transportation. We have worked together and we need to keep working together. The city needs this. The residents need this. Our general fund needs this. And I really hope that you guys approve this amendment and work with the staff to get past all these concerns that some of these city council members have. There's got to be a way we can work this out because we really need this related project. And I can't wait to shop out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Tidra, go ahead, Tidra.
Hi there. It's actually Pat Nikolai.
Oh, Pat. Okay.
I retired and they took my computer away from me. I'm out of town, otherwise I'd be there in person. Just to let you know, I'm a longtime supporter of the related Santa Clara project, going back to when it was approved in 2016. I want more restaurants and retail choices in our community, and related does that first-class development, as you've seen. This particular development transformed a former landfill that currently produces negligible income. It becomes a revenue generator, seeing $126 million annually for local jurisdictions. As your former police chief, I know how important this funding is for public safety and the future of Santa Clara. The amendment helps keep all the planned retail and housing intact, and it shifts some development capacity to the city center, which would make the place even more vibrant. And the change will reduce cars and traffic in the area. For all those reasons, I ask you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Robin Supporter. Robin Supporter. There you go. Go ahead, please. Hello, go ahead. Robin? You're unmuted, but can't hear you. Hello, hello? All right, I'm going to move on to DC. DC. Unmute, please. DC, unmute. There you go.
Hello, this is a statement on behalf of Dana Caldwell. He's out of town and asked me to read the following. I'm a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but this statement reflects my personal opinion and not the Commission's. I'm enthusiastic about the related Santa Clara project because I want more high-quality shopping options and pedestrian-friendly developments in our city. These are the hallmarks of related developments. I'm also excited that as part of this development, we will create a new city park, a Central Park North. It could be a real jewel for our city. With this amendment, affordable housing increases from 10% to 15%. That's critically important for our community. The amendment keeps the city center's residential, office, retail, and hotel components fundamentally unchanged. The Planning Commission unanimously supported the amendment, and I ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I believe that a Trader Joe's would do fine. I know I did hear something about how retail is going away and how people are ordering online. Yeah, that's true, but there is some retail that is still very popular, like the Costco, and of course we already got a Costco, but Trader Joe's in San Jose and Sunnyvale is very popular. I go there and there's a lot of people shopping. It'd be great to have a Trader Joe's on the north side. And also, I sent information about Tony Gemini. He's won numerous world championships for his pizza, and he's got that Italian restaurant in North Beach, San Francisco, that does very well. It'd be great to get maybe a Pizza Rock close to Levi Stadium. I don't know if you've ever been to the former Pizza Rock in Sacramento, or I believe there's 2 or 3 of them in Las Vegas, but that would be a perfect style restaurant, sports bar in the Levi Stadium area. It would really attract a lot of people to that restaurant. And I know Joe Montana is a big fan of that restaurant. Tony Gemini said that him and his wife attend that restaurant in San Francisco, and they've been there numerous times, and they really like the food. Another one is Steve Young had mentioned La Fiesta and Agave that's in Mountain View. He says that's the best Mexican food that he's ever tasted. And if maybe we could get the family to maybe add another restaurant close to Levi Stadium, I think that would also do really well. It's just that you need to bring really good restaurants to the area in order to attract people to those restaurants. And that's what I think we're lacking here on the north side. We need more restaurants that have Michelin style type chefs. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Bye.
Thank you, Edward. Next, we have Marion. Marion?
Good afternoon. Hi, Mayor Gilmore. I worked closely with you and Kathy Watanabe last year about parking issues in our neighborhood. I'm in one of the single-family homes closest to Tasman. So I support Related Santa Clara, and I'm excited to have retail and restaurants coming within walking distance from my home. However, I am still concerned, as well as a lot of my neighbors, with the parking issues. Like tonight is the weekend concert, and we're experiencing the same thing, a lot of parking issues. The first mention of any parking was from Councilmember Park, and we want, as a neighborhood, to address that issue so that we can fully support any new development and people coming from out of town to support these businesses. We just want to address the parking issue. So we want to, as a neighborhood, make sure that the issue of parking is implemented in any future planning and development because it affects our quality of life when we can't even park in front of our house, or people are coming through our neighborhoods and just trashing the area. So that's the main concern. Otherwise, I'm in full support of the development and pretty much excited for it to come. And hopefully it doesn't take as long as one of the speakers mentioned. Although Levi's Stadium has been around for 10 years, we've learned to live with it, but it still is an issue that we haven't been able to solve. So other than that, we're looking forward to having a lot of retail and restaurants closer to home. Oh, and the other one thing I want to mention, sorry, is that the audience or the people that it's attracting, like as a new Santana Row, I don't see them taking public transportation. So that's another reason why I think parking is very important.
Thank you, Marion. Thank you so much for your comments as well. Next, we have Helen. Go ahead, Helen.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
This is Helen. Yes, I know it has been mentioned earlier, but I just want to reiterate. I live in the North Side area since 1978, and ever since Levi Stadium was built, our area has become the overflow parking. And after events, we see trashes and some, things that are not picked up, and that's really disappointing. But in the meantime, I also support the related development, and I understood the presentation tonight. I really thank them for that, for clarifying a lot of my questions. However, one remains: the traffic at Lafayette wasn't addressed, or maybe I missed it because I called in late. And also the traffic, because I know Clara and Lafayette started having some residents there. And during the fireworks, I know that Calle del Mundo is already filled with cars on the side. And that's just, the fireworks. And how much more with this additional, buildings or other companies that are going to come in, the traffic that we're really concerned. It's always the problem. And I wish that our city council member, number one, would also engage in our community. I haven't met him in person, but it would be nice if we would see him in our neighborhood during event nights. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Robin, go ahead, Robin. We can try again. Unmute yourself. There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm just reading in place of Robin Burdick. She was unable to be here tonight, but she's a retired public works staff aide for the city and a resident for more than 60 years. And she writes that, "I'd like to offer my enthusiastic support for the related Santa Clara project that is on the agenda this evening. When the related project was first proposed many years ago, I remember thinking then what an exciting addition to Santa Clara's north of Bayshore area this would be. Since the construction of Levi's Stadium, I believe there's even more need for this project to be completed. Related's LEED Platinum certified project promises to bring a long-deserved and much-needed new neighborhood to the city of Santa Clara. A walkable, transit-oriented district with diverse mix of parks and open space, residential, retail, hotels, office space, and entertainment. In other words, something that the residents of Santa Clara deserve. Thank you for your attention."
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in the council chambers? Anyone else online? City clerk? All right. So now we're going to go back to the city staff for questions to be answered.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council and members of the public. Again, Javon Grogan, City Manager, and we are ready to answer the questions, and you'll have a full complement of your team, both staff, consultants, and also the developer responding to these questions. First, I just want to start off with a few overarching comments and then a answer to one of the questions that was asked later. I want to bring that forward really to kick us off. First, I want to say that 240 acres is a transformative development. I think everyone recognizes that it wasn't going to happen overnight, and I think recognizes that the original development agreement called for a 30-year horizon, right? And so a development of this magnitude takes time. There will be fits. There will be issues, and certainly we had some with this development, and we still have some that are both unique to this development because of where it sits on a land field and some of the litigation that surrounded this. project, as well as issues that are not unique, right? Issues facing the larger development market and the economy that are facing developments all across California, as well as in the region. Also, it's important to note that there were a few questions or almost statements rather saying that approving the amendments tonight would really advance Scheme C over Phase 1 or the city center. And I'll have Related speak to that in a little bit, but that's not accurate. Approving Scheme C allows for a alternative to be built on the northeast parcel. It does not provide a preference. And in fact, the original entitlements from 2016 will stay in effect. So if the market dictates and there's the ability to build that original plan, Related would do so, and I know that they would speak to that. In addition, one of the things that they have constantly told staff is that they continue to market Phase 1. They are ready to pull permits for the office and the garage portions on Phase 1. And so I know that they are continuing in the market to find tenants for that first phase. As we start with questions, I want to first turn to the question of why is Related still here? I think this was asked by Councilmember Jane. With the extremely high land cost of this project, why is Related still here today asking for an amendment to have the opportunity to build something that is buildable in this current market segment? So why don't I invite Related, and it looks like Steve Eimer, Executive Vice President, is coming to the podium.
Tell us why you're still here.
It's a very good question. We're still here for a number of, I think, very strong reasons. One is just our reputation for being able to develop large, complicated, challenging projects. Personally, that's what I've done my entire career. From Copley Place in Boston, one of the most challenging projects ever done in America, to San Francisco Center, downtown San Francisco, and many others. And our team at Related goes so far beyond those with regards to Hudson Yards, Time Warner Center, on and on and on. It gets into your blood. And when that happens, as a professional, that's what you want to do. You want to succeed. And we have, in addition to that, we have a very deep relationship to the city of Santa Clara. I've been involved with this for 14 years. And we really want to make this happen in conjunction with the city of Santa Clara. And so those are some kind of fluffy reasons. I think you were asking about land values and the extraordinary costs of moving forward. Without going into a lot of detail about esoteric land economic theory, it's pretty straightforward. The land values today are very depressed. There's no question about it. And we think they'll improve. We don't know that for sure, but we think they will. And when they do, we have to be optimistic because that's the business we're in. If I were a pessimist, I wouldn't be in this business. And if you were a pessimist, you wouldn't be in the business you're in. All right? So we have to be optimistic together that land values are going to increase over time. We just don't know how long it's going to take. And that's why, in response to the city manager's comments, we don't know when we can really advance city center because the economics of city center don't work today. Hopefully, 6 months from now, a year from now, we'll start to see an office market come back. We'll start to see a hotel market come back. It's happened before, and we believe it'll happen again, and we want to be there to take advantage of it.
Okay, the next question we'll turn to is a question about the takedown schedule, and it was a request to explain the takedown schedule. I'll turn that over to Anna Shimko from the city's team.
Thank you, Javon. To begin with, it's important to understand that we are not abandoning, by the DDA amendment, we are not abandoning or changing the original schedule of performance. So the original schedule of performance requires that with respect to phase 1, construction has to start 2 years after the ground lease takedown. And this is the schedule of performance as it is today. And there's a hard and fast date for taking down phase 2. That date is December 23rd, 2027, with construction starting 2 years thereafter. However, this schedule goes through the end of November of this year. It is assuming that the currently in place material adverse economic conditions go away by the end of November of this year. If that does happen, then 2 years from then, phase 1 would have to start construction in 2027. And also at the end of 2027, well, phase 1 would have to start construction in 2027, and at the end of 2027, phase 2 would have to be taken down. However, as we know, I heard a question about what the material adverse economic conditions are, and there are 2 of those. One is that there is a 10% vacancy rate at Valley Fair or Stanford Shopping Center. I don't believe either one of those is in effect. But the other is that the vacancy rate for office is over 15%, and it's currently more than 20%. So I can't predict the future. I would hope that that would go away by this November, but it might not. So if that doesn't go away by this November, the dates that I just told you would extend out another 6 months. We would sign another letter that acknowledges the existence of that economic condition, and these dates would be extended. If you adopt, that will be the case whether or not you adopt the DDA amendments. If you adopt the DDA amendments, that continues to pertain, but there's also a schedule of performance that applies to Scheme C, to the 3 industrial phases on parcels 1 and 2. And those have to be taken down 3 years from now, 3 years later, and 3 years after that. So as I mentioned earlier, if phase 2 is ground leased, then we revert back solely to this original schedule. But we are hedging our bets because if the material adverse economic conditions continue to pertain, it may be that the 3 years to take down the first phase for industrial development on parcels 1 and 2 might occur before those economic conditions go away and allow phase 2 or force phase 2 to be taken down under the schedule of performance. And I do welcome any questions because I realize that it is quite confusing.
Through the chair. Mayor.
I have some clarifying questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. So it seems to me that you're splitting up phase 1 into 3 phases that then can be taken down 3 years apart. So it could take 9 years to complete phase 1.
Phase 1 has actually already been taken down. What we're splitting into 3 phases, which has always been 3 phases, is parcels 1 and 2, which is phases 5, 6, and 7. So the change that would be made by the DDA amendment is to allow those phases that previously could not be ground leased until after phase 2. And you are right, earlier you said that you thought the phases could be taken in any order, and that is true after phase 2, and only after phase 2. So if you make the change tonight, you will allow the 3 phases on parcels 1 and 2 to be taken down before phase 2.
Right, so what happens is, if they take down phase 1 and 2, or parcels 1 and 2, and they split into 3, then it's 3 years, 3 years, 3 years before they take down parcel 4, which means it could be 9 years before we get city center.
So I think the important thing to understand there is, again, these two schedules of performance both pertain, and they overlap. So whenever the material adverse economic conditions go away and the dates come up that they need to start construction on phase 1, that they need to ground lease phase 2, that is required, no matter what's going on with industrial development on parcels 1 and 2.
So they're independent, you're saying?
They are independent, yes. They are mostly independent, but once phase 2 is taken down, we go back to the original schedule because we don't really need the overlay schedule that forces them to move forward with industrial development.
I'm sorry, I'm confused now.
I'm sorry, it is confusing.
So if they start taking down parcels 1 or 2, the schedule, as long as the material adverse conditions go away, the schedule for parcel 4 continues regardless of when parcels 1 and 2 and their 3 phases and 9 years and all of that.
Yes, and if material adverse economic condition goes away, let's assume because we know what these dates are, by the end of November 2025, and they don't take down phase 2 by December of 2027, the entire deal is off.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that adopting this Scheme C will not delay at all City Place versus
Correct.
Schemes A and B.
Yes, thank you.
That's
Yes,
what I need to know. Thank you.
Said very well.
Okay, the next question we want to go to, Anna, stay there, was a question from Councilmember Jahal, and that was, are we still within force majeure? But before you answer that, I just want to clarify that the timeframes that we've been talking about are the max timeframes to take down, right? That does not mean that related cannot start, for example, on phase 1. And I'm mentioning this because we've had the conversations, even though there have been material adverse economic conditions and we've been in force majeure, related has continued to look for financing and look for tenants, right? And so even though there are thresholds by which they have to take down, should the market recover or should they find financing and a tenant, it is their intention to begin that, and we can have them step up to the podium and clarify that as well. But Anna, will you talk about force majeure?
Sure. So first off, as to the takedowns of the phases, material adverse economic conditions, which we've talked about, the 15% office vacancy rate, that only applies to phase 2 from here on out. It doesn't apply to any other phase, including the Scheme C phases. Force majeure applies to phase 2. So if they can't get the approvals that they need, or there's a strike or something that is a force majeure cause, that applies to phase 2. It also applies to the first phase on parcels 1 and 2, the first industrial phase. Otherwise, force majeure does not apply to the takedown, and that is primarily because the takedowns are based on intervals after the previous takedown, and that's just how it is. They have to either take it or lose it.
Anna, one more question for you. The schedule of performance for the fire station, Station 10.
Sure. So currently, under the DDA, Related is obligated to construct the replacement Fire Station 10. As you know, they've done the temporary, but to construct Fire Station 10 by the first certificate of occupancy within Phase 2. And under the DDA amendment, they would need to construct Fire Station 10 upon the earlier of the first certificate of occupancy within Phase 2, or 1 million square feet being developed on parcels 1 and 2 combined. Because if Phase 2 goes forward, they would be developing 1 million square feet at the same time. So it's pretty much the same thing. So whichever of those goes forward first, they need to construct the fire station. And we've also added some specificity into the DDA amendment that as soon as these approvals are final and you know the land and have the land that is going to be devoted to the future fire station, they have to start design immediately and work with the city council, and there's a schedule for getting approval of the fire station before they move forward.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Let's turn to Related. And there was a question about the Clara project in Tasmanies and some other related projects and land costs for those. So Nick, are you able to speak to that?
Yeah, I would just say at a high level, in the case of the Clara, we did have the cost of land and carrying the land, but I would say the costs for the Related Santa Clara project have far exceeded the total cost that we spent to get to the point where we could start construction on the Clara because of the much more lengthy entitlement process, permitting, design for millions of square feet of buildings that we went through. So while we were not paying land carry, the actual cost that the company can put out far exceeded that. And I would say, the Hudson Yards and the Grand examples are relevant in that those were large-scale public-private joint venture projects with extraordinary infrastructure costs. And as a result, there was an acknowledgement by our public partners that we couldn't afford to come in and write a big check for land or pay significant option payments. Again, we spent in excess of $100 million in both of those of capital on design, approvals, permitting, getting to the point where we could start construction and take down the ground leases for those developments. So very, very similar dynamic to what exists here.
Okay, let's turn to Silicon Valley Power and discuss the issue of power for a data center, as well as the current MVA that's committed to the project, and the difference between what is currently available versus the 9 MVA.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. So the 27 MVA is an existing substation agreement that was executed in 2019. That was under a different paradigm. It really didn't contemplate data centers at all. It is predicated on the completion of the Esperanza substation, which has not been completed. But I think an important nuance there is it didn't contemplate serving a data center. The current, you heard about a 9 MVA number. That is the number, the amount that we think that we can serve today, absent completion of the Esperanza substation. However, going back to my earlier comment, I think based on the new configuration, based on the possibility of data centers, which was not originally contemplated, we anticipate that the substation agreement would have to be reopened, and there would have to be additional conversations related to that. I understand that there's more approvals that need to happen before they could proceed with something like that, but that wasn't originally contemplated. There was a question about, I think, where the power came from, and I'm not sure whether that is a question of power contracts or whether it's a capacity issue within the system or outside of the system. I can certainly talk about each of those very briefly, if that's, do that, okay. We are currently pursuing contracts. We know, and this is no secret, I think you've heard this many times, that we are anticipating a lot of growth within our system, and we have many contracts that we're working on, and we're bringing those for approval as they reach completion. So I think that with the addition of this additional load, or with the inclusion of this additional load, we don't really foresee that as a problem. We'll just continue down the same path. I think, and later this evening, we have a contract for your approval for to help us with our system expansion plan, which will allow us to be able to move electrons around, to rebuild our system, to be able to accommodate all this existing growth. And that's already been dedicated, so it's committed to existing uses. It does contemplate some of the uses related to related, but certainly, again, if the conversation becomes there's the potential for data centers, then I think, we need to have more conversation about that in terms of how are we supplying that power, how are we able to move that around within our system. And then we are actively participating with outside of our system with the ISO with new transmission lines to bring more power into the system. So we're getting to that 1,300 number, which we talk about a lot, and that's around the 2028 timeframe.
Perfect, thank you. Anna, I'm going to call you back.
Clarifying question.
Councilmember Jane?
Go.
Yeah, Nico, it seems like right now we can't serve our current data center customers, and even after 2028, it seems unclear to me how we're going to serve any additional load beyond our current data center customers. So how do you foresee, do you see that they're going to, I think one of the slides said they might get power from somewhere else. Is that envisioned?
I mean, we certainly are, there are some challenges in terms of some of the commitments, the current commitments. However, we are open to having conversations. Not everybody that we execute a substation agreement with necessarily uses all that power. I mean, one of the challenges we have right now is that we have these numbers and the ramp rates in the substation agreements, but some folks get somewhat close to that and some don't, and then things change, circumstances change. So I think at some point we need to have a conversation of like, how are we able to reallocate some of that power, especially in light of the fact that we have these constraints on the system, and it seems intuitive that that would be a good path to take. In terms of other power, I don't know if you're talking about power plants or, I mean, that's certainly something that we're actively looking at. We have the battery project, which is currently under construction, and I think there's been some conversations with other data centers and other entities about some other projects within the city, whether that be battery or something else. So we're trying to get creative and look at different solutions so that we're going to be able to meet all those commitments that we've made.
City manager?
Okay. And I think a high-level summary of that is Related is aware that these amendments would allow for a data center under certain conditions with additional approvals, but there's currently not power within SVP to serve a data center, and additional power would have to be acquired, and those conversations would happen at a later date. With that, Anna, I'll call you back to the podium to discuss 3 questions. One question was from Councilmember Jane around if land value decreases, can we being the city, purchase back the property for other uses, and a use of affordable housing was mentioned. The other question was the timing on building the regional park. I know that there's a couple components to that we can talk about. And then the third question is, does the DA lock in current city development codes? And the council member mentioned the climate action plan, but I know that there are more codes.
I'll try and remember all those. So See, I've already forgotten the first one.
Buying back property.
Buying back the land. Related would have to agree to the city, I mean, it's our land, so we wouldn't really be buying it back, but yes, some type of transaction whereby we would buy Related out of the deal where they have essentially an option to ground lease these properties and develop them. So we would have to strike a deal with Related to do that.
And I would just add, the city does not have the financial capital to put in all the horizontal infrastructure needed to build on the landfill. And so there would likely have to be a transaction that represents the investment that Related had made. And hence why this is a public-private partnership, just because we're not in the development business and there's significant capital needed before development can occur. The next
Next was City Park.
City Park, yes.
Sure. So the process with respect to developing what is the majority of Parcel 3, just to remind you, the southern portion of that parcel will be developed by Related for a park, but the remainder of it, so Parcel 3 being developed as a city park, the timeline is that once Related ground leases Phase 2, within a certain amount of time after that, they must ground lease what we call Phase 2A. They have to ground lease from the city park parcel. And while it's in their possession, they're paying the city rent, and they're constructing Phase 2, which includes City Place Parkway, and they construct the road into the park for the city. So to the city's specifications, they have to build the road that goes from City Place Parkway, which again does not get built until Phase 2, into and to serve the city park. In addition, while Related has possession of that land area, they are allowed to take topsoil off of it. As you know, it's pretty hilly and there's plenty of topsoil available. They can use soil from there for construction of the rest of the project, and they can use that land area as a construction staging area. And then once the road into the park is done, the park property returns to the city. We void the ground lease, but the rent continues to get paid by reallocation to other phases that have already gotten taken down. So there's a very kind of symbiotic relationship between the city and Related in that process, and hurdles that we can't really get over until Phase 2 occurs.
Right. Just to add on to that, and I really want to frame this because I've heard it said in many different ways. One of the ways I've heard it said is Related is giving the city a regional park. The more appropriate framing is, as a part of the structure, the city retained its own land for a regional park and negotiated that Related make certain improvements as well as commit financial contributions, right? Some of those improvements are the roadway improvements, as well as the removal of topsoil that they can use elsewhere. We see as a benefit because that's topsoil that we don't have to remove when we get ready to construct the regional park. There is also a requirement that Related contribute $500,000 that we can pull down now to begin schematic design, and we've had conversations with the Parks and Recreation Department to put that into their work plan so that we can begin that schematic design. There's also a requirement that Related contribute $5 million toward the development of the park. I do want to say that a lot of conversation has to go on in community engagement around what that new regional park looks like. That said, initial estimates are upwards for 80 to 100 million to build that park. And so that is not something that we as a city have the funds to begin on today. Certainly, one of the things we know is that we have park and lieu fees for development that will happen in the north, and we have analyzed that, and there will be significant funds should some of the already entitled projects come to bear. We even have one project that was recently entitled that at full build out will contribute $34 million in park and lieu fees. And so there is significant money in the area-wide planning that has happened in northern Santa Clara. But I say all that to say that we should not expect that we can immediately go and start building this regional park that was envisioned, because it is extremely expensive, and the overall plan for this area has the money coming in several years from now.
I have a quick question. You continue to call it a regional park. Why? Why do you do that?
Fair. That's totally fair.
Okay, it's our Central Park North is what we called it, but yeah. It's not a regional park. It's a city park.
City park, but distinguished from a neighborhood park, right? 35 acres. You're totally right. We'll not use the term regional.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
So I think the next question was whether the development agreement locks in city codes. And the development agreement, as you know, was approved in 2016 and did lock in the city codes that were in place at that time. The only change being made now is to incorporate into the vested approvals the revisions to the MCP and the general plan for Scheme C. The exception to that is that while the rest of the project will continue to have locked-in vested development fees and administrative fees, parcels 1 and 2 developed under Scheme C will not have those fees locked in, and those will just be due and payable in the ordinary course of events.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, so what is the earliest that a park could start construction, even if we couldn't build the whole thing? If we could build, because it has to be at the end of phase 2, right?
Assuming, yes, it would have to be at the end of phase 2. So if there were no material adverse economic condition at the end of this November, then phase 2 would have to start construction at the end of 2029. It could be earlier, but the latest date would be the end of 2029. And within within 2 years after that, they would have to take down the park parcel and start building the road. So that's 2031. And, you know, it's not up to me to tell you how long that will take or how long phase 2 will take to finish with City Place Parkway that connects in there. But it sounds like the earliest would be sometime in the 30s.
Okay, and
After this, Councilmember Jane, I'm going to ask you just to write down all your questions. I'd like to get through all of the questions, and then, because this back and forth, I get it.
This is like an $8 billion project.
I understand.
We should spend the right amount of time on
Councilmember Jane, I
this
understand. I just want to make sure we get through all the questions. If you could write down your questions, we'll make sure they get answered.
I'm asking clarifying questions. So my question is, in terms of our general plan was amended by the Climate Action Plan, are they subject to our current general plan? And going forward, will they be subject to any other regulations that the city puts forward before they take down other parts of the project? It seems to me that every time they take something down, they should be obligated to our current regulations.
So the answer is actually no. They're subject to whatever was in place in 2016. And the theory behind a development agreement is then all the parties know what the rules are, and as they're seeking investors and making their plans, they know what they're going to have to comply with over the 30-year term of the development agreement, which started in 2016, and we are not changing that with the amendment that's before you.
Well, we just opened up the DA. That's what we're doing today.
We are suggesting that changes be made to it to incorporate the Scheme C approvals and then to give the additional benefits of the fees being charged as and when due for Scheme C in the future, and also increase the level of affordability on the housing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next, I want to turn to related. There was a question from Councilmember Hardy around parcels 1 and 2, and it's does related have all the permits in place to allow for those? And Steve, as you come up, can you answer the or address the statement that I made earlier about related proceeding with identifying financing and tenants, even in the event of material adverse economic conditions and force majeure?
Sure. Let me tackle that one first. On the office front, we're represented by CB Richard Ellis. Brokers locally here have been for several years. We have a regular program and plan of outreach with them, constantly out probing the market and also responding to opportunities that come through usually a request for proposal from a potential office user. We've had a few of those over the last couple of years, and we've responded to every one of them very aggressively. We haven't landed anyone, and we have a couple of them in the hopper today. We're going to continue to operate that way on the office front. Okay, Jovan, good. Okay, parcels 1 and 2, in terms of the landfill, a regulatory piece of it, council member, is that the focus? Yes, unfortunately.
Just needing to know if you mentioned you had problems getting a lot of the approvals. The question is, do you have the approvals for parcels 1 and 2 to move forward?
We don't. We don't have the approvals for 1 and 2. What we have, thankfully, is a successful process on phase 1, parcel 5, which includes a piece of it as landfill, where the regulatory bodies have, over these many years, really come to conclusions about what those systems need to look like, foundation systems, leachate collection systems, methane gas collection systems, and we believe that will be a very solid template for then going back to focus on parcels 1 and 2. There is a lot of work to be done to characterize the specifics of parcels 1 and 2, and we're anxious to begin that process just as soon as we get these approvals.
Steve, one more question from Councilmember Gonzalez, and it was, when will phases 1 and 2 start? So phase 1 and 2, not parcel 1 and 2.
Phase 1 and 2, when will they start? I don't know when they will start. I think we've really addressed that, Councilman, through answering some of the other questions, that it's really dependent on getting end users, as it relates to the office space, is a key. The hotel market coming back to a sufficient level to justify underwriting the development of a hotel. I don't know when that's going to happen, quite honestly.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to try and keep you up there and ask all the questions for related. There was another question from Councilmember Gonzalez with regard to the public square design, and did that change? Did the open space change? Actually, that was from Councilmember Park, I'm sorry. Did the open space for the city center change in your Scheme C versus Scheme A and B?
It really hasn't conceptually. We have an approved DAP for phase 1 and phase 2, an architectural review approval based on a specific scheme. that we are going to change as it relates to of Phase 2. Phase 1, we hope will stay the same as we have it. But Phase 2 will change slightly from that. We fully intend to have a very robust open space, heavily landscape, pedestrian-oriented environment. That's what we do. That's what our projects entail, and that's what we would intend to advance.
Okay. And last question, I think, for you is, has there been a change in the parking for Scheme A and B compared to Scheme C? And if so, what are those changes?
Yeah, we have, under the DDA, we have obligations to provide for certain numbers of event parking. I haven't looked at that in a while, so I don't want to quote numbers that might be wrong off the top of my head, but it's a substantial number of parking spaces. I think it's somewhere in the order of 3,000 that need to be provided to for event parking. And that requirement has not changed. I think what will change in terms of increasing the supply of parking is the transfer of density into the city center. More office space means more office parking. And the additional square footage of office space eventually will create more parking spaces, which can then be used by the general public visiting the property or to meet the requirements of the special event parking.
Next, for the Community Development Department, there were a number of questions around the Planning Commission recommendations versus the staff recommendations, why they differ, and why does the staff recommendations not incorporate the Planning Commission recommendation?
Okay, so parcels 1 and 2 were always originally designed for offices. Now what is being proposed is industrial uses. And so it's a planned master plan. We know what's going to go there is industrial uses. We know that housing will not go there because of the state water board maximums and because we have this vision that housing should be part of the mixed use development. So because it's a master plan, staff initially proposed that it should just be at a staff level. It doesn't mean that it won't require any reviews or approval. It will go through like a PCC process, an architectural review process. It will go through all the various departments for review, conditions of approval. And if there's environmental review, the environmental review will also be done through like a CEC process if, for example, there's a data center. So staff proposed a minor use permit, and staff would like to maintain that minor use permit because it will allow for certainty of review and it will allow for the timelines to be met. I think there's 2 other questions for the CDD director.
Sure. Take the next one, which is in regard to the pedestrian bridge. Is it too far north, and is there a better location?
So the pedestrian bridge is currently there, and I believe what you're referring to is the golf cart bridge.
Yes.
So what we're proposing as part of this amendment is that it be analyzed. The analysis will be done by Related, and if the analysis comes forward, the city may still do a future bridge.
But there's nothing guaranteeing that future bridge. You say may.
Yes.
Yes. There is no guarantee for a bridge, even the golf cart bridge, if that's not seen as feasible to keep. There's a possibility for no bridge whatsoever.
The golf cart bridge needs to be studied. So that is still open, and the developer is required to do that feasibility analysis. A future bridge would then be dependent on the city to design, develop, and pay for.
Sure. And let me expound upon that and talk a little bit about how that came up. So in the original Scheme C proposal, retaining the golf cart bridge was not included, retaining the area or the bridge. Important to note, there is crossing across Lafayette at a number of locations. One is the jug handle, and Scheme C does include the ability for bike and pedestrians to access that area. There is also the existing Tasman Bridge, and so when staff looked at it, we don't know whether the golf cart bridge will be needed in the future, but we wanted to make sure, and we don't have time to study that now, but we wanted to make sure that the approvals that come before you tonight had the ability for that to be studied, and we were able to negotiate for Related to study that, as well as have Related for a certain amount of time preserve the landing pad on both the east and west side, should it be determined that the city would like to have that crossing. At this point, it is not something that we know is needed, but we did want to provide that option.
Okay, but my question was, there's nothing that requires a bridge there. For example, if they do a feasibility study on the golf cart bridge and they decide that it's not feasible to keep it, they can remove it. And if they do other studies, I mean, you also stated preserve a landing pad for some amount of time. And if that time expires, they don't have to provide that. But I mean, I would think that if they have a landing pad that they have to they're required to keep for some amount of time, they would already have that reserved. And if they do have it reserved, I want to know where that is. That's the first question, meaning is there a way to change it, put it down where people are going to be? Otherwise, you're asking people to go, far north again to go to the bridge and then come down if they want to, get to their residences or retail in the Clara or Elore. But if they find that the golf cart bridge is not feasible to keep, and they do another study which says we, for some reason, or the city can't come up with the money to design, study, build a bridge, then there is no requirement for a bridge built into this scheme. So there is a possibility, even though that we could have a golf cart bridge, we could have another bridge, but there's a possibility that we'll have none.
That is true. It is also important to note that Scheme C has a significant change to the amount of people that would be on that northeast parcel. Remember, there were additional crossings in Scheme A and Scheme B. That's because that northeast parcel was going to be office. Now, under Scheme C, there's a different use, industrial warehouse, and potentially data centers. And so there are still crossings, but there's not the same traffic count. What we wanted to preserve in bringing you Scheme C is at least the ability to study it and the ability to preserve the landing pad on the east and west should the city make a determination later that we would like to have some bike ped crossing. Important to note for Tasman East, the fastest way is actually the existing Tasman Bridge, Tasman Crossing, right? It's literally right there. And so that is likely the preferred crossing to go across for Tasman East. This is a further or more northern potential crossing, but it's totally a potential. And again, as staff looked at it, we did not know that it would be required, but we did not want to foreclose that opportunity in what we're bringing to you tonight.
Understood, and I think that's my concern about the Tasman Bridge, which is going to be fairly well used because it's the only way to get, because you've got to get across the road and you've got to get across the railroad tracks. And my issue is the current path is the direct path, which is why I would like something a little bit closer to that path if we're going to build a new bridge. But the current path that's there is not great for large amounts of people to go across at one time. The fact that the road is closed helps during event days, but this is not a desired outcome. This is not what we'd like to do during, for lots of people. We would love to ask people, come to this area. The number one problem that I see, and I've talked to Related and other people about this, is during the most populated times of the year, that area, we tell people not to come to this area. We tell people that the parking, we tell people that the traffic, the ingress, egress, even with what's happening up north with the change that would happen Related, are not good for this area. Right, the fact that we are making Lafayette, and when BART comes in, 10, 15, 20, 100 years later, when BART comes in, the straight path between BART and the stadium, BART and the train, is going to be Lafayette. And Lafayette has very few options to be widened because it's got the train tracks on one side, it's got building on the other. We're putting in electric lines. I mean, we've got bottlenecks all along that area. And I would like something that suggests very strongly that we will address at least the foot traffic problem across Lafayette.
Councilmember Jane?
This is not related to this directly, but a couple of things that I see that are serious problems for me with this Scheme C or going forward with the
Can we
opening up
get the questions
DA.
answered first, Councilmember Jane?
Okay, so
No,
I
our
don't
community
see.
development director, unless it's related to what she's answering right now, I'm still waiting to get my question answered.
Yeah, I can defer this to
Thank you.
to later.
Let's go to the question about traffic and transportation. Let's go to the question about traffic and transportation for Scheme C. I think that was the mayor's question. And is there a change with Scheme C for traffic and
Correct.
transportation?
Okay, so let me answer that. With the increase in density in the city center and combined with the modification of the land use in Scheme C to the industrial, there's a small increase in AM and PM peak hour trips and larger decreases in AM and PM peak hour trips for the northeast parcels. But overall, Scheme C would result in lower AM and PM peak hour trips inbound and outbound, and a reduction in daily trip generation compared with the approved project.
Thank you.
Thank you to Xander, who's.
Xander, wherever you are. Oh,
Yes,
there you are.
thank you, Xander.
Thank you.
And then I wanted to expand on the parking as well, because the parking question was asked, and I know that Related responded to it, but I wanted to expand what's in the MCP. And so in the MCP for the addendum for Scheme C, this is included as a table in Scheme C for the MCP, and it's actually informed by the city codes for off-street parking and adjustments for shared use for mixed use. So for parcels 1 and 2, it would be on-street and off-street. So there's practically no changes for parking from 2016 to Scheme C.
Okay. All right. The next question we'll go to is with respect to ground rents, and David Dosima. There was a question around ground rents and a comparison between the various phases and the acreage cost, because the cost differs per square foot versus acreage, and there was a comparison of parcels. Will you address that?
Sure. So just to restate the question a little bit, I think the question behind the question is, why isn't the ground rent for parcels 1 and 2 kind of going up? And I think the first part of the answer to that question is looking at that total effective land cost, which is roughly $129 a square foot for parcels 1 and 2, pretty in line with the top end of the range of land values that we see. So it sort of justifies where we are with that ground rent. So that's part of the answer. The other background that I think is helpful in understanding the question or the issue is that how were those original allocations of ground rent by parcel made? And the answer to that is they generally align with how building area divided amongst the parcels. So back in, with Scheme A, We are roughly at 37% of the building area on parcels 1 and 2 with the 3.3 million square feet of office space, and roughly a third of the ground rent. So it roughly aligns with that building area. Now with Scheme C, we would be reducing that building area on parcels 1 and 2 to 1.6 million. So if we were to stay with that original logic of allocating the ground rent in accordance with building area, one could conclude we should be reducing actually the ground rent for parcels 1 and 2. Now, of course, that's not in the city's interest here, but it would flow from that original logic. So in effect, if we were to stay with that per building area logic, on a per square foot of building area basis, the rent actually is doubling, without considering the increase as if there are a data center, because we're cutting that building area in half but keeping the ground rent the same.
Okay, David, one more question from you, and oh, go ahead, through the mayor.
Go ahead.
So if I take into account, like you, for parcel 1 and 2, land value was considered as $38 million. And that's for 98 acres. And for parcel 4, it was $54 million. And that's for 79 acres, right?
Yes.
Now, why would anyone consider your ground rent or your land cost, depending on what you're trying to build on it? That's not, if I'm a landlord, I have my land, why would I consider my land cost depending on what you want to build on it? Whether you want to build one parcel, whether you want to build 1,000 square feet, or whether you want to 1 million square feet, that's none of my headache, basically, right? My land value should be considered my land value. If you compare these two numbers, I think what we are doing right now is not comparing apples to apples. Like if the land of 110 leave aside parcel 3 on that, parcel 1 and 2 is around 98 acres. That should be much more than what we have. And the cost of that land, building on that, is much lower. Total cost, like $511 million versus $770 million. So if I do the math, even with these calculations, if parcel 4 is giving us $3.5 million, and parcel 1 and 2, which are more bigger land chunk, it should give us more land revenue, ground rent, almost 1.85%. If you consider that, I'm just matching the cost of land from your perspective. So parcel 4 land is 1.85% more costly to the developer, and they're paying $3.5 million, whereas parcel 1 and 2 are cheaper than, total value is cheaper than parcel 4. They should be paying much more to me as a landowner, basically. 1.85 times of what they're paying on the parcel 4.
I understand what you're saying. I think the reality is that we don't have the market data that supports right now those higher values per square foot of land that we're seeing with parcel 4. We do have market data that supports that value on parcels 1 and 2. We're at the high end of it, and that's sort of the bottom line why it's hard to justify it making that cost more, right? But I do understand, sort of the math you're going through. I think another thing that's helpful to consider is that, this per square foot of building area, per square foot of land, those metrics are both considered. As you get, a higher density site, you can get very high land values because the ability to build up is there, and that high land cost it's spread across more building area. And we have that in this situation where we're allocating more building to parcel 4. Quite a bit more building areas being allocated there, and that's will give it the ability in the future, as the market changes, to spread that land cost amongst that great building area.
My idea is I'm trying to divide the parcels, like I'm not interconnecting the two parcels, whatever it is. If the parcel 4 is considered X amount per acre, like if you do the math, let me give you the math.
Can we ask the city manager? He's been trying to speak.
I'm going to try and take it up on the balcony, Councilmember Jahal, because I think there's a threshold issue with how you're approaching it. And I think you initially begun by saying that as a property owner, what's built on the land should be independent of the value. That's not how it typically works. In fact, what can be built on the land is one of the most important things for valuing the land. And that's one of the things we talked about with ULI, is that oftentimes, based on the cost to develop a particular parcel, the land value can actually be zero or negative. In addition, one of the things that city councils do all the time, when you change zoning and provide additional density, you actually create additional value for the land. And so you really can't divorce what's built on the land from the cost of the land. They really, in the industry, have to go hand in hand. And that's why, even though the sizes of the properties are different, it's not an equal math issue. You really have to look at what's possible to be built on the property, and that's factored into that equation.
So let me do the math then. I'll tell you something. Even if that is the case, for 98 acres, you know how much we are getting per month per acre? $2,125. $2,125 per month per acre. A simple studio apartment is more costly than that per month. So can anyone justify that? That is the right number?
Sure.
Can you repeat what you said?
Well, I'm going to toss it back to David, and I'm actually going to ask that we put back up one of the slides, because what factors into the land value is both what can be built on it as well as the extraordinary infrastructure costs of our land, right? And so, David, take us to that slide, and in order to back into a land value, in a perfect world, we could say, you know what, we want X amount for the land, and that's all we're going to take. But the reality is, in order to have development on this parcel, we have to partner with a developer, and they have to invest, in this case, over $900 million, or in today's dollars, $1.3 billion, into the infrastructure. And so that has to be factored into the cost of the land. And so I'll turn it over to David, who's our economist that is probably better at saying this.
That was very well put. But I think I would just point something else out about this. I mean, sometimes we look at this differently. Sometimes we look at it as, you know, what would be the value of the improved site? So we could reverse the question. What's the value of the improved site? Now for industrial, maybe up to $133 a square foot. Okay. What does it cost to get us to that buildable site? In this case, well, we have to spend the $1.3 billion to get it to that place where it's worth $133 a square foot at the high end. So if we take that logic, you could justify bringing that ground rent down to zero. Now, of course, none of us want to go there, at least
on this side,
on
we
this
don't
side,
want to
yeah.
go there. That side says yes.
But I just think fundamentally you have to consider the cost to make that land buildable as part of the equation. It's interlinked, and the site is not buildable today without that investment.
Yes, it's not buildable, but it should have a apples to apples comparison with the two lots we are comparing, basically. How come we are underestimating parcel 1 and 2 compared to parcel 4? Parcel 4 is much more costly, basically. So from that perspective, the parcel 1 and 2 should be giving us a bigger ground rent. I'm comparing that. And let me be very clear. When this came to 2016, I proposed this thing. And what we are doing today, basically, we are shifting most of the, out of the 4.5 million square foot, we are shifting to parcel 4, basically. I did propose that, and we would have lost just 15 to 20% revenue, total estimated, and we would have kept 110 acres of the land, what we have under parcel 1 and 2. And that's my, like, even doing this thing, the math doesn't pan out to me. Like, we are giving this thing in peanuts, basically. As I mentioned, like, rent is $2,000, $2,125 per month. That's it.
All right, Councilmember Jane, is it on this issue or is it on something else?
It is absolutely on this issue.
Okay.
So land value is based on what it's zoned for and what the general plan says and what it's entitled for. And parcels 1 and 2 were originally entitled for office. And now we're moving that office to parcel 4. So why should the land value have changed? Because it was already entitled for office. And now you're taking these data centers and you're having the FAR. Because you used to have a lot of land area, you're reducing the amount of covered land area, the FAR, which to me, it just seems like you could put the data centers closer together and then return some of that land back to the city for more parks or tiny homes or whatever we want to build there. But the fact that it was entitled for office, and now we're saying, oh, we're putting the office on parcel 4, it's the same use, so it should be the same land value.
Sure. I think there's a simple answer to that, which is Related is actually not proposing to change the land value in the 2016 agreement. And so in effect, you're getting office rent from 2016 when we know today, if we were to renegotiate that deal at the cost to construct today, we would, as shown here by our independent consultant, be getting a lower value. And in fact, in Scheme C, we've negotiated for double land value if data centers are built, right? And so in short, you're actually getting 2016 values that are greater than 2025 values at office for a use if it's not data centers that will return less value.
The reason I'm bringing this thing, because to me, even 2016, the land value was underestimated. And it's a time like we are discussing the agreement right now, and it is a chance for us to discuss this and increase the ground rent. That's the only reason I'm talking about. Even 2016 was very low.
All right, any more questions, City Manager?
David, I think that is all the questions for you. I just have one more question from Anna Shemko with regard to affordable housing and AMI and the difference between units. I think this question came from Council Member Park, and there was a question on minimum number of units and 10% versus 15% affordable.
To begin with, I want to make sure that I understand the question that's posed. So if you could indulge me, would you mind to pose it again?
Who asked that question?
Councilmember Park.
Oh. I did, and I will. Wow, we talked a lot during this time.
Do you remember your question?
I do. I wrote it down.
I did as well, and I'm happy to start just by explaining how it works, and then
I take notes, and holy cow, did we talk a lot during the time since I asked the question. Right. So it was on slide 21, right? First of all, slide 13 of the city presentation says that A and C, schemes A and C, have the same number of units. Then slide 21 says previously 10% of housing, a minimum of 200 units. And then now it's 15% of units up to 222 AH units, and that doesn't make any sense to me. If 10% of the same number of units was 200, and now it's 15% at 222.
So let me decouple the points in this last bullet point on this slide. Related is obligated to develop a minimum of 200 housing units, not affordable housing units, but 200 housing units. And again, the reason that that was the minimum that was imposed was because the rest of the units were to be on the landfill, and we didn't know if they would be able to develop those. So they had a minimum obligation to develop 200 housing units. Separate and apart from that, however many housing units they develop, 10% of them have to be affordable. So with 200 housing units, obviously that's 20 units. So of those 200 minimum housing units, 20 units had to be affordable. If they develop 1,000 units, again, 10% have to be affordable. Now we're changing it so that, under the proposal, so that no matter how many units are built, 15% of them have to be affordable. And just to be really super clear and into the weeds, the reason it says 222 units is because that 15% requirement would not apply to the 200 units that have already been approved and planned on parcel 5. And because we already have a deed restriction that speaks to those particular 10% of the units that would be affordable. So the 15% affordability would apply to the remaining 1,480 units that could be built on parcel 4, and that comes out to 222 units.
Okay.
That concludes the questions.
All right, Councilmember Jane.
And Madam Mayor, if I might,
There was one for you, sorry.
Was there something for the city attorney?
Yeah, there was
Okay.
a legal question.
Well, there was one asked by member, I've got a response to a question, and then the public hearing, Mayor, is where I was going to go with it, since this was
The
a
legal
public
question
hearing.
was what constitutes a material adverse economic condition?
I think we answered that earlier.
That was already
Yeah,
answered.
the one question you had, Member Park, I believe, that I recall in my notes here are all of these approvals required for Scheme C to work? And the short answer is yes. There's some aspects of the approvals that aren't directly related to Scheme C. For example, the resolution of some of the ambiguities and issues, in the landfill, sharing of costs, and some of the consideration that was achieved in the DA in consideration for recommendation for approval of Scheme C, namely, for one example, the increase in the affordability, requirements over what was originally required. But in effect, all of the items before you are necessary for approval for the Scheme C to be approved. They're all related to Scheme C. I think that was the gist of your question. So they can't really be parsed. They're all related to the Scheme C approval.
And one of the reasons I ask is if I look at the Planning Commission report, it looks like the Planning Commission considered these separately.
Yeah, that's just a different process that is taken up, and as a matter of custom with the Planning Commission, they take them up individually. You could do that as well, particularly if you had different thoughts about the different items. I'm comfortable with and frequently recommend them all being taken up together because they all relate to the same project.
Understood, but in cases where they are not required to go together, I think that splitting them is generally a good idea. It takes a little bit longer, but I think that if they're not related, if they're not required to go together, splitting them is actually a good idea. In the cases where everything is required to be approved for the motion to work or for the action to take effect, then that makes a little bit of sense to me.
I appreciate your thought. In this case, they're all required.
Understood.
And then the last item was the public hearing, Madam Mayor. We kind of
No,
got
I was
into
gonna
questions.
ask- As soon as you were done talking, I was going to ask if there's may I have a motion? And now with our new policy, you have to put your light on to make a motion to close the public hearing. Councilmember Hardy.
I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
But anyone can second, and that was a second by Councilmember Gonzalez. City Clerk, could you read back the motion, please?
Closing the public hearing.
Very good. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, council deliberations, Councilmember Jane.
So I see, first, I think our Director of Community Development said that there's been no change in parking from the 2016 MCP to Scheme C. But I actually recall, as a planning commissioner, that the first EIR addendum and DAP 1 significantly reduced the amount of parking in parcel 5. And so there was a very substantial reduction in parking in March of 2020. And I know a number of residents were concerned about parking. But as one of the concerns that I have is if parcels 1 and 2 move forward early, then the BMX track, which I believe is on parcel 1, would be shut down, and I don't believe that it would actually be open on parcel 3, potentially, until probably 2031 or 2032, from the best that I could recollect from the answers. So I don't see how there could not be a disruption of the BMX if they started building those data centers. And then one of the biggest concerns I have is that our climate action plan says that all new data centers need to use 100% carbon-free electricity. And that's now in our general plan as part of our climate action plan. And what I'm hearing is Related has no obligation to abide by that because they've locked in these entitlements. But now we're opening up the DA, so everything is open for consideration. And I know that many data centers are all new data centers have to comply to 100% carbon-free electricity. And I'm working to try to get them to use no once-through cooling for their data centers, because the water usage, we're looking at building Pacheco Pass Reservoir, which is, water rates are going up like 10% a year for 10 years. So we don't have water, and we can't use water for data centers. So we have to figure out how to use adiabatic chillers and such. And so I cannot support this until I can be sure that those data centers are going to be carbon-free. So, and then the BMX interruption really bothers me. So that is my concern.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, actually, I had a question about the BMX as well, but I think that Councilmember Jane stated it very clearly. We're also told that electric service will come from a yet-to-be-constructed SP substation, I think Esperanza. It's now scheduled to come online in late 2028. There's only 9 MVA currently available, and that's just enough to service phase 1. But now we're moving ahead with parcels 1 and 2, and the question is how? Like, how are we doing that? Are we stealing the ability to implement phase 1? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Also, to the parking, I mean, I was also told that there was a significant reduction in parking. And when Director Hamid says that parcels 1 and 2 are on-street, off-street, no changes from 2016, we also heard Mr. Eimer say that what will change in terms of parking is that more office space will need more parking. And if we look at the difference between the office space between A and C, it's substantial. It's a substantial increase. So at some point, it doesn't make sense that we'd keep the parking the same. But I'm hearing from other sources that we've actually substantially reduced the parking. And at some point, maybe if we talked about parking in terms of numbers, we would actually have a better answer of how much parking was there, how much parking is there going to be. Talking about it will be on-street, it'll be off-street, the type of parking hasn't changed, tells us nothing about the numbers. So I'd like a little bit more about that. Again, I do understand that the price of the land actually goes with the use, but right now, I don't know what we're approving if every single use that we are trying to approve with this action has to be discussed. Like every new data center has to go through planning commission approval, and we have to build new data centers. We have to build new substations to support any new development, because currently we only have, and I heard this, we only have enough power to service phase one. So I feel like every single thing that we are approving tonight has to be designed, has to be implemented, has to be planned somehow. We don't have any way of supporting the changes that we're being asked to vote on. I don't understand that, if people can clarify.
Vice Mayor Cox.
So this has been an interesting observation, and I stayed quiet because I didn't come in with a lot of questions. I think that from the last presentation and tonight, that staff and our legal team and Related did a great job explaining. I also know when I'm out of my depth, and I think it was clear that some of us were very out of our depth tonight. But this, to me, isn't a developer's whim. This is responding to a necessity. This isn't an act of practicality or preference. This is what we need to do. And we heard at length that, this is about market change right now, and we don't get to build from a retail wish list. And so when I hear the public, the only question I wanted to ask tonight, which I withdrew, was in order for staff to make it abundantly clear why we don't get to start with Santana Row. But I think that was so over-explained that if we're not getting that now, we're not going to get it. And so, understanding that infrastructure follows, or retail follows infrastructure, it doesn't work that way. Light industrial and office become kind of a financial backbone that allows this project to move forward, that secures capital, unlocks the opportunity for housing, public spaces. That's abundantly clear to me. And so we made this hard tonight, and it's not about going back to things that we agreed upon in 2016 and rehashing these issues that are totally not on the table. It's clear there's posturing right now, and we look at this and it's our future. This is the largest project Silicon Valley has ever seen. And after a decade, this is how we're discussing it. And so I also want to correct the narrative of Related not doing anything, and I think that the public hears that a lot, and I don't know if we reinforce that. But, I have a hard time believing any developer is happy to sit on their hands and literally sit on a landfill and not make money. And so I think it's been framed tonight that there's this deliberate, intentional waiting for things to start, and that is bad business, and I think anybody could admit that. But I want to say, when we look at Scheme C, it is about economic headwinds and making progress right now. And if we're willing to work collaboratively, this is a $21.8 million annual investment and billions of dollars to our economy long term. That's generations to come. And we're really, I feel, again, getting stuck in the weeds, and it is detrimental to our being a citizen first community. And so I would say that I have zero interest in being another one of Related's challenges. You've had enough. So I would like to move forward with staff's motion in full tonight and support all 5 items as they are, as the city attorney recommended, in alignment with one another.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion for staff recommendation, the 5 items, by Vice Mayor Cox, and a second by Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Gonzalez.
And that includes the E2.
Whatever this E2 thing
Yeah.
is. Oh, and I'm sorry, do I need to make a friendly motion of my own? I wanted to include the part about the BMX 18 months as well.
Yes. Is that all right with the second? The 18-month notice to vacate.
I think that would be amenable, but I think that's something that we shouldn't put in stone. I think our partner is going to make every effort to do that. 12 months is a long time. you know, to pull permits and get things done. I think 12 months is probably, would be fine with me. At 18 months, I just don't think having more hamstrings would work necessarily, but if you were stuck on 18,
Is related itself, why the 18 was imposed right now instead of the 12? Is that fair to ask that question at this point, or no?
I think it's okay to ask, because I'm in favor of the 18 months, so
There's quite a history of our involvement and the city's on the BMX track. It's a fine organization. We applaud what they do. It's not up to us to, you know, in any way shape their future. It's really up to the city to do that. And so, you know, if you want to revert back to the 18 months and that's what you feel most comfortable with, that's fine with us.
okay, thank you very much. Albert, you okay with it?
yeah, no, I'm fine with that. I think
All right. I'm sorry, Councilmember Gonzalez.
that's fine.
Getting late, I'm sorry.
I would just say that that's fine.
All right, so we have a motion second for staff recommendation and 18 months notice on the BMX track. All right. Vice Mayor Cox, were you finished with your comments? Did you finish?
I'm done talking.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Gonzalez.
I was just going to make a statement to say that, you know, a lot of this was already approved in the past. I don't think we should relitigate. I think our position is actually not as good as it was in 2016, that you know, the resilience that our developer-related, our partner here, has gone through, and that they were still willing to be at the table and partnering with us on this. In land that is not ideal, right? You don't want a big building, and it's very difficult to build on a landfill. We've heard this for many, many years. I could tell you from my work on the school board, where we were trying to build a school, and it took over 12 years to get that opened. It's difficult to do these things, and when you're doing it and you don't care about penciling and you're going to build the facility anyways, to take 12 years, this is something that, even though it's taken a while, it's something that it's challenges that they've had to go through to be in this position, and that they're still here being resilient and being at the table and wanting to partner with us, I think really shows something. I understand that we would like them to be, LEED certified and to do a lot of the things that we didn't impose in 2016. I think that's kind of moving the goalpost a little bit, and I would not agree with some of the things that we're doing, that we would want to do. I think that they're, as far as the data centers, we're talking about data centers, if they were going to be moving forward with that, that's something that, we don't know what's going to be built on that site necessarily. It opens up the door for that. But obviously, we've heard the challenges that SVP has with providing power. So I think that that's something that, the carts and the horse, that old saying is, we're putting the cart before the horse. But so I'm definitely willing to move forward with this, and I thank you for making the motion, Vice Mayor Cox, and I just want to thank Related for being here and our staff for the presentation. I think it sounds like we've worked hand in hand together, and I think that, let's move forward and let's get this done.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had that opinion earlier too, since 2016, basically, that to me, it does not make fiscal sense when we are giving our land, like precious land, which can be very, very valuable on parcel 1 and 2 if the parcel 4 is developed. And most of the residents who came today were talking about the businesses, talking about retails to be built up. And whether we pass this motion today or not, that still stands, that retail and everything has to be built on parcel 4 and west of Lafayette. So I feel that we are giving our land 110 acres, like if that rent is $2,000 per acre per month, to me it's a joke. Like city is not getting what the actual land worth is for our long term. For 99 years, we'll be giving that with some hikes down the line. To me, it doesn't make fiscal sense. And this was the time we could have fixed part of that financial numbers. We could have got a little bit or more. And even the numbers comparison of slide number 37, we should be getting more, even comparing that slide number 37, we should be getting more out of parcel 1 and 2. So I'll not be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I too agree that we're not getting enough lease from this. I opposed the ENA back in 2016 because, as you can see, we haven't, while Related has spent a lot of money preparing and developing, and of course it's cost them a lot of money, but cost every developer a lot of money to prepare their projects. Hudson Yards, I'm sure, was a complete nightmare, but the fact that the city did not benefit over all that time is a problem for me. And really, everyone sees that data centers are becoming increasingly a huge problem for the climate change, and the carbon impacts of data centers is immense. Most of the large companies have commitments to having carbon-free electricity for their data centers and becoming carbon neutral businesses. So I would like to make a substitute motion that we extend the BMX notice period to 18 months, as Councilmember Cox had suggested, and that we require that all the data centers be use 100% carbon-free electricity going forward. And of course, Amendment C or E3 or whatever it was in our packet. So that's my substitute motion.
We already did the 18 months on the, that was part of the original motion. All right,
Substitute
City
motion for
Attorney,
carbon.
we vote on this substitute, well, is there a second?
I will second that.
All right,
I'm not so sure I will vote on the motion.
So do we vote on this substitute motion first?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's the same, really, essentially the same practice as you'd been following on substitute motions. You decide whether or not the substitute motion should replace the initial motion by a vote. And then you would vote if it's approved on the substitute motion itself.
Okay.
So as we've done it in the past.
So the substitute motion, it doesn't even include any of the approval of the project? Yes. It did?
It includes everything the previous one does and adds the carbon-free electricity for data centers.
So, Madam Mayor, may I repeat to maker of the motion? This is for staff recommendation 1 through 5, including extension of BMX notice of 18 months and require all data centers use carbon-free electricity. Is that correct?
Okay, Councilmember Park.
So, I mean, we heard from the public, and I've taken extensive notes, and as Councilmember Chahal noted, that nobody's looking forward to light industrial in this area. Or data centers in our entertainment district. I mean, no one's looking forward to this. And can we get parking numbers? I believe that that is one of the big sticking points for me, but I don't know that we've gotten an answer on that. And I understand, hearing what other people said, we did not pose these questions in 2016, that's true, but we've moved so much further since then. I mean, with Councilmember Jane's help, we've actually moved a lot with our climate action plan. We've come up with how we conserve our valuable resources. And to be honest, I hear these talk about narrative, about Related not doing anything. Oh, Related's done quite a bit. I commend them for that. And what we're talking about here is we're talking about what these changes are. And these changes, they're not weeds. They're actually the future of the city, right? And of climate, and of resources. And if those are weeds, then we're going to live in weeds, because these are the important things that we need to consider when we have these projects. I mean, it's very true. We had a lot of things that we considered in 2016. There are a lot of things we didn't consider in 2016. We're willing to open up the discussions for changes that we'd like to make for the economic side, and we're not willing to do the same thing for the changes that we'd like to see from the climate side, from the conservation side, from better use of resources side. I see this as, you know, even if people agree to move to 100% carbon, there are so many other issues that I think we're missing. The fact that we don't know where the electricity is going to come from, that we're approving a lot of where, so people can move forward. And move forward on what? There's no electricity to move forward on those other phases if we barely have enough electricity to support phase one right now. I mean, at some point, I'm hearing the changes that we'd like to make, but I'm not hearing any way that we can actually move forward. I'm hearing a lot of, you know, provisos. Oh, if we're able to come out of these economic conditions by November, then we can start. And there are absolutely no guarantees in any of this. At some point, I hear about other projects that were required to tear down. They were required to start building within a certain time. In this case, we had a number of things that delayed the projects, and yet other things got built. And now, even if we didn't have those delays, I don't know that we would have discussed all the issues that need, and all the things that need to get completed before we could have started on these projects anyway. It just doesn't seem like there was a lot to support, even the changes that we're trying to make today, or even the project as it was proved in 2016. So again, if I can get parking numbers, that would be nice. I have to think about how I vote on this.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
So the substitute motion is on the 18 months, which we already have, and whether we have sustainable power to that site. Unless we're going to somehow dictate that SVP has sustainable power to that site, I don't know how we can keep them or make related really use or be in that, be responsible for that. So if we're going to have SVP say, okay, you have to pay more for the sustainable power, however we can do that, then I would vote for this. But I don't see us doing that. So SVP is not going to be, I don't see us in a position to ask for that. As far as parking, I think there was 1,913 sites or spaces from what I remember reading. And I think it initially started with 2,200 or something to that effect. So it's less than, I think, what it initially started, but I think it was 1,913 what's in there, if I remember reading it somewhere. But I'm going to be not voting for the substitute motion because of the power issue.
Any other comments? No? I'm not going to support this motion. I'm going to support the original motion. So I'm just going to make my comments because I'm hoping it goes 2 votes very quickly before midnight. So I just want to say I think this project is really good. It's a really proactive response to the changing market demands for office space. Post-pandemic and the changing market shifts have really reduced the need for large-scale office developments, office parks. This industrial project is more aligned with the economic trends. I have noticed over the years in Santa Clara that the office spaces are more attractive when they're right next to amenities and they're amenitized. And moving the office parks from one side of Lafayette to the other right in the city center core is really going to help activate that city center core, which is what all of us are really looking forward to. But I also think it gives us a diversity of employment and diversity of uses in this project. So I actually think it's a huge benefit to this project to have the industrial R&D, manufacturing, potential data centers. It's going to activate a workforce in our city that's different than all, the high-tech workforce that is really dominating our employment now. So to have the diversity of uses is really good. But first of all, there's many demands we have in this city. One is from our business community. We don't have the amenities that San Francisco has, that at least part of San Jose has, and others, that we have the jobs here, but we have the work and we're building the live part, but we don't have the play part. And so this is going to be a huge piece of the puzzle that has been missing from our city. And this is what we talked about all the way back in 2016 when this project was approved. With this project, we will finish the live, work, play puzzle that we've been working on for decades. There's demands from our entertainment district. We have a stadium. People come, you'll find out, Super Bowl, World Cup, they come to the games and they leave. We need something to keep people here. We need entertainment. We need food and beverage. We need shopping. We need our arts district. We need all the things that this project is going to give us. And putting industrial on the one side is going to activate the rest of the project. It's going to help activate it. We have demands from our residential developments. I never believed when we approved this in 2016, when we talked about Tasman East a few years later, I always thought related Santa Clara was coming first and then would be followed by Tasman East. I never thought it would be the opposite, that Tasman East would be built before we had the related project. But hey, it's worked out because that's going to be our future workforce. In Tasman East, in Patrick Henry's specific plan, in Kylie, in Freedom Circle specific plans. We're building the residential out there, and we're going to bring the population, the critical mass of people that's also going to support the related Santa Clara project. So we have those demands. Without that project, it's going to be difficult to service all those people, to keep them happy with enough restaurants and shopping and entertainment, to keep them in Santa Clara and keep the tax base in Santa Clara. We have our demands from our community as well. We've been looking forward to having this project here in the city. We've been looking forward to it for a long time, and I, for one, have been sitting here all these years going through all the challenges that this project has faced. I don't think any other project has faced this many challenges that you couldn't even imagine. Between San Jose, thank you, San Jose, we'd be up and running right now if it wasn't for you. San Jose, the pandemic, the real estate market, it's just been hit with everything. We're due for a bit of good luck, I think, on this project. So, and as much as everybody would like to see the retail built right now, open right now, the city manager prepared a pretty amazing presentation for us with ULI, and I understood that you can't force something. You can't force a market. You're not going to get financing. It's not going to get built. No matter how much you wish that it happens, you hope that it happens, you expect that it happens, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way in the real world. So I think that Related is doing the best they can by diversifying this project, building hopefully what they can do now, what the market will bear, and then will trigger, I'm hoping, will trigger the project that we really want, which is the city center portion of it. So, I mean, this isn't about compromising. We're not compromising in the city. This is just common sense. We need to do this because it makes common sense. So I'm not going to support that substitute motion. I'll support Vice Mayor Cox's motion that was originally made. Councilmember Hardy.
I will just say that my concern with your substitute motion is it's really on us and how we provide electricity. I would agree with what Councilmember Gonzalez said. So I can't put that on a developer, so I don't think I can support that motion either.
City Manager?
Just one thing, I want to make sure that staff is responsive to a question that was asked. And so we have a table to go through parking counts. It will be really quick, I promise.
Be really quick, please.
This table, so table 3C3 is in the MCP in the documents that are provided to you. Just want to clarify, when we say the parking ratios have not changed, The ratios for residential, retail, office, restaurant, entertainment, and hotel are exactly the same. And so, as you know, with Scheme C, we're moving office from the northeast parcel to the city center. And so it will have the exact same office parking ratios as the original entitlement. There are new ratios here for light industrial and R&D. They are reflective of what's appropriate for light industrial and R&D, which is the new proposed use for Scheme C. So don't have numbers, but ratios are exactly the same with the addition of the two new ones.
Okay, that has triggered a lot of new lights now. Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Chahal. Thank you. I will make sure I ignore your light next time. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as I heard, like, we are not changing anything like food, beverage, entertainment. That's not on the table today. This is already there. So just to repeat that, oh, we want to make this project going forward because of this. That's not the we are talking about today. That's already there, whether we approve it today or not approve it today. That's already there over there. So I'm trying to get better buck for our land value. When we have a chance to do that, we should be doing that. The city, the land belongs to all of us, all of the residents. And if there is a chance we can do that, if the developer is having a benefit by changing the zoning from office space to data center or something, we should be getting something more. We should be getting what our current market value of those land is. If Councilmember Serge Jain is asking for something sustainable climate action plan adherence to that, there's nothing wrong with it. What is harming asking for it? So I'm not sure what we are trying to do that, oh, entertainment, beverage and entertainment will be lost if this motion is lost. That's not the point. We are trying to make it what is good for the city, what can we do when we are renegotiating this thing. And I'll be supporting the motion for on the table, basically.
Thank you. Councilmember Jain.
So we passed our climate action plan 3 years ago. The climate action plan has this requirement of carbon-free electricity with renewable energy credits. It's not really a burden to provide carbon-free electricity with renewable energy credits. It's what believe at least 4 other data centers are following. And here now we're giving basically a subsidy to Related because they signed something 10 years ago and didn't build and didn't provide any option payments to us for that land, and they've locked in these entitlements, and we're suffering because of it, and our climate's going to suffer from it, whereas other data centers are doing it. It's not a problem.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I think when I hear that the ratios, that the numbers have stayed the same, that's fine. But literally what I heard is that the parking numbers had stayed the same. And when I look at the numbers in the table, I can bring up the table. It's on page 13. It tells us that the number of office spaces has increased a lot. And I would think that that would come with a increased number of parking spaces. But when I hear that nothing has changed, that makes me a little bit nervous, even with your assurances. I also find it very difficult to understand how we have people on the council saying that how they cool a data center, how data centers will be cooled really depends on how energy is brought to the data center. That makes no sense to me. Like if I built a robot, I can cool that many different ways independent of where the power is coming from. I would think that the design of the data center, I would think that the requirements that they have to build to would be much more important to how it uses water for cooling, how it uses electricity, how it complies with the climate action plan than how the power is being provided to it. Thank you.
All right, Assistant City Clerk, could you read the substitute motion, please?
So the substitute motion is staff recommendation 1 through 5 and extend BMX notice of 18 months and require all data centers use carbon-free electricity.
Okay.
But this first motion will be whether or not to consider that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the motion, whether or not to consider that motion.
Okay, so are we ready, Mayor?
Yes, we're ready. Please register your vote. And that motion fails. So we're going to go back to the original motion. Assistant City Clerk, could you read that, please?
Original motion is staff recommendation 1 through 5 and revert to 18-month notice for BMX track.
Councilmember Jane, we're ready to vote.
If this were to fail, we still have options A and B. We still have City Place,
We're
as
gonna vote first.
Councilmember Chahal had recommended.
Please register your vote. And that passes 4-3. Thank you. That's approved. Thank you, Related. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everyone that's been involved in this. We look forward to an exciting project. Thank you. All right, we don't have a lot of time, so we're going to keep going. We have at least two. I'm sorry, City Attorney, yours is going to have to go next week. We have at least 2 items that we have to get done, and we have our 12 o'clock cutoff, so here we go. We are going to start now. Thank you. We just need to keep moving, everyone. If you could take your conversations outside, Mr. Waukee, Mr. Eimer, if you kind of would go out there. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do want to take them both, but if I could recommend we take item 6 first as the public hearing.
Okay,
Yes.
so we have item number 6, which is a public hearing action on a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 3205 Bassett Street, Santa Clara, California, from the owner of record for purposes of implementing the Silicon Valley Power 115 kV transmission line project. I will declare the public hearing open and refer the matter to the city attorney for a brief introduction.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to skip the introduction since everything I'll say is in the presentation itself, and instead introduce SVP Electric Division Manager Allie Jackman to present the item to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. It's still the same day. Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
still here. Okay, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, and public, if you're still here. I'm here today to talk about the action of a resolution of necessity making required findings to acquire certain real property at 3205 Bassett for the 115 kV project for SVP. A little background, 115 project is a 2.24 mile, 115 kV transmission line from NRS to KRS, Northern Receiving Station to Kiefer. It's going along Lafayette, Bassett, and Duane. It's needed to accommodate our load growth and system reliability. Basically, this project will increase our operating limit to 1,300 megawatts from our current limited capacity of 819 megawatts. Our project's currently at 60% design completion. We did come back to council several times regarding this project. We did receive route approval and our environmental approval in November of '24. The route that was approved was our preferred alignment, which is Route A. That is an all overhead route. The reasons that was approved are listed here on the table. Route A does require 20 easements from parcels along the southern segment, which is shown in the dashed blue line there. So we have been working on this easement acquisition process for several months now, almost 8 at this point. The first step was that we sent a letter to the property owners to appraise the easement area. We completed our fair market value appraisal. We sent our initial offer letter of just compensation to the property owner. We've been negotiating with the property owner for months. We did obtain city council authorization to execute a purchase and sale agreement back in February of '25. And then we have still continued to negotiate with the property owners. However, when negotiations reach an impasse, which we have with this particular property, City Council may adopt a resolution of necessity to authorize commencement of eminent domain process, which can take up to 24 months. Pending the final determination of the value, City has the right to obtain an order of possession, which can lead to the eminent domain process in 5 months into the process. So the property that we're here to talk about specifically today is 3205 Bassett Street, We have, like I said, been doing over 7 months of negotiations, almost 8 months at this point. Our initial offer letter was sent on November 13th of '24. The landowner has been reviewing the documents with their legal team, but our attempts to negotiate and reach out to them have kind of stalled at this point. So in order to meet our project timing and implementation requirements, we are now saying it's necessary to consider commencement of eminent domain. So in order to move forward to the resolution of necessity, there are a few required steps. So the first is to make an offer to purchase the property from the owner based on an appraisal. We would then engage in good faith negotiations. If that impasse is reached, we schedule a hearing of resolution of necessity with a minimum of 15-day notice to the property owner. Then we conduct the public hearing, which we're doing here today. We consider all testimony presented and adopt a resolution of necessity, making all required findings. The RON hearing, just to note, it only establishes the matters set forth in the findings, so just compensation is not on the table for discussion today. That would be considered during the eminent domain actions. I do need to read out the bold parts of the resolution and necessity findings, so bear with me here. The public interest and necessity require the project, so this 115 project is part of our overall system expansion and is necessary to support our system capacity. If we do not have this project, we will be limited to 819 megawatts, which is not enough to support our projected electric loads. Finding 2, the project is planned or located in the manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. So the SVP staff conducted an evaluation of multiple alignments. We came to council back in March of 2024 with several options, and then again back in November of 2024 with our preferred alignment, which was approved by council. That route was approved because of the overall feasibility, our least impact to residents and businesses, the least amount of permitting constraints, and then our ability to meet the schedule. Finding 3 is that the easement area sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. So this particular property is located within the alignment of the selected route, so it is necessary. It is built within the public right-of-way. However, there is easement area outside of the public area that is necessary in order to support maintenance of the alignment, and then also the way the electrical conductor might sway, we need clearances for that as well. Finding 4, all environmental review required by law has been prepared and adopted. So the M&D and MMRP were both adopted by City Council by resolution in November of 2024. Finding 5, the offer required by section 7267.2 of the Government Code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. On November 13th of 2024, we did send our initial offer letter for the full value determined by an independent certified appraiser. Finding 6, notice of this hearing has been given in accordance with the Code of Civil Procedure section 1245.235. So on June 16th of this year, we did mail a letter to the owner identifying the public hearing and the consideration of a resolution of necessity for tonight, and request to be heard documentation was also included in that letter. So with that, our recommended action is to consider all written and oral testimony presented today. If satisfied that the information presented supports the required findings, we should adopt the resolution of necessity in the form presented to acquire the interests at 3205 Bassett Street. Important to note that 5 affirmative votes are required to approve this resolution of necessity, and that we will still continue to negotiate with the property owner on the voluntary sale of this easement. And with that, that concludes staff presentation, and we're available for questions.
So thank you very much. At this time, we'll have questions for the council, for the staff. Do I have any council members that have questions at this point? Okay, I don't see any, so we're going to now move on to the public. It is a public hearing. The public hearing's open for any public testimony. Each member of the general public wishing to testify will have 2 minutes to speak. However, if you have ownership interest in the property that is the subject of this proceeding, 3800 Bassett Street, you will be provided 5 minutes to speak.
Madam Mayor, and I'm sorry, there's a mistake in that. It's 3205 Bassett Street. That's my mistake.
Ooh, okay. I'm just reading your script. Okay. All right, 3205 Bassett Street, you will be provided 5 minutes to speak. Is there any member of the audience here that would like to speak on this issue? Do we have anyone online, Assistant City Clerk? Okay. So, okay, let me keep going. So I will now return to both SVP and legal staff. Is there anything you want to clarify or add to the record?
Nothing additional, Madam Mayor. Okay
Anything
to proceed to
from
close the public
SVP?
hearing.
Does SVP want to add something? No? Yes, no? I'm not sure. Did you want to add? No. Okay. May I please have a motion to close the public hearing? Oh, Councilmember Chahal.
Second.
Okay, so Councilmember Chahal made the motion to close the public hearing, second by Councilmember Jane. Please register your vote. Oh, City Clerk, I forgot to ask you what the motion was. Ugh, we'll get used to it. We will. All right, we will now move on to council deliberations and action. 2 notes before we get in this from the city attorney. Did you want to say those notes, city attorney?
Yes, quickly, Mayor, just a reminder, 5 votes required to approve the item, and really all you're acting on today is to proceed with an eminent domain proceeding and making the required findings. This isn't a determination of the value of the property. That will be determined either through continued negotiations with the property owner or by a jury if necessary.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Ready to make a motion for staff recommendation?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Chahal for staff recommendation and a second by Councilmember Hardy. City Clerk, could you restate the motion, please?
Staff recommendation.
Thank you. I don't see any discussion, so when you're ready, City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to move on to, I don't have a script for this one, I don't need it, right? Item number 5, action on an award of contract for the Northern Receiving Station Upgrades and Expansion Project, contract number 2454 to Henkels and McCoy West LLC, and related budget amendment. City Manager.
Sure. Mayor, this is our second major contract award for SVP's power expansion projects. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Nico Prokos, Director of SVP.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good
council
evening.
members. Very quickly, I'm going to kick this off, and then I'm going to hand it over to Division Manager Ali Jackman, who's in charge of this group, to walk us through some of the other details. By way of background, SVP issued a public works project bid for the Northern Receiving Station. This is project number 2454. This project is part of SVP's capital improvement program. These projects were identified in SVP's 3-year system growth plan strategy. So obviously this goes back in time quite a bit to 2021, and there's been updates and iterations presented to council over the years. There's really 4 purposes for this project. Upgrade SVP's transmission system, support anticipated load growth, replace our aging infrastructure, so this is not unique to SVP, it's something that a lot of utilities are dealing with, and then maintain system reliability as well. And with that, I will turn it over to Ali to walk us through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Nico. Again, Ali Jackman, Electric Division Manager for SVP. We'll jump into the project scope. So the NRS project, Northern Receiving Station, is necessary to increase our station reliability. We are increasing our capacity by installing 5 new transformers, 3 at the 115 kV level and 2 at the 230 kV level. We began procurement for these projects to support where we're at today back in 2023, and we've been to council several times with actions on purchasing our long lead materials as well. We plan to start construction this year and end in early 2028. Quick summary on our request for bid. So we did issue this project back in March with a bid date in May. That bid had received 2 bidders. However, we deemed both bidders non-responsive due to exceptions to our contract language and negotiations that would be necessary after the fact. So we did have to go back out to bid and issued a second RFP from May to June, and we also again received 2 bidders. Upon evaluation of both of those bidders, we did notice some discrepancies, and we had to adjust their bid values, which was confirmed by both bidders. After those evaluations were completed, Henkels & McCoy became our lowest responsive bidder with a corrected bid of just under $48 million. That is 32% under our engineer's estimate of $70.3 million, which is significant. So I do want to pause and just talk about that for a moment. Our engineer's estimate included conservative assumptions in our working hours to support working in a live substation and around live energized parts, and also the tight outage clearance windows that we had for working within the substation. It is feasible that the contractor's means and methods could have allowed them to improve on our schedule that we had developed in our bidding period, but because both bids came in within 3% of each other, we're very confident in their bids. Also, just to touch a little bit more on our process for the summary for request for bids, we do follow the Public Works bidding process. We did receive 2 bids. This is typical of projects of this size and complexity. We did outreach early on. We conducted a mandatory pre-bid for the project, and we had approximately 7 potential bidders attend that mandatory pre-bid walk. We started outreach to contractors back in November of '24 for our overall system expansion. This was to regional and national contractors alike that do work of this nature and complexity. And we started with email blasts to the groups, and then when the bids were open, we did send additional notifications letting them know that our bids were published and that they should come and take a look. With this project, we are also requesting alternate bid items, 9 alternate bid items. We did bid alternates for this project to prepare the site to support future work that's been approved by CAISO in May of this year. This is to support a third 230 kV line that would be coming into SVP that was approved by CAISO. So the work that is necessary to ensure that we can accept that and do that work under this current contract includes modifications of existing foundations, replacement of steel structures, demolition of main bus, and replacement of new main and transfer bus at various voltage levels throughout our yard. These 9 bid alternates equate to just over $12 million. So that brings our total not to exceed budget to just about $60 million, which is still 15% under our engineer's estimate. In addition to the project approval, we are also seeking a budget amendment for fiscal year 25-26. This accounts for additional program and project management services, construction management, testing and commissioning, special testing services, and additional equipment and material costs. The increase we are requesting is for $16 million. And with that, that brings us to our recommended action, which is to award the Public Works contract for NRS to Henkels & McCoy in the amount of $47,788,603.86, authorize the city manager designee to execute the contract in final form approved by the city attorney, authorize the city manager designee to take any actions necessary to implement and administer the contract, including executing any and all documents in furtherance of the award, completion, and acceptance of these projects and approval of bid alternates 1 through 9, or $12,068,489.28 for a revised contract price not to exceed $59,857,093.14, as well as any necessary change orders not to exceed 15% of the contract price, or $8,978,563.97 for a total not to exceed amount for the contract of $68,835,657.11. Additionally, our final request is to approve the fiscal year 25-26 budget amendment to increase the NRS upgrades and expansion project in the amount of $16 million, which does require 5 affirmative council votes. And that concludes staff presentation. We're available for any questions.
Thank you. So we're going to start with council questions. Councilmember Jane.
I didn't have a question, I had a motion.
We can't take that now. Vice Mayor Cox?
Thanks. I'm glad that you mentioned the 2 bids was a typical number for that. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about any outreach that we do to firms. You said you had 7 potentially interested. Why are we not getting more bids? In March, we put it out, we got no bids at all. And so, I think in the development world, it's kind of practice that 3 bids you have to have almost before you move on. So as somebody outside looking in, that's something I'm curious about, perhaps not concerned, but I'd like to know more about that.
Thank you. Are there other council questions? Councilmember Park?
Yes, and thank you very much for the presentation. I know you talked about this a little bit. You talked about how the engineer's estimate could be higher and things like that, but I mean, it's 1/3 under engineer's estimate. Do we have a breakdown in cost? Do we have a breakdown in what those are? Because at some point, we've got 2 firms coming in within 3% of each other. Our estimate is really off, and like for future bids and for future work, we need to know where we're off. Do we have a breakdown of where the differences are?
Thank you. Are there any other council questions? Seeing none, those are the questions.
Great. Thank you for the questions. I will start with Vice Mayor Cox. So outreach to firms, we did start that back in November, as I mentioned. We reached out to all of our consultants that we've worked with and requested that people give us a number of contractors regionally and then also nationally. So we developed a pretty lengthy list of contractors that we reached out to early on and told them about our program and what we were doing so that they could know what was coming down the pipeline. Because with these large projects, a lot of the times contractors do need to prepare ahead of time and make sure they have capacity and availability in their workforce to support these projects. So we did that outreach early on. And again, receiving 2 bids we do feel is very typical. We also reached out to our consultants about what that typical number is regionally and nationally. And even on design build projects, people are saying, 2 is pretty much in the pocket. Historically for SVP, we have been getting 1 to 2 bids over the past 5 years. It's rare that we receive 3 bids. I think the nature of our business and the complexity of the work that we do, and I'll also say the impacted nature of construction right now in our industry allows people to be a little bit more picky and choosier on the projects they're bidding. And when you're competing with the likes of PG&E and other agencies who don't maybe have as many requirements as like certified payroll and other things like that, they might go for the other agencies who have larger catalogs of work as well. So we were actually very pleased to receive 2 bids, honestly, and we did receive 2 bids for that first bid. We just had to deem them both non-responsive and go back out to bid. Councilmember Park, so the estimate, yes, is off. We were 32% below engineer's estimate. There's a number of reasons as we've analyzed what that could mean. We do need to go into an in-detail depth look of their schedule of values once they submit that after we do the contract award to see specifically where those gaps are. However, we do note that both of these contractors are self-performing the majority of the work, which in this industry can equate to less risk managing other subcontractors. So in our bid, we had, I think, a little bit more contingencies built in for managing other subcontractors, whereas both of these firms are very large, well-performing electric firms that are capable of doing this complex work and doing the majority of it in-house. So I think that equated to some of our more competitive bids received.
Okay, and will that report, after you get the costs in, will that, and you do the analysis, will that be available someplace, or is that just an internal document?
That would be just an internal document.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's it for the questions. I'm going to go now to the public. Would any member of the public like to make any comments about this? Anyone here in the audience? Anybody online? All right. We will entertain a motion now.
Motion to...
Can you please put your, whoever, Councilmember Chahal. No, you got to, I'm trying to follow our new policy. If you want to make a motion, you have to put your light on.
I had my light on.
Councilmember Chahal's light's on.
Councilmember Jane, your light's not on.
Not on.
You're on the motion window. You need to put it under the speaker.
Have to put it under request.
No, if you have to show me that you want to make a motion.
So the
So
motion,
the only one I
motion
show is
button doesn't
Councilmember
work.
Chahal.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, so this is our new policy. Yeah, it's your request to speak. Do you want to make a motion? Okay. Well, yeah.
My comment on it. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I just want to be very clear. So we've got buttons on here that say motion, second, request to speak, and we're going to use request to speak for everything because motion and second we don't actually have a process for that.
That's correct. And when you use the motion button, you lock me out, and I manage that piece of it.
I don't think we've used that for a long time, right?
That's correct. I mean, folks kind of sometimes start putting their names in there, so let's just keep the old process.
Okay, just
Councilmember
for the
Jane.
studio audience.
Okay,
want people to know.
I'd like to make a motion for all three of staff's recommendations.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second, anybody can second, you don't have to put your light on second. Second by Councilmember Hardy.
And the motion is
Councilmember
for-
Chahal, you're still on, now you're not. Okay,
The motion on the floor is staff recommendation.
thank you. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. We're 12:03. I'm going to ask, since that one last item is not urgent, that we put it on the beginning of next meeting. It would be helpful to have the public weigh in on that as well. So since we didn't finish the agenda, do I have to ask City Attorney for a motion to adjourn? Or can I just say this meeting is adjourned? I'm testing you here. I just read it.
Yeah, we're in a brave new world,
I
Madam
know.
Mayor.
I'm testing you.
I think you can make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, I move that we adjourn. Thank you, everyone. All right, meeting is adjourned at 12:03. We are very close.